LPL is back! And so is your scuffed sleep schedule. Double? No. Triple your caffeine intake. Crank your stream to max. Let LPL cast you to sleep or wake you up. Queue solo only at gremlin hours. Consider power naps. Or tape your eyelids open and watch the chaos unfold. Why stay up for all of this? Split 3 is the road to Worlds, and our teams have been cooking since Split 2 ended. New roster moves, renewed ambitions, and with no international embarrassment this time, 4 teams will rise to the world stage. Who wins the support carousel? Will Doinby deliver with NIP's rebuild? Can JDG return to Worlds with Clearlove and Wink now on board? Can Waybo awaken a summer tiger in Xiaohu? Will WE continue to slay giants? Is the IG Super Team the real deal? Can top esports recover from disaster? In the LPL, anything is possible. From castaways to conquerors, the team no one believed in just dethroned the defending champions.
But IG are inevitable. IG are the LPL.
Get back involved as Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He's in a 1v2, but he looks like he's winning it. Faker getting incredibly low, has no flash. Scott connects with the abduct. Shanks getting 1, he's getting 2.
Best of 3s every day. Welcome to LPL Split 3.
Whoo! Does it feel good to be back? LPL Split 3 of 2025 is about to begin as we start our road to Worlds 2025. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby, and we are excited as all hell to bring you more League of Legends action here from China every single day. LPL English on this channel. It's going to be a really good time, Cubby.
It's something like Split 3 or Split 3, to reference one of my favorite movies in the moment from that, you know. We're going to see what ends up happening here for Split 3 of LPL, of course. Down 2 teams to enter this split, but World's hopefuls are on the line here, Grapes, as everyone is trying to make it to the big tournaments wrap up the year.
Absolutely, and we just came back from our recent international tournament, that being the Mid-Season Invitational, where we sent Anyone's Legends and Billy Gaming over to Vancouver. Shout out to anybody who checked out some of our shoulder content that we were posting on all of our social media platforms as well. And I would say, not the worst, but not the best showing from our LPL teams. Ended up being just beating everybody that wasn't the LCK and then losing to the LCK.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was a very respectable showing. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to post any shoeies on the timeline. We're going to be saving that one for later, potentially at Worlds. But yeah, it was one where for Anyone's Legends, with a few folks going international for the first time, thinking of Shanks and Kyle, I think the fact that they were able to have decent showings, even though they weren't able to topple the LCK teams, that's definitely something that AL can still ride home about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, taking both T1 and Gen G to 5 games, two of those Silver Scrapes, basically all those series were just super exciting to watch. Definitely a lot more to see from AL, and you know, BLG had their ups and downs, and you know, those wild rides, if you're a Billy fan, might still continue into Split 3, given some of the rumors that have been kind of circling around of what this team is going to actually look like once they do touch back down into the LPL for Split 3. But overall, still excited about what the LPL can bring towards the internationals, and they performed well enough, Cubby, that they will be sending now 4 teams to Worlds come October.
Definitely a key for LPL. I believe that LPL versus LCK best of 5 still going to be played as well, to see who makes that final world slot. Definitely going to be interested to stay tuned to that one. And yeah, when it comes to BOG, we'll see what kind of answers we get once those rumors do emerge from the shadows themselves. So, you know, see what things look like for BLG. It's not TN. I'm kind of bummed. I think TN fixes that team. I really do.
Oh, we'll be seeing some TN later today, as it looks like they made a couple of shuffles back around as well. But before we get into those teams, let's start talking about just overall what the structure of the league does look like. Because just like last split, we will be running a Nirvana. Ninjas in Pajamas as well as Thundertalk have moved down to Nirvana because of their underperformance in the play-in stage, and they'll be joining the 4 teams that, you know, ended up surviving Group Nirvana last time around.
Yeah, we'll say LNG and Ultra Prime, the ones that did find themselves back in this group, were not able to compete in that play-in match. And matchup in that play-in best of 5 going into the playoffs. If you won, you made playoffs. If you lost, you were in Group Nirvana. So that's how the rest of the teams find themselves here. So kicking the day off with a Group Nirvana matchup, and of course, the stakes pretty high for these Grapes, as you need to top the group in order to have a chance to make playoffs here in the LPL and compete for Worlds.
Yeah, and a little bit of a different format this time around. Instead of being a single round-robin best-of-3, double round-robins for both Ascend and Nirvana, which means we'll be getting to see a lot more of some of these teams that are maybe towards the bottom but have the opportunity, if things go well for themselves, to go on a bit of a miracle run and still get the chance to qualify for the World Championships. And we're going to start off in Group Nirvana here for the beginning of Split 3 with our first matchup, Edward Gaming against Ultra Prime. Right now, they're seeded kind of 10th. They're just both in Nirvana right now. EDG did actually make it into the play-in stage where they ended up losing in their first round, whereas Ultra Prime, it's been a while since we've seen them compete.
It has, and the fact that we have a double round robin for Group Nirvana, I think given the stakes and Worlds being that big nugget at the end of the year for these teams, rather appropriate. Something that I definitely recognize with Group Nirvana last split with those single round robin games. Felt like teams played a lot more cautiously, but caution can be thrown into the wind a little bit more when you do have that double round robin. So a good opportunity to face all the teams twice in this group. And of course, need to take top 4 in Group Nirvana to be able to play in that play-in stage to make it to playoffs formal. The bottom 2 teams, we will be saying sayonara to them until 2026.
Yeah, and so, you know, stakes still high, although maybe not as do or die just yet as we're just getting the season underway. And that's good for both of these teams as they are issuing slight changes to their rosters for the beginning of this split. Let's kick things off by talking about Edward Gaming. This team actually did impress a bit towards the end of Split 2 before, of course, falling in the play-in stage. Things mostly look the same. However, their support Wink ended up getting picked up by JD Gaming, and so their new support in Palkia has now joined the squad. This guy got signed a couple of weeks ago out of solo queue, played in the Asia Masters tournament, and now is starting in the LPL.
Yeah, shout out to LPL longtime fan Raz, who has been co-streaming some of those Asia Master games over on his channel, Raz LOL. And of course, Palkia, guys, we are not trolling. It is pronounced Palkia. Personally, you know, I'm a little bit biased towards this player already. Not only are they support, but the first Pokemon game that I ever owned was Pokemon Pearl. So Palkia, you know, that was my first ever legendary caught, named after him. And yeah, picked up less than a month ago to be promoted straight into the LPL. That is the definition of a fast track. Feels like this one is a bit out of necessity with Wink being picked up. We're going to have to see what this player can do.
It seemed like they maybe were not expecting Palkia to have to go straight into the LPL. Maybe not initially their primary plan, but we'll see how he does. You know, he played 4 games, I think, in Asia Masters so far. They had a 2-2 record. Some ups, some downs. Don't know too much about this player yet, and that's going to be a common theme as we, you know, progress throughout the day. Just a lot of new players kind of getting thrown around straight into the fire here to start off this LPL season, but that's always an exciting thing. And there are some veterans on this EDG roster like Xiaohao and Angel that can maybe pick up some of the slack of this new rookie.
Yeah, and some big shoes to fill with Wink too. I feel like a rightful promotion into JDG. Definitely saw a rather large support carousel in the offseason here for LPL, so some room for new talent to emerge, and we'll see what Palkia can do.
Yeah, and let's take a look at their opponents here for this first best of 3. That is Ultra Prime, another team that made a pseudo roster change. Their ADC Baye stepping in for Wako for 1 game in Split 2. But now a full part of the roster as Wako has stepped away from the team. He'll be joined alongside Zhang, Junhao, Saber, and Xiaoxia. Team got off to a good start in the Nirvana stage and then kind of barely got out of a tough loss streak to avoid getting eliminated.
Yeah, and this is a team for me. I really felt like Junhao was the standout of this team. So definitely going to have a bit of a jungle focus going into this matchup today, as we'll see if Junhao can get the best of his counterpart over on EDG. As again, Xiaohao definitely a player we've always looked out for when it comes to that roster.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, this new player Baye, if you are not super familiar with this player, and you know, he hasn't played too much in the LPL, well, he actually came from a very similar system, that being BLG Youth back in 2024. Him alongside Junhao and Xiaoxia actually were all on the same team. They had a couple of solid performances. I think they made it up to top 4 in the LDL for 1 split. And it is a very orchestrated, intentional decision from Ultra Prime to kind of bring this squad, this core of players together.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, kind of fun, the fact that a team that did see some success at that developmental level, of course, BLG, it's pretty hard to take the seats of Bid and Knight. I'd say that's rather fair. Of course, these players going to be the other players involved, but the fact that Ultra Prime saw that potential and opted to pick them up themselves, this core, we'll see what they can do at the higher level going up against, as you mentioned, Grape, some of the experience that EDG has looking at players like Angel and On.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a big difference between the structure of both of these teams and the way that they are set up. I like how Ultra Prime, they had Junhao and Xiaoxia kind of on their roster for last split. They had Rossi Love at the start here for 2025 as well. But now it's like a real big core of players that have had experience together, have had some levels of success in the LDL, and they take this kind of established core and they're going to be pairing it up with Zhang and Saber, who are more on the volatile side when it comes to solo laners. They can have good performances. They can play like really spicy carries, these big bruisers and fighters and assassins, but sometimes things can maybe go off the rails for them, and so maybe having a more established, a more solid core alongside them is the strategy here for Ultra Prime.
We had Saber playing like the Zed and the Akali quite a bit, actually, in that group Nirvana split. It was kind of fun to watch from last spring, but curious to see where everything lands, of course, being on the new patch, 0.14. A lot of big changes coming in. I think Ziggs is juiced. Azir seems pretty juiced on this patch as well. That's a champion that Saber actually didn't play at all last split. So definitely a lot of things to look out for. I know I've been covering NACL the past 2 days, but we always see game ones there. We don't see the true Fearless draft that we're used to seeing. So excited to return to that format here with the LPL today, Grapes.
It's actually big, mega, ultra Fearless in the best of ones for NACL,
yes,
because as soon as one game happens, none of the players are able to play for game number 2 either. They just go straight to the next game. So that's that's the strat here, and not even the LPL gets that extreme. We're still doing best of 3s over here.
Yeah, well, I personally, I think now that we have Fearless across the board, having the best of 3 is definitely something that players have responded well to. Sometimes, you can see games go sideways rather quickly. The fact that you can put that one aside and still play for the series itself is something that a lot of players have been excited about, not to mention not having to play the same matchups every day and every day and out. If you have 10 scrim games, you're not playing 7 games of Renekton versus Cassante anymore. I think a lot of players responded well to that.
Yeah, we get a little bit of variety here, which I think is helpful for some teams, maybe not as helpful for other teams, but that's kind of just what makes a good team, right? In a way.
It is, and look, to be fair to the LPL, I think this is still something that they need to grow into and strive to be better at. I do think that some of the later drafts from the LCK teams and other squads we had at MSI were better than what we saw out of the LPL. So something that as a region we can build from the bottom on up. I think Tabe is a great coach over there with AL, but some other opportunity for coaches to really show their stuff with these teams and make sure that they're putting their teams in the best position to win. Because I think the interesting thing that I have about LPL when it comes to Fearless Draft, I always feel like the strength of this region was their ability to break the game with drilling stuff. Like, historically, I'm going to think back like 10 years. You just watch LPL teams like pick Lee Sin, play for 30 CS junglers, and just like dive. Obviously, that's an old game, but still, that aggression has always really been true in this region. I think that Fearless Draft, you get less reps with the same stuff in order to drill that aggression we're used to seeing out of this region. So we're going to have to see them make strides. I do think the support carousel is quite interesting, as historically for me, support's been a role that LPL has been weaker in going internationally, not just compared to the LCK, even thinking back to when the LEC had a lot of success 5+ years ago. I feel like the supports of that region were stronger than what the LPL was bringing at times. So real opportunity from top to bottom with that support carousel for players like Shui, players like Wink, who looked good on mid-tier teams to show their stuff on a top-tier squad.
And now we got a new support here on the side of Edward Gaming, being Palkia as well. We'll get into more of the support carousel as we get throughout the series or throughout the day, because some more roster changes that we will have to discuss eventually. Waybo will be playing against FPX in our next series. That is a team that did, kind of make a change back to their original support from last year in Crisp. And speaking of Crisp, you get Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming to wrap things up. They've got Hong over on that team. A lot of weird roster changes that, maybe pop a little bit of question marks in your head when you take a look, from kind of the outside perspective. And I always got the chance to see these rumors, like, kind of as a fan, as a casual fan of the LPL, but now, as somebody who covers the league, seeing like up until like yesterday, some of these rumors still thrown around. It's a bit crazy.
Yeah, I will say that our production Discord chat has been going pretty crazy with some of these moves being made. Definitely a few I'm looking forward to. Specifically, Nayo. That's a fun one. I actually think real opportunity for him. Showed some promise. I'd say, honestly, saved LGD's split. Last split, so being paired up with Doinby, who has that young crew around him. Definitely a fun one to look forward to that we have later on.
As we're getting a look at the opening promo for this split. I don't think we have the sound attached to it just because of some copyright concerns, but you know they always go hard with this to kick off the year. Couple of months, Javi.
Doinby's got white hair.
Going
he dyed it.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was not sure who that was exactly for a second, and then I realized it was Doinby, so looks like he's going in with a fresh start.
Yeah, you know, the slate is clean. He's got a new group of youngins, and excited to take a look at this one. As you called out, LPL promos, they always go hard, even featuring some of the new members at JDG. I believe that's Wink on the screen. Excited to see him take the riff with that squad later on in the week.
And it is just going to be back-to-back-to-back action here on LPL English. I think every day until the end of August, we're going to be having at least 2 best-of-3s here on this stream. We're going to be starting a little bit earlier here on the weekends, the days that we do have these 3 series days. And that is a great way to start off this season. Now that we do have the double round robin in both Nirvana and Ascend, even more games to kind of get through, even though we did eliminate 2 teams, OMG and RNG, who will not be participating in this split.
Feels so bad to have those brands missing, actually, from the league. It's been some very long-standing brands we've had in the LPL. As, funnily enough, for BLG, is that On that they're featuring? It's not Beishwan, right? Or it's Elk, okay. It's Elk. We got confirmation from Kai helping us out behind the scenes. I think Elk was a good choice to feature, as could still see some changes going on with BLG. Of course, Shadow being the rumor, and we'll see if that jungle carousel works again. I'm reminded of the, you know, Arrested Development. Have you seen that show, Grapes?
I've seen clips, not seen the whole
show. It's like Tobias and Lindsay talking about their relationship and like opening it up. It's like, it usually doesn't work, but it could just work for us. Feels like BLG with the jungle slot, you know?
That's a crazy analogy to be.
It is, but let's be honest, how many junglers have been in there of late, man?
It's been a lot. Been a lot of people in that door and out the next morning, seems like. So we'll see what a new jungler for them could potentially look like, as I think we get them later in the week. But here we go, kicking things off with Ultra Prime versus Edward Gaming. You know, maybe not the flashiest names in terms of the players on these rosters, but hey, these guys all got something to prove. And as we see EDG walk out here, you can see the ZDZs, the ZDDs maybe in chat as well. That guy,
he's got the height.
He's looking ready.
He's got the height, man. That's good for ZDZ. Gonna have to see if he can bring that height to the top lane. Of course, no 1v1s. I think the 1v1s will return potentially for Game 5s when we get into the bracket stage. I will check the Leaguepedia on that one, but no 1v1s, which is something that we have had previously over here in the LPL. Excited to see Ultra Prime again. 2 teams we haven't seen take the Rift in a while, as Ultra Prime failed to make it to that playoff play-in stage with the change coming in. See if they can find some more success. We'll say uniforms always look good over there on the side of Up. I like the shade of purple. I think it's very, very cool. Definitely stands out compared to the rest of the lineup.
It's a very unique color compared to the rest of the league. Compared to
I like it a lot.
The entirety of Tier 1 esports, I don't know of any other like real like solid purple teams, but hey, always looking fresh here for their team. Can you think of any purple?
EG.
I mean,
that was EG's realm.
Used to, maybe?
That was EG's realm for sure, the purple. I think that's the color I'd say synonymous, but no. I want to say that there might have been one LCK team, or there is one LCK team that has some purple in their logo. But no, I like it. I think it stands out. It's rich. Have to see if they can, you know, put some more results up there. But definitely a fan. It reminds me of like some old Rockies uniforms, you know, when they didn't suck. Yeah.
Even when they did suck, their uniforms still look cool. I mean, right now,
always.
Right? Like, they've got some cool like city connects right now. I know that's not. I know we're starting to lose the audience here as we are getting ready for this game to begin. Last time that Ultra Prime played a game of League of Legends as a squad in the LPL was May 11th. So it's been over 2 months since they've taken the stage. Of course, have made a roster change here with Abayi now stepping in for Wako at the AD carry position. They ended on a 2-match loss streak to both OMG and LGD to wrap up their year. So hoping for a little bit of a different outcome this time around. They got to go through that double round robin, and 2 new teams kind of joining the fray, that being Thunder Talk, who, again, we're not really sure what their team is fully going to look like with, Xiao Hongren kind of getting stuck in there at the last minute. And then you have NIP, who actually did make some big upgrades. I expect a lot of people to think that they're going to be the favorites coming out of this group, Nirvana.
I'm with you, Grapes. I think NIP should be the favorites in this group. Who knows? Maybe we get Beishuan on Thunder Talk again. Just return to the old lover, After things went... We couldn't outkick our coverage with BLG. Going to go back to being the leader and maybe finding some more sanity. Who knows?
I would be very down for that. I mean, when Beishuan
was
on Thunder Talk, that team is a mutually beneficial situation, I would say, for both of them at this point, given what just happened to wrap up that international competition. But here we go. Draft for game number 1 about to begin. I believe Edward Gaming will be on that blue side. We'll see how coveted that becomes as we continue to go throughout this season, as it was a really big story throughout all of 2025 leading up to this point.
And more Pantheon banned out on the red side. That Azir too. Azir's pretty juiced in this patch for whatever godforsaken reason. They decided to give Azir 25 base HP and 0.5 more AP on his W. So going to be Talia and Azir taken away. First pick Ryze looks rather delectable to me. If I'm EDG, definitely a big pick for both Angel and Saber in the last split.
Yeah, Talia ban away from Angel makes a lot of sense. That guy's been awesome on this champion. Basically his whole career, 16-7 overall record. A lot of those wins, of course, coming in 2025. And it's going to be Danny. Locked in B1 here for Angel.
Okay.
It follows the push and roam strategy, but that Ryze, as you said, Cubby, is still available.
We're playing fast and furious over there on the side of EDG. Angel going to be that playmaker trying to get out of the mid lane or set up for Xiao Hao. We'll say priority on the Wukong goes up through the roof now. As yet, that might just be denied away. Wukong has definitely risen in the ranks where a lot of people have him in their tier lists. So denying that from Annie. We'll see what Xiao Hao wants to go for now as a pairing with the Annie itself. Usually you expect to see a carry, something that can enable and help the Annie, set up for whatever you're playing out of the jungle. Yeah, it's probably just going to be Xin Zhao here. It's the best option left.
Like something that can complement that Annie. I think give Xiao Hao a little bit of agency as well. I think if either him or Angel are both kind of on these utility picks, it creates a bit of a sticky situation if you're EDG trying to rely on your side lanes to do a lot of that heavy lifting. To the really a big fan of that Xin Zhao. Also seeing the Varus locked in for On has been a really highly prioritized pick. The Ryze going to finalize this first rotation as the top side for Ultra Prime is locked in.
We'll say Ryze actually got a nice pseudo buff in this patch as Roa has more mana on it. So that's kind of useful for Ryze. It does have some of that mana scaling and will be nice for Saber. But a lot of things that, for me, Ryze, big way to play into him. Find ways to outrange the Ryze. A lot of options already between the Annie dropping that AoE stun that we expect to see in the fights and this Varus that, frankly, with what's showing so far, I already expect to be a poke Varus coming out for On.
Make a lot of sense just given the nature of EDG's composition as well. You already have a decent amount of physical damage here with that Xin Zhao and need a little bit more extra range here to follow up this Annie as engages in this composition. Support ban here for Ultra Prime. As Palkia going to get his first look here in the LPL. That Braum not going to be available for him.
Yeah, probably MF taken off the board. Got to believe either that or Ezreal. Bit of a choice for EDG and what they want to take away. Can take away something like Alistar if they're scared of a first pick support coming in as well.
See what that final pickup is here. Will they be targeting that new AD carry? It looks like they will. The Ezreal off the board here for Baye, as it was a champion he is able to pilot here. We'll see what the bot lane for Ultra Prime looks like in this game 1. And Alistar for Xiaoxia, very standard here so far.
Yeah, gotta say, I feel like Rel is just going to be the option here for Palkia. A bit of a handshake, but a real opportunity for the Rumble, the Ryze, the Wukong to make life hard for Rel. As On having fun with some of the hovers, maybe trying to spell something out. Expect to have Rel locked in, and then we'll see if it ends up just being the Scion top for ZDZ. It's not the best pick into the Rumble, but gotta believe choice of tank here. I would like the Cassante. I think damage, especially if it's going to be the Poke Varus, will be a necessity. Cassante does bring a little bit more damage to the table in those fights compared to something like a Scion. And the double Unstoppable going up against Wukong, Alistar can be used quite nicely, as Sivir is what rounds it out. So that move speed going to really help to empower the Rumble Wukong and Ryze on the top side.
Yeah, just a lot of AoE damage. I guess late game team fighting here for Ultra Prime set up for themselves. You have a little bit of extra utility with the Sivir speed ups. And some good wave clear, I think, all things considered for them. On the other side for EDG, a lot of the Angel show right now. Him and Xiaohao on this Xin Zhao Annie combo going to have to do some work if they want to get ahead and have a good handle of this first game of the split.
Yeah, do you think EDG onus is on them to play things hard early? You got Annie, you got this Poke Ferris. Your ability to one-tap people early on is pretty significant. Later on, Ryze, Sivir, some of that scaling can kick in and be big. Do you think that this is a kind of a tough game, though, for Sivir? A lot of range, stuns, and abilities to make Sivir's life hard when it comes to just auto-attacking throughout these fights. So want to see if EDG can utilize those tools in order to make sure that Sivir cannot free fire and put out all that AoE damage that we can see from Sivers when they do stack up those items later on.
Yeah, and then we get a new look here in the bot lane for both teams. It's Baye, the new ADC for Ultra Prime, Palkia for EDG. What can these new look players do for these squads that were both in Group Nirvana last split? Gonna try to escape that, get themselves into that top 4, and it starts up with the matchup against each other. As here we go, Split 3, about to get underway as the road to Worlds 2025 begins. You know, neither of these teams necessarily the favorites to get there, but it all starts with one step at a time, and for each of these teams, it's this matchup right here, right now. As we load onto Summoner's Rift, let's do it! It's the LPL starting up once again. Where are the Xiaos? It's Group Nirvana. We gotta lead into things here.
Grapes! Oh!
Hey, we got TES versus IG later. That's gonna be a fun one. But you know, shout out to all the fans that show up a little bit early. It's an earlier start for us as well for these weekend series here for LPL English.
You know, Grapes, it was low-hanging fruit, but you did just do them like that.
What can I say? These guys, you know, EDG, very historic fan base. Maybe Ultra Prime not as much, but as of late, you know, these are two organizations that are looking for some wins, as they have not found too many of them internationally or domestically, at least here in, you know, the last 3 seasons or so. Palkia on the dismounted rel to start off this laning phase, immediately going for a flash. The rookie support trying to make his presence known here in game 1.
I mean, that is a really positive health trade. They have the Halo Blades and the Varus, so they can go. Yeah, another Summoner Spell forced out. Well played, like the aggression early on.
That's what I love to see. You know, this guy literally just getting picked up seemingly out of solo queue. I don't know 100% for the LDL or for these Asia Masters events, and because of Wink having to, you know, get picked up by another team, gets this opportunity to be in the LPL, and he's not afraid. He's going to play aggressively. However, it might come back to bite him now, as it was the UP bot lane to hit level 2 first, and so On's gonna have to burn that barrier.
Yeah, I think the initial W, the flip, level 1, that flash was very good. The follow-up was a lot. That said, they did take the heal away from Xiaoxia, so opportunity there. Just having a Summoner Spell advantage over for EDG, where they can maybe make something happen later on. And to be fair, both junglers are making their way down to the spot side, so I think motivation for each team to make things a little bit more volatile, as Biscuits will be in the inventory for both On and Baye, and a Biscuit already used by On to try and keep things a little bit more level.
Yeah, you know, Flashless Sivir does seem very appetizing for a Xin Zhao, but right now it is the EDG bot lane that has gotten chunked out a bit, and nice bouncing blades here from Baye to cancel the recalls of both On and Palkia, so they're going to have to stick around here. See if Xiaohao does want to make an attempt here, because the wave is rather pushed in, and there's not a lot of vision around that bottom side jungle here for Ultra Prime.
Astro clear for the Wukong, too. Already done with his
we didn't
camps.
take red.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
oh, yeah.
I
Xin
thought
Zhao
he
is
was going
ready
to
to
be level
go.
4. That's tough.
No, it's going to be a trade of crabs with Xin Zhao being relegated to the top crab. So priority crab for Ultra Prime, and still the pressure for On and Palkia, very real. Trying to channel those recalls, and I will say, I thought, again, the initial flip was okay. The crash down W was the mistake for sure. Because that is the health lost fighting in the minion wave. I think a little bit too much for EDG. And did allow Sivir to cheat a few levels in the lane that should be difficult for Sivir. When you don't have those skills in the abilities going up against the Halo Blades Varus that has a range advantage, that E can really help you get those Halo Blades procs off. That's pretty tough to trade into. So I think a mistake from Palkia and On in that lane, the level 1, was a good start, but not able to be followed through and help Sivir cheat some of those early levels that should be difficult.
And only way it makes it worth here for EDG is if you can take advantage of the lack of summoner spell there onto the Sivir for the next 2 minutes or so. Because if not, you get more of a free laning phase. EDG used the Pathmaker forward because he knew that Zhang was overheated, so he was able to at least pick up a little bit of extra experience. We do see a swap with On and Palkia making their way towards the top side of the map.
Did like the look there to try and find the flip onto the Rumble, but Zhang able to sidestep his way out of there. And now each of our supports going to be up top as Palkia, seeing the Alistar, is going to give up on the potential engage into the Rumble. And this is a good scenario for the Sivir, because Sivir, like where she's at right now, going up against a Cassante, yes, you're down about half a level, but the wave clear that you have, you can't really be pressured by the Cassante. You really have to mess up as the Sivir in order to be pressured. So again, this swap from EDG, I don't think they're getting a lot out of it. They're pretty much just giving Sivir some solo XP and free farm, which Sivir can use very well.
Very interesting move, because EDG were the one to initiate the swap. I guess it was just because they took a bit of a bad trade there earlier on in the laning phase, and it resulted in them just not wanting to be in that 2v2 anymore, even though it feels like they could have kept it at least rather even, as we now see the supports duking out just a little bit in the mid lane. Traded some health bars and not much else.
My one idea on why they swapped is that ZDZ, check that, just ding level 6. Real opportunity to try and take and pressure the dragon, given you have a level advantage, with Cassante having access to ult versus Sivir being level 5.
That's fair enough. It's going to be Palkia actually immediately going in onto Junhao. Stun goes onto the clone, as that W key was pressed just in time by the Ultra Prime jungler, and so Junhao will escape. However, without the jungler here for UP around, EDG will have massive control around here. They're not done just yet. Remember, as you mentioned, EDG is level 6. He's in the all-out onto Xiaocha, as Zhao Hao is going to go jumping forward onto him. Another couple of summoner spells burned. Nice win for EDG.
I mean, kind of. Did they really win? They didn't really get much out of that. And now Xiao Hao, he's got flash. He might have to burn it.
Ooh, gets hit by the Rune Prison. Equalizer over at the top. Zhao is just dead. That's first blood for Ultra Prime after what seemingly was a good set of trades. Saber coming in and making sure that one goes the red side's way.
I mean, they won out on the summoner spell trades, but there were a lot of big tools burned that didn't really lead to anything. They were looking for a kill to try and open up that dragon. Yes, they took sums away, but didn't find anything big enough to actually find an advantage to take that objective. And looks like Ultra Prime is happy to leave that window with a small win, finding the kill for themselves, and will not try and hit the Drake. Instead, going to take those resets, make sure they land first. And I'm fully expecting when the Sivir and Alistar get back out on the map, that's when they're going to start looking at either the dragon or the grubs will be spawning here soon.
So overall, Ultra Prime off to a good start just off of the kill board at least. Getting Junhao that early gold is going to help accelerate this champion. Try to accelerate what is, in general, when you look at the composition, a late game focused team. As you take a look at this, I mean, Xiao Hao just kind of overextending here, seeing his bot lane back, and I guess not realizing that Junhao was able to heal back up.
Yeah, just didn't have vision. Props to Zhang, of course, that flash over the wall. If you flash into the pit, you're dead anyway as the Xin Zhao, so I think that equalizer well positioned to ensure that Xiao Hao would have fallen either way. Intelligent from Xiao Hao there to not burn the flash, as that would have been death. That would have been far worse if that flash was lost as well.
So now the Grubs have spawned. As we see the bot lane rotating up mid. Saber going to join as well, as it is Junhao to get that first proc onto it. And with Xiao Hao not really in the area, we instead see EDG pinging towards the dragon, so it might just be a trade of those objectives. However, not all of Ultra Prime has to go towards these Grubs. Saber and the UP bot lane making their way around here, as it is Xiao to start up this blue buff steal. Maybe instead looking for a 3-talent strike onto the Rise, knocking him up, but not doing a ton of damage just yet. The exhaust goes onto Palkia as EDG have over-indexed a little bit, and Junhao is on the way. Stun lands onto the Alistar and gets taken down by the piercing arrow of On. And now the Tibbers comes out as Angel is looking to lock down Saber. Finally, it is Junhao arriving, but it is far too late as EDG get one back.
Alistar was flashless. I think that's a good hunt in the end by EDG, but again, that Dragon Timer is going to be delayed for a blue buff that's going to be contested, is secured by Xiaohao, but I would have rather had the Dragon in that time. You're only taking away one camp. Yes, you get the kill, but I think there is a world where with the priority, again, them showing on Grubs, you can start that big objective. A kill on Alistar, not super valuable here, as that goes on to the Varus, and that monster objective is not going to be secured, and now, I mean, if you are Sivir, you are a little bit vulnerable to Varus poke, but that's only in the health bar. In terms of the wave, as Sivir, you can always fight for push on the wave if you have enough resources to do so, which Baya does. So this Dragon not going to be taken for free, and still pretty tough for EDG to try and trade on objectives here.
The silver lining for EDG is that only 2 of those 3 grubs were taken by Junhao because he had to rotate early to go and try to defend the rest of his team.
Still
however, the silver lining, more of a bronze lining, seemingly, because 2 out of 3 does get you still that feat of monster slaying, and is it really worth it for EDG to just jump up there and grab one grub? Maybe not. So don't lose too much either way if you are Ultra Prime, other than of course that 1 kill on to 2 Xiaoxia.
I don't really know where Xiaohao goes from here, by the way. Like, he's going to have his Gromp into Wolves, but there is a real opportunity for Junhao if he wants to, like, do his Krug's base and then go straight to the Dragon. The fact this is full clear from the Xin Zhao, I would have actually really liked if he went straight to the Dragon and then started reverse clearing towards the top side to maybe try and attack that Rumble. But not the case. Going to try and take his camps in order. And again, I think that Dragon is going to be contested. Now, in terms of team comps that we have on paper, the Varus and Annie do a lot of damage at this point of the game. So maybe EDG is going to use that objective, keep it up to try and find the fight. So I think the ball is in Ultra Prime's court to see if they want to contest or not.
Yeah, the responsibility here for EDG is to try to find kills, try to snowball early to make sure that, you know, the late game Sivir, the late game Rise don't necessarily get to a point where they are on even footing, because that means that Ultra Prime could be in a good position. But right now, they've done a good job with that. Obviously, On has gotten that first kill and has a slight CS lead, so he is one of the richer players in the game compared to where Baya is. But overall, not feeling too bad about himself is this new, AD carry here for Ultra Prime, given that, you know, you are on the Sivir, you are going to continue to scale, and have not been pressured out too much just yet, I think in a large part due to how the early levels did go here for this team.
Interesting to see ZDZ actually go for the Spirit Visage on the Cassante. It's not going to be the Canic Rooker like we're used to seeing in that matchup. Is going into a pause here. Probably going to return to us, Grapes. I will say, you know, maybe that was punishment if I'm going to go way back in time for Kelsey. You know, she used to hate when I talked about items. Maybe it was like a punishment pause coming in. Talking about item difference or choices in that.
Well, you know, we have some time. You want to speak to it? Well,
it's fine.
Tech? I mean, I can see it. Double AP solo laners. You want to get a little bit of extra. You know, I think the Rooker is probably better, but you know.
Bonus shields. That's the power.
How many shields? I mean, you're just relying on the E-shield for that, I guess? Or
Yeah. For Visage, you get more mileage out of the shields. Also, the heals. You have Second Wind. You have Dorn Shield. I believe Visage interacts with those too. It's just healing within your kit, so get a little bit more from that. Definitely a big one from what's the champ that abuses Volibear? I've seen a lot of Volibear abuse Visage pretty well. Yeah.
Or like an Udyr or something like that. Udyr top lane, very very good with that one. Yeah, there's not much to talk about in this game specifically because it is early on, and it seems like maybe some of those group Nirvana jitters are kind of sticking around with both of these teams. Not a ton of action early on, but I think overall, Cubby, you know, EDG have tried to, you know, go for some of these proactive plays, but maybe we're not super excited about the plays that they have tried to make, as, you know, as you mentioned, maybe other options, you know, were on the table, at least for how this early game could have been played.
Well, I'd love to see more early game get played here, Grapes. As
There we go.
yay! All right, we got our wish. Woo!
Not too long here. I know the first cast that we had at all on LPL English, it was you and Lennon, and
We had to kill 2 hours.
You guys were sitting there for 2 hours. I'm glad that hasn't happened yet.
Yes, that VOD was sent back in time. It was never saved to Twitch, and honestly, thank God.
Good.
I think I did some of my best work ever, though, during that one. So, that said, as we return...
Just missed out.
Yeah, that is true. That's fine. No one wants to listen to that again. Does look like Ultra Prime not going to contest this Dragon, going to see some of the strength of EDG. The fact that it wasn't taken, though, until the 12-minute mark. In a way, I think it's a win for Ultra Prime as their comp. I very much prefer it to EDG's comp if this game does go late. So only Dragon taken at 12:30 is something that Ultra Prime can, not an exact win for them, but definitely something that could be impactful later on in this game.
First Dragon finally, taken here by EDG, and you wonder if maybe they were, trying to bait a fight, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on, around one of those objectives, and just not seeing that end up happening. Nice discipline here for Ultra Prime to understand their win conditions and just trying to farm up as best as they can to make sure that they can be in a good position eventually. And did stall long enough for EDG to, again, only take that first Drake at about 12 minutes. That delays the soul count if you are going to go 4-0 on that one for at least a couple of minutes.
I'll say one bummer for Saber. Did rush the Merc Treads, which I think is a necessity against the Annie, but that does delay the Roa. Some of the Roa stacking that does come in on the rise. Again, that mana given is buffed from this past patch as each of our teams looking for a potential top play. Looks like Palkia not going to fall for the trap that Ultra Prime has laid up here quite yet.
So instead, just rotating back to the mid lane. Death Brush set up here for Ultra Prime. Angel playing very cautious, knowing that there's not many people around to try to protect him if anything goes awry. So we will see most of these players go back to base. Wave shoved out and resets once again here for these two teams. As we are here in Group Nirvana again, so just a reminder of some of the stakes here. It is now a double round robin, best of 3 instead of single like it was in split number 2. And you do have to finish top 4. And there is still a road, Cubby, for both of these teams to either, make it to playoffs and maybe even make it to international if things go absolutely perfectly. But there's a lot more, I guess, inertia to get there at this point.
Well, you can see the heal tick from the Visage actually coming on in for ZDZ. I think that's a little bit of Visage actually having an impact there, as I think he might have had a Biscuit going potentially too. But again, Visage helps out with that healing in the kit. So interesting to see him go for a different option from what we see with most Casantes in this matchup, where Kanik Rookern is preferred, but giving some ability haste as well. Definitely going to be a few things that ZDZ will be looking to use and abuse as the Cassante, and really the sole member that actually outscales their lane opponent here on EDG. But of course, Rumble is still going to pump out the deeps no matter what. So definitely going to be scary for the Annie and Varus later on.
An interesting split here for ZDZ. Did not look great here on Edward Gaming, but he's somebody who, alongside Xiaohao, came in with a lot of promise in the LPL. You remember a year ago they were on Waybo, just together, and that was a team that was expected to do well internationally. Obviously they had a rough spring, ended up getting replaced by a little guy named Tarzan, and ended up working out better for them. But these guys came into the season with maybe higher expectations when they currently lie. A roster kind of full of veterans, now joined by a rookie in Palkia. Whereas you look at Ultra Prime side, very different the way these things are structured. A lot of guys coming from their developmental pipeline here in China, being BLG, or even Saber, who was from the LPL Academy team just a couple years ago.
Oh, for sure. And I always appreciate the fact that EDG utilizing their own Academy slot, as, again, Palkia has yet to show that his promotion is really more than just anything out of necessity. But, hey, opportunity for a player. You're always going to take an opportunity. We'll see if Palkia can make the most of it. As Ultra Prime, again, trying to channel the power of the blue team and BLG and help out with the purple team here. They got the sweet jerseys. Yeah.
EDG, Angel flashing in, combined with Palkia's Magnet Storm. Junhao is down, and now Bai is getting targeted. ZDZ flashing over the wall to keep up with the Saber, going all out onto him. It's Fearsome Warfare and a couple more for EDG as they get 3 kills in the fight and secure that Rift Herald.
And this is the scary part of the game. If you are Ultra Prime, you have a Rise that just completed Roa. You have Sivir on one item. You don't want to fight the Annie and the Poke Varus. And man, did EDG, once Ultra Prime walked into that river, punish to full effect. What a great snap engage coming out from Angel and Palkia.
And Angel is a player that's been around for a while. You know, he's made those Worlds Finals, has had a bunch of different stages in his career, but I feel like when he's been at his best is when he's the one who's able to pull the trigger, try to start some of these plays, and he did just that, finding a massive flash engage with the Tibbers. And there's the kid, Palkia, following up on it. Excellent.
I mean, level 11 Annie. Great team decision from EDG to take the fight there. Also really like what ZDZ did with a couple of his clicks. Made sure to position, not put Faye over the wall, instead ults him closer into the team, allowing for his teammates to clean up the Sivir, and that's a pretty expensive fight. If you look at the side of Ultra Prime, I mean, now being down over 2k gold in the mid game can be quite scary, because the ability to now snowball these fights on top of each other. Angel is down Flash, but other members of Ultra Prime also missing Flash themselves. It will clean up this dragon, but at what cost? Going to be at least the mid-outer turret going to the side of EDG, and looks like it's going to be a double crash as they're late to respond.
Realm Warp is sent in, as it is going to be
aggressive.
Saber sending 3 members of Ultra Prime into that Tier 2 tower, and now another engage has come in, but Angel with another big Tibbers, and it's followed up by Palkia and Xiao beautifully. Zhang is down, Xiaosha getting targeted. Already had the Unbreakable Will onto him, so not taking a ton of damage there, but EDG find another kill, and they're not done here on this Tier 2 turret. Palkia Hex flashing forward, another stun lands on Nabaya. So much crowd control onto the Sivir, and it's Thorell to take him down, the rookie for EDG, picking up kill number 6 here in the mid lane.
Yeah, some good tower juggling going on by EDG too, as they've really put the pedal to the metal here in the last couple of minutes. Curious if we get a replay, because I also want to shout out ZDZ. Actually had a really nice all-out to actually take the Alistar combo not only away, but also put himself in range of Zhang and Xiaosha once he took him out of the fight. But 2 very clean fights from EDG back-to-back, Grapes. And this game has blown open in their favor.
And this is exactly what EDG needed to do. Snowball the mid game to make sure that late game scaling doesn't get there. A bit of a questionable usage of that Realm Warp. I think Saber could have gotten a little bit further behind the tower.
And the equalizer's not bad, but the setup's not there. And again, that Alistar just rejected on the potential engage as Zheng got caught. I think that he needed to take the Realm Warp with the rest of the team. Wasn't positioned well. And then the 3v5, and Juno's just not close enough in order to protect his Sivir. Looking for an angle in the brush, was not in front of the Sivir to try and help out. That was expensive, as now Zheng going to try and make something happen. Alistar behind, Angel trying to trade out.
Yeah, it did a good chunk of damage. It might be enough as the headbutt pulve does come on to the Annie, and the Electro Harpoon is going to shut Angel down. So Ultra Prime get one back finally, but it's already a 2,500 gold lead, I should say, that has opened up for Edward Gaming.
Good pick up there by Xiaosha. Able to make sure that he's able to at least get something for his team here. But yeah, you called it, Grapes. I mean, this is a team. You have the Poke Varus, you have the Annie. You got to use this point of the game in order to find some sort of lead. It was a slower start for EDG, but 2 explosive fights in a row definitely has given them a lead that is a necessity 20 minutes in. If we're going to look at this game overall, I still feel like they're behind the curve of where they need to be. I guess the gold graph is in a decent spot for them, but only having 1 dragon to their name and the 3rd dragon spawning just now is still not great. And Infernal Dragon going to be a little bit more beneficial to Ultra Prime, who have 4 members that will be building damage.
They got to keep the pace up. They got to keep that ball rolling, and they're going to do just that. Starting up the Otacon on the bottom side. It's a big stack towards the top side here. So Ultra Prime,
we're giving it.
Kind of realizing this Otacon is going to at least try to get something back with ZDZ and maybe this Tier 1 turret. Let's see what Xante can do to try to stop this play from happening in a 1v4. There's a 3-man Pathmaker. The all-out comes through, but it's not enough. A shutdown and likely a tower is going to come in for UP, but it comes at the cost of that Otacon.
We've seen what Otacon can give. I think that objective really changed a lot of games in MSI. As looking at the experience bars, look at On versus Baya. A 2-level advantage right now for the Poke Varus. Very big. It has hit that level 13 spike. That is significant.
Nice.
As a good Realm Warp out. That was a necessity from Saber and Ultra Prime as he gets his teammates out of there for the clean reset. But Yeah, I mean, look at the level leads. It's a level lead everywhere except for top lane. If you're looking at EDG versus Ultra Prime after that Otacon. So I still think pretty big advantage for EDG. That said, Ultra Prime able to get a little bit of gold in their pockets and also buy some time for this rise to scale, as Saber has gotten to a pretty healthy spot in this game.
Got 3 minutes until that Rod of Ages fully stacks up. Get to maybe around level 14 or 15, depending on exactly how far the line he is here. About halfway to getting to level 14 at this point. And, you know, doing a decent job enough for himself, but not out of the woods just yet. The scaling not fully there for UP, and so for EDG have to continue to try to make some of these plays. Don't know, again, if that was the perfect situation for them. Sure, they got the Otacon, but a kill plus a tier 1 turret with that tier 2 of about half HP. You're going to take that if you're Ultra Prime at this point. Just try to keep this game going, try to get some more gold in the pockets of your carries.
Look, if I'm Ultra Prime, I'm honestly looking to do the same. Like, what's the cost of giving over 1 dragon here to actually buying yourself 5 minutes? I think that's a real question that I'm asking myself if I'm in the shoes of Ultra Prime right now. And it looks like they're kind of aligned with me. Is EDG actually looking to defend this top side away from the dragon? Saber's pretty far up.
Palkia hopping the E to try to get a little bit extra movement speed, but not going to be able to close that gap. Remember, the tier 1 tower actually still available up on the top side of the map, as it is only 1 tower taken per side. Top tier 1 for UP, mid tier 1 for EDG, which is taken off the Herald play. So now, with both teams kind of loaded on the top side of the map, with the dragon spawn, there's really not many people around the area.
EDG is kind of driving me nuts right now. Please go start this dragon. Like, time is not your friend. Ultra Prime is actually like finding themselves kind of a backdoor win con by just dragging you up to the top side and finding about 2 or 3 waves where nothing happens on the map. That very much is advantageous for their comp when the Rise and the Saber can buy time, not find the fights, and keep on getting these items. So EDG, it will start to hit this dragon, but for me, this is kind of 2 waves late. Not to mention that this 3rd dragon is spawning super late. I mean, casting NACL games early on in the day, Grapes, we had 2 games where Dragon's Soul was secured by this time. This is the 3rd dragon yeah, this 3rd dragon just on the map being taken down now by EDG, so they're still behind schedule here.
And even if it was just a couple of minutes, those couple of minutes could end up being crucial for Ultra Prime to continue to get their carries ahead. We're about to hit Saber's level 15 with that Rod of Ages fully stacking up. Baez now gotten his 2nd completed item, that being the Lord Doms. Going to add to the amount of damage and wave clear that he can do as we progress through this game. And so Ultra Prime overall, relatively happy, I would say, with how they are currently positioned. They're going to get themselves another tower here in the bottom lane, but it's going to cut the cost of the mid-tier 2.
I mean, you'll take the even trade very much for your Ultra Prime right now.
That's 2 for 1.
Yeah, I can live with that. It's gold onto the ante. It is what it is, you know? I think that at least, again, buying time for yourself in order to, you know, try and keep on scaling, keep on getting these items to come into the inventory. Like, your Wukong's still pretty far behind right now. I think 3rd item matters a lot here for the Rise, especially looking for that Seeker's Arm Guard. This is, I still like where Ultra Prime's at in this game. I think they're doing a good job of recognizing that, hey, time is our friend. And if we're able to use it, get some of these items, we can find more advantageous positions for ourselves later on.
And this is where I'm looking a little bit towards, you know, EDG's brand new support Palkia, fresh from the LDL, fresh from solo queue from about a month ago, where he's had a couple of good team fights, but it seems like he's really deferring to some of the veterans on his squad in terms of when he wants to look for fights. It's been Angel or Xiaohao, really, to start these plays, and Palkia's the one to kind of follow up on them, which, you know, makes sense given that he's literally playing his first ever game in a tier 1 region, but not a ton from him so far in terms of primary engage. We're seeing ZDZ ult Zhang underneath the tier 1 turret, but Saber is joined to the fray. We have Junhao on the way as well, but with 3 members stuck here for Ultra Prime, sure, Saber's gonna get that kill, but now it is EDG starting up this Baron.
Can't do it.
Don't have the damage for it.
EDG has one of the slowest Baron comps I've ever seen. I mean, this is a poke, Varus, and an anti-mid. We're not doing Baron quickly at all, but we can find the Alistar.
Yeah, that Unbreakable Will did get himself away from the Chain of Corruption, but the damage is still there. Piercing Arrow from On takes him down. It's a 1-for-1 overall, extended across both sides of the map.
I mean, if Baron started, Saber is committing to this split push in the bot lane, so Zhang has no equalizer. This is actually a pretty favorable Baron for EDG. I'm very surprised that Saber is committing still. I mean, we're playing for steal or bust here. That ward has been hidden.
And now a stun, and the Tibbers, every everyone going on to Zhang and taking him down. Baron at 7,000 HP, 4 members still on the Baron here for Edward Gaming. Junhao and Baya being shoved out here by Tibbers himself.
Summoner Bear.
Junhao's forced to go in, use that Cyclone onto 2, but the damage is so high on to the side of Ultra Prime. It's going to be Baya getting 1 kill back onto Palkia, but you're going to take that if it means the Baron goes over to EDG.
I really disagree with Saber not walking up there. You at least have to try and threaten them to pull him off the Baron. Instead, Ultra Prime just commit to being down a man and walking in 1 by 1. I'm not exactly sure what they're thinking here. Their base defense is good with the Rise and Sivir. They can clear out the Baron waves. It's not that big of a problem, but I'm with you, Graves. Giving away Baron like that. EDG very happy with the scenario that we're just able to manufacture for themselves.
To be fair to Saber, no Realm Warp, no teleport available for him on the Rise.
Yeah,
a tough time to get back. You wouldn't have been able to send Junhao in anyway.
It took so long, though. Like, I mean, once he commits to the play, at some point it's there, but after he gets the kill, you delete 1 or 2 waves as the Rise, and you walk up. I mean, you can easily delete 1 wave and walk up and actually, be ready for a Baron fight or skirmish, because when you commit to a play like that, you have both solo lanes, give it a TP to go bot, you know the response is going to be Baron at that time. So that's why I'm really against kind of the Ultra Prime's refusal to actually move Saber up and try to contest.
Oh, now Saber getting targeted here by Angel. Realm Warp sending a wave underneath the tier 2 turret with Junhao. That is a crazy play here from the Ultra Prime mid laner. Does not find a damn thing.
Summoner Bear.
That's the Baron buff.
Summoner
Angel's
Bear.
able to suspend things, and here comes Tibbers chunking Junhao down to 200 HP. In the meanwhile, by the way, the bot lane alongside 2 other members of Edward Gaming are breaking open this bot lane inhibitor.
Ultra Prime have kind of come falling apart at the seams here, Grapes. Doesn't feel like they had good responses the last couple plays from EDG.
Oh, Angel's still going.
Angel and Summoner Bear are still sending Saber heading for the hills.
Yeah, Saber had to use that phase rush to try to escape. It's going to be Nexus Towers starting to get hit here for the side of Edward Gaming. Junhao gets hit up by the Chain of Corruption. Baya is still the Sivir with 2, almost 3 items. So even with the Baron buff on, able to clear that wave out, but a very big threat now opened up on the bottom side of the map for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, there's going to retreat. I think that once Verisalt was used and not able to be capitalized on, they're fine retreating and just taking that Drake on the retreat. So will be the soul point secured for EDG, and Ultra Prime in the hole. Game is still alive, but things looking quite a bit worse after the last 5 minutes of a sequence, and we'll say, Annie, I said Summoner Bear a few times. What that means, like this build for Annie, going the Rylai's, going the Leandries, it really empowers Tibbers to be big. So lovingly call this the Summoner Bear build, because we have seen Tibbers be quite impactful in these fights. Not just Tibbers being dropped, but also Tibbers still existing, as pretty much made that a 1.5 v2 in Angel's favor in the last fight we saw.
I mean, it's basically like a tank with a giant Sunfire cape on him that flows around him, right? So that is kind of the power of Tibbers when you have this build, and not to mention all the incinerates and things like that that Angel can still throw out here in these team fights. The Baron buff has now expired, and so EDG won't be able to get pushed as easily. However, they're still up now 4,000 gold or so. Now, it's not as damning as, the game might feel right now. The gold is not necessarily out of control. And now Saber is level 16. Baya getting very close to, if not having finished already, his Infinity Edge. But now Edward Gaming kind of still in a position that they enjoy being in. But it's going to be up to Ultra Prime to try to put a stop to it and try to continue to stall this game out.
Do you think that Infinity Edge is a good shout? Actually kind of curious to see if Sivir goes for Phantom Dancer next. Has that got some nice buffs on this patch? And Sivir definitely a champ historically that actually likes going that. It's kind of tough to reach a few things here for Sivir, but RFC doesn't make that big of a difference for this champion. You're just kind of bouncing
Equalizer.
Okay, here we go.
On very quietly, down to half HP. Going to be a Magnus Storm coming in. Big numbers advantage right now for Ultra Prime as John picks up Palkia. Going to be another one down as Angel has fallen. ZDZ
good fight.
Going to try to go in on the backline and try to take down Baya, but he's still alive. ZDZ flashes on him and finally takes him down. But now the backline has been taken out here by Ultra Prime. They found the numbers advantage, and they're going to take advantage of that. ZDZ doing a ton to buy some time, but it is not enough. It is a double kill picked up for Saber, and it's Ultra Prime winning the fight.
We talked about the scaling of Ultra Prime, and you called it out at the end, Grapes. What a fight coming out from Saber, as that Realm Warp to get things started on going to be found as well. He's going down. Does trade out Zhang. That's decent for On, but still, Ultra Prime, those are some big shutdowns, and the gold graph has been even.
What just happened? It felt like EDG were about to win that game, Cubby.
I think Saber
now
just happened, man.
we're back to even. Saber, very quietly, just you suddenly blink, you look at his items. He's got 4, including a Frozen Heart. Let's take a look at how this one opened up.
I really like this. They see ZDZ mid. They drop the equalizer. Both Angel and On not only chunked out, but also split as Zhang. Very good equalizer drop from him. It was a tough fight for On, who, I look at the retreat off the equalizer, how split the Annie and the Varus, the 2 carries ended up being, with ZDZ, of course, arriving late as he had the TP in from the mid lane. So I just think the opener, EDG, maybe trying to overextend a little bit too much on the map, didn't have their waves synced up. As, of course, they had nothing else to really take mid, but ZDZ just sitting on that wave with trying to shove mid. Got to the fight late, and that window was all Ultra Prime needed in order to drop that equalizer, utilize the Sivir ultimate to close the gap, and with that, the Realm Warp had a very positive fight for themselves.
And not only was EDZ late to that play in the mid lane, Xiaohao kind of just wasn't even there to protect his team. The big usage of that Crescent Guard is to try to generate some distance between you, the Xin Zhao, and your backline carries, and that just did not end up happening. And so with the Realm Warp coming in, it turned into an effective 4v3, at least for the time being, and that was enough time for Ultra Prime to take down Palkia and Angel, and then the fight kind of just won from there. Delayed ace here for UP. The Baron has now spawned, and the gold is back to even. And that now starts to favor our red side, given the scaling that they do have. QSS now picked up for Baya, as he's going to do a lot of damage and potentially stay alive for a little bit longer, as Junhao's looking for a flank around the mid lane.
Yeah, EDG, again, they have to be careful about this. I think it's really important they're able to secure this Infernal Soul. It kind of gives them power they need to just keep up with Ultra Prime's comp at this point, because on even gold, with where this game state's at, I really do favor Ultra Prime's composition going late. I think EDG, the positives they still have in their favor are that Varus can delete these waves, and walking into Varus plus Annie, we've seen it be scary in this game. Still going to be scary for Ultra Prime no matter how big they get later on. But again, some of these luxury items that are able to come on in, like the Zanyas, or you see the QSS now in the inventory of Baye, it makes that shotgun and upfront damage hit a lot less, and removes some of the targets that are available for EDG to focus. So like what Ultra Prime's doing, just committing, knowing that Varus can delete those waves in mid, saying, okay, we're going to give you that. We're going to play through bot and make sure that we're able to contest the dragon through this side as they seed mid prio. It does give EDG the fast track if they want to play their way out of here, but I think this is the right call for Ultra Prime.
There's a world where EDG can just say, screw this, we're going to go Baron, but they just do not have the
DPS
do
it
to take it fast enough.
Yeah.
Ultra Prime would be able to take it and then just run straight to
They want
Nash,
to poke,
which means they have to take this and try to force themselves to confirm the soul for Edward Gaming. Battle lines have been drawn. The Dragon's at 5,000 HP. Zhang's been caught by the Timbers, and On will take him down. And now it's Palkia going for a big wombo combo. Zhao with the Crescent Guard knocking up a bunch. And Baya is still alive. Has been able to get peeled away, but the audacious charge is enough for Zhao to take him down. Edward Gaming find themselves the big team fight that they needed to take control once again of this game number 1. They'll get the Infernal Soul, they'll get Xiao, and they'll get a whole lot more as Teleport's already coming to the mid lane.
Great find on the Zhang, who had the flash, had the Zanyas, had the equalizer, was not able to use any of it as he did 0 damage in that last fight. EDG absolutely shred Ultra Prime. Scaling cannot come online. They find game 1.
Small falter for EDG in the mid game, but they're able to right the ship right back up. They take the first game of LPL Split 3.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, EDG, once they got that game going in their favor, able to snowball the fights really quickly. If I'm them, I would definitely take inventory of some of those early Drakes and rotations. I do think that it's very important that you stack up those Drakes faster if you're going to play something like Annie and Poke Varus, because we did see they started running out of time later on in the game and things did get harder for them. But again, it's pretty difficult to auto-attack a Sivir in some of those later fights when you're going up against stuff like a Poke Varus, like an Annie, and man, was that a sound engage to wrap things up in favor of EDG.
And again, goes back to Angel on this Annie. You know, we talked about him pushing and roaming,
he's my pog.
Plays. Yeah, I think he certainly earned that player of the game. Even though, you know, maybe the damage numbers might have gone towards one player or the other, you know, what Angel was able to do in terms of starting these engages, specifically finding Zhang, I think like 3 times in some of those crucial team fights, it felt like the Rumble was really not able to do anything. in this game, and it was a large part because of what EDG's mid laner was able to accomplish.
I mean, part of that, yes. I also think that, like, Zhang's got to be able to... I think as a team, him walking where he was as the Rumble, you do not have to approach that Tri-Brush, or that Banana Brush from the Tri-Brush. You need to stay hidden. You're really valuable in some of these fights later on. The fact that you are not able to use Flash, Zanya's, or Equalizer, that's kind of on him for getting caught like that, because you know where the battle lines are drawn in that instance, right? So, good capitalization off a mistake from EDG. Definitely makes that last fight look quite one-sided in a game that was getting a little bit scarier for them, given a couple of the mistakes they made that Ultra Prime were able to capitalize on.
And while that one fight was nice for Ultra Prime, Saber utilizing those realm orbs pretty well. I think he only ended with that one death at the end of the game. Wish that they had a little bit more in their sleeve.
He was the ace. Yeah, on op.gg. He definitely got the ace award there.
But yeah, Ultra Prime just never able to fully, I guess, grasp what they needed. If they just didn't fall as far behind, I guess, after some of those big fights, if they were able to find some better angles, I think maybe this game could still be going, if not maybe a better spot.
Honestly, I think that Sivir just needs a Vamp Scepter in there. Like, the conditions and the ability for Sivir to play, when you go up against an Annie Varus and you have no Vamp, you have a really small health bar that's really tough to execute, and I think that you need a way to actually be able to fight with that poke and hopefully be able to auto-attack, because we saw in that fight, like the one fight the Ultra Prime won, that was the one where they were able to give Varus bad conditions, and they split him away from the Annie. The rest of the fights, though, Sivir was having trouble just auto-attacking and functioning. So don't know if that was the right game for Sivir or not, because again, you can kind of contest the push from Varus, but you can't contest with the health bars if you don't have a Vamp Scepter. So do think that that's a pickup or something that they could have considered when it comes to the Sivir, because yeah, that AD damage gap's quite a bit.
It brings a smile to my face to see these gold grass back here, where you only see this stuff in the LPL, like, on a regular basis, right? Like, this is, even a fairly normal one for our sake. Shout out to John, who actually did do a good chunk of damage. However, I do like what the MSI broadcast, I should say, did, where, it tracks, like, the damage actually contributed to kills. Because he probably was just burning down, that Cassante for a large portion of that game.
Yeah, that definitely is one. Also, the damage percentage, I feel like that was more so because Baye wasn't able to do as much damage as possible. But again, EDG, a real opportunity for them to, create fights where Sivir did have a tough time auto-attacking, and that definitely was a pretty big story of that game.
I mean, hey, what a way to start it off, right? It was not a clean game by any means. It was not, the highest of quality, but it was fun. It was the LPL. It's good to be back here. Even though these teams in the group Nirvana maybe did not have the best showings throughout the entirety of 2025 just yet, knowing that they're still willing to go for some of these big plays and still have some chances left in their season, kind of a good sign that it's going to be a fun way to wrap up 2025.
Oh, always your grapes. It's the LPL. As I still think that Ultra Prime should take a look at this sequence. Saber refusing to group with the team was kind of wild to me. It created a kind of a chain one by one, and definitely, I know that EDG didn't cleanly convert this Baron, as we're going to see this topside fight. This is the one that Ultra Prime was able to get really good conditions and find that win, but still think that giving away the Baron in the fashion they did was just not worth the couple extra waves that Saber got. Wasn't even able to clean up that bot inner turret until after the Baron was taken. I just don't think that's worth it to me. Baron, far more important objective than bot inner when you're that far behind. So, or even just the gold on Rise, which, as we saw, Saber, despite the best visibilities, that last team fight did get hella chunked and was made quite difficult as EDG, again, able to put things together, play this one clean. And yeah, Zhang just cannot walk up here. Like, that, like, crossing that line past the brush, they're in tri-brush. That's just crazy to me. But, hey, on the bright side, shout out to Palkia. Did find a win in his debut here for the LPL. Not bad for just only getting his first contract for LDL less than a month ago.
Yeah, and even though Angel was the one to, like, start off a lot of these engages, Palkia with a nice 4-man Magnet Storm there sets up a insane piercing arrow from On that ends up, like, really taking a lot of these Ultra Prime members down very quickly. So even though, we're expecting Angel to get this player of the game, I think that's where both of us would, currently pass our votes into. Palkia able to do a good job so far, and maybe this is a workable situation here for Edward Gaming, even though they lost one of their veteran supports kind of unfortunately and unexpectedly very late into the offseason.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, again, part of the support carousel, I think a lot of people not really focused on Palkia stepping in for EDG, but a real opportunity for him to make a mark, and definitely something I'll be keeping my eye on when it comes to LPL just in this early season. With so many supports swapping, do think that a couple of our supports that were very good and mid-tier teams are getting their top-tier team opportunities has created some space in the carousel, and an opportunity for Palkia to make a mark in a legacy org like EDG.
Right, it was always fun to think about it. Legacy org, Edward Gaming. We had a couple of other legacy orgs not have the best success and actually not even competing this year at all in RNG and OMG, but we got Edward Gaming here to hold the line for us here. Remember, they won Worlds just 4 years ago, so still a lot of nice stuff in here as they're actually going to give it to the kid. Palkia winning player of the game in his first ever matchup on the LPL. Hey, shout out to him. Had a good game on the realm.
I don't know what Angel did to the voters, but shout out to Palkia.
It's the narrative. It's the narrative.
It's an okay. That's fine. We'll go with that. It's a narrative. But his engage at Rift Herald was what got the chain started. That was very sound. So we'll give Palkia that, and hey, good looks for him in his opening game. Congrats on the win. And
we'll see what he can continue to do as this series is not over just yet. Edward Gaming taking that first game over Ultra Prime, but still, it's UP looking to maybe try to bounce back here, get us to our first ever Game 3 of Split 3 of the 2025 LPL Split. Will that happen? Will that not? Will EDG run away with the sweep? We'll find out in just a couple of minutes. But before we take a short break, we want to give an extreme thank you to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who helped level up the show. A lot of the initial payments going to upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked in the Twitch chat right now to unlock early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Hey, like we saw at the mid-season invitational, a lot of opportunities there for you guys over on Coffee. We got Game 2 between EDG and Ultra Prime coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have our second game of the split about to begin. Edward Gaming taking our first matchup against Ultra Prime in a best-of-3 down in Group Nirvana, Cubby. And a bit of a slower one, but I think overall we were happy to see what EDG were able to do, especially with their new support, Palkia, who did win that player of the game.
Yeah, I have a strand of hair that's almost as out of position as Zhang was in a couple of those fights there from that last one.
That one up there on the side?
Yeah, maybe. The Rumble was caught on the side a couple times by EDG. Really did shift the game. Of course, Palkia I'd say somewhat deserved MVP. I thought Angel was my MVP for that game, but hey, nothing like honoring a rookie or over-promoting a rookie is something that I'm notorious for, if you think about it, Grapes. So, you know, I probably should be on board for that one, you know?
Yeah, you welcome people in the Church of Busio now. Maybe it'll be Palkia.
I was right about that one. Time's been good to me on that investment, Grapes. It's been aging like a fine wine.
You've had a couple of these takes, you know, some hit, some miss, but you know what, the Busio one, he's been pretty good.
Oh,
hey,
I never doubted that one.
Well too. Inspired's been playing well too.
Yeah, never doubted that either. Yeah,
it's been a good year for, I guess, rookie supports overall.
Jojo outplayed Faker today in a certain tournament, you know, all good. Anyway, yeah, it has been a good split for rookie sports.
We've had Erha on Waybo, who I don't even know if he's still a part of the team anymore. People like Jue over on FPX, who maybe not necessarily a rookie, but somebody who in his first like full season or full split as a starter really has made a name for himself. And now we're seeing maybe some more supports coming in, like Palkia here on EDG. Of course, the rotations, the cycles continue to go throughout, and we'll talk about some more of those moves as we go throughout the split. But for now, right now, we're focused on EDG. And again, as we mentioned, it's a roster, even though they were in Group Nirvana, they have a lot of veterans on their team. And I think that is something that maybe can give them a bit of an edge. They were at the top of Nirvana by the end of Split 2.
Angel and Palkia able to work together there. If we're talking about one of the veterans, of course, Angel competing in that World Final with Bin and Suning at Sword Art at the time. Palkia looking pretty good on the rel in that game, and we'll look to continue. I thought the two of them actually worked really well together in that one, so definitely was a positive for EDG.
Certainly so. And for Ultra Prime, you know, they had a bit of a roster switch up too with Baye. I think he never really got the chance to fully shine in that game. He was playing Sivir, and the team was losing for the majority of the game, so he was basically on wave clear duty. Had a couple of nice fights, ended up getting chunked out and going down towards some of the crucial moments at the end of things here. But it is Ultra Prime moving over to that blue side, and we'll see if some of these bans do kind of switch up here. The Talia noticeably not taken away.
We
here
want
by
Talia.
This game.
Talia's got to be banned here by EDG. You're choosing between banning Talia or banning Vi. As I think that's the gambit being dropped. Ultra Prime taking away 3 mid-laners that I will say Talia doesn't really like to see. So any other mid-laners you can think of, Grapes, that absolutely hate seeing a control mage on the other side. I don't think we're really picking Vex, personally, you know, but if we're setting up for a Vex, these are not bad bans. Yeah, Talia taken away. Here comes the Vi.
Yep. And we'll see what it gets paired up alongside it here. Angel, as we mentioned, really good at these push and roam style champions. I think Saber has a bit more of a flexible style, but you know, can go more into some of these assassins as well. Don't know how necessarily well that works with a Vi in particular, so curious to see how the mid jungle lines up for Ultra Prime specifically. And now for EDG, of course, gonna have to go down that champion pool tier list a little bit, with this being that fearless format. Trundle, a solid answer into the Vi. You're gonna be able to outduel her, especially pre-6. I would not be surprised if that gets locked in for Xiaohao.
I gotta say, man, I think Vi's really fallen. I know that the R key is still really clutch in competitive. Just having that point and click is big. Vi for me is just not the same champion anymore. Solo Q currently in this patch sitting at a 48% win rate, Emerald Plus globally. Definitely have seen a lot of nerfs come through that have really hurt Vi. So far, I like what EDG is showing with the Trundle and that Aurora with all the mid laners missing. Aurora doesn't like seeing Orianna or Victor on the other side either, so I think this is a good opportunity for Angel to make his mark in this game.
Could always flex up to the top side as well, depending on what the matchup looks like for ZDZ. But we are expecting this one to go towards Angel in mid. Saber, now it's a chance to match up here, finish off that mid jungle 2v2. Gonna be the Galio locked in for himself. He's really gonna have to see some damage on either Zhang or Baye for this Ultra Prime composition to work out.
Galio hates his life in the Trundle, man. I am not a fan of this Ultra Prime draft so far. The pillars, the subjugate, definitely tools that Galio doesn't like to see. We'll say that Lucian is a really nice pairing, or AD to play in the Trundle, if that ends up being the case. But given that no pairings can be locked in with Lucian now, likely to have him drop in priority will just be that Ambessa. So another R key to try and get that Galio into the backline here, going up against EDG.
We'll see what EDG wants to line up here.
Dude,
to
just
round
play
things
Poppy,
out.
man.
I imagine DDZ is going to want to find a counter here, make sure he does not get targeted
Poppy
in the second phase. You think Poppy, you think it's enough damage here on that top side if that gets locked in?
I like Renekton here too, but I think that Poppy, you can actually flex it between top and support, and it's pretty lit here. I think Poppy is actually still really valuable for EDG. I'd recommend banning it if I'm Ultra Prime, especially if I'm... I mean, I will say that two of the better support matchups for Poppy, it is Alistar and Rel, so both of them being off the table. I do think that Poppy falls in priority a little bit, but having Poppy going up against Divine Ambessa does feel pretty good.
So the top sides of the map have been secured as we head into that second phase. Solution was hovered by Ultra Prime, but now will no longer be selected. As we continue to move down this tier list, the Varus, of course, has been big just throughout the meta as a whole. Things like Ezreal and Ashe now starting to pop up maybe in terms of priority. We also saw Jinx really have a big rise in power once we got to MSI.
Caitlyn?
Mostly on the LCK teams, but you know, I'm sure either of these AD carries are going to be able to play that one as well.
Would have actually really liked a Caitlyn ban coming out from EDG, because the ability to set up traps with the Galio is quite easy, as the Ezreal and the Xayah being taken away to try and get out of the dive coming in. And we'll see what An wants to rock here, as I think there's an opportunity for Jhin, but can still be overwhelmed. Oh, Senna to buff up that front line. I wouldn't mind either. Corki interacts really well with everything showing so far. Do like what An is showing. Yeah, can't play that one quite yet. But a good tease there. As okay, Corki. I mean, Corki really likes his life right now. He can interact very well with everything showing. That is a blind, so of course Ultra Prime has the ability to lock in some range. I would really like Jhin in trying to help control the terrain.
Corki's On's most played champion in 2025 this season so far. You know, EDG has had some ups and downs, so the record isn't great, but definitely something that they find comfort in. The long distance. Crowd control here for Baya here, as we'll see what Xiaoxiao wants to lock in.
I think Karma could save this draft, because the move speed against Trundle, Renekton, and then also being able to space the Corki is quite nice. So I would really like a Karma here if I'm Ultra Prime. Rakan's okay too. Good ability to piggyback off the Ambessa and the Galio. Set up for a good wombo and definitely be able to leave the Jhin. I think that's fine, but now likely that you're going to get Bromd or Nautilus, giving what supports are up and what Pelkey wants to play. Also, if you go Rakan, it is one of the better matchups for Poppy that already has a lot of value in this game, Grapes. I would like this quite a bit.
Hey, you wanted to see it maybe as a flex pick on R3, but if it's still open on R5, maybe just take it here for Palkia. Everyone except for Jhin has a dash that can be canceled by that steadfast presence. And again, another thing that we've seen Poppies be really good at is turning even-numbered fights into advantageous fights with that ultimate ability, sending away a big carry around a crucial objective fight. So EDG overall, I think their competition is just a little bit more balanced. And
I like it a lot.
Prime, I'm very concerned as to where their damage is, especially until this Jhin comes online, starts to get some of those items in.
I think Renekton is relatively happy this game. Being able to interact with that front line. I mean, Jin's the only thing that you're really concerned about. And honestly, as you said, Grapes, it takes a little bit of time to get going. Trundle also very happy this game. Poppy can really hold the line, and then Corki gets to interact well with pretty much everything except the Jhin. I think the reach of Jin's nice, but it's definitely going to have to use those R keys well for Ultra Prime early on. And even if they are able to use those R keys well, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I really prefer what EDG is looking at right now.
Because even if you land all the crowd control in the world, if you don't have the damage to take one of these main carries down, Aurora gets rather tanky as we get later into this game. That's going to be a big problem here for Ultra Prime. I can see that maybe popping up. It's going to have to be a snowbally game for them if they want to have enough damage to get themselves to the finish line in this one and have themselves an opportunity to send things to a game 3. As it's kind of an opposite situation from game number 1, where they were the ones last time around to have to scale.
Oh, I apologize for the yawn. I'm not off camera yet. A little bit late here with doing double duty between NACL and LPL, but excited to be joined by you for this one, Grapes, and excited to see if EDG can clean up a 2-0 on Getting word from production and our LPL production chat. Trying to find a 2-0 for Xiao Hao's birthday, as it is his birthday on the Rift for this one.
Okay, happy birthday to Xiao Hao. Didn't know that.
Me neither. Not until I checked our Discord. Shout out to our team behind the scenes. And Kai, who does speak some Mandarin, which is very useful over here on the LPL English broadcast.
If Kai was not helping us out with some of these pronunciations, we'd be getting some even more comments about it in the chat.
We look way worse than we already do, Grapes. It would not be good.
Yeah, so shout out to him for that one. As see right now, EDG going for a bit of an invade. I'm gonna say it again, Cubby. The Gyos weren't really there just yet. I feel like these guys are maybe waiting for top esports.
I hope so. That's a pretty fun one to kick off the day, especially with potential for Way to sub in throughout that series. As we will see what ends up happening with the IG jungle situation and how that impacts the looming BLG jungle situation.
We're gonna just it's the story of kind of the league at this point, even though they're not playing for a while. Like it's just so entertaining.
The BLG jungle spot is like the Undertaker, you know? You never know when it's going to come out and snipe your jungler from the team, your other teams in the LPL. I've already had 2 elite references to that tonight. Anyway, let's return to this one. Trundle did start on the red buff, whereas Vi was starting with the E start on the Wolves. As early heal burn to try and find a double Q for Palkia. Doesn't exactly connect, but like the idea. Do have a spellbook for Xiaoxia here in the bot side on the Rakan, as of course spellbook gained a lot of popularity after the buffs in MSI. Definitely one that a lot of our players are using and abusing now. Shout out to Jamada, fellow LPL enthusiast, for a really nice video on that. As, oh boy, this is spotted, and Xiao Hao wins these.
And remember, the big goal here of this Trundle
Look
in the
at
early
Vi
game
run.
is to just out-duel the Vi. You land just a couple of chomps, it becomes all too easy. But now Palkia going on to this Jin. Doesn't even flash away. Rookie on rookie violence will go EDG's way.
Oh, Palkia actually found the double Q there. And of course, Trundle now with the red buff, the PTA.
Oh,
yeah,
PTA.
We did say that Trundle wins these. He gets the...
Oh,
Yep,
the flash
that's the kill.
autos. 2-0 in less than 3 minutes right now for Edward Gaming.
Oh, it's brutal. It's a disaster all over the Rift. Xiao Hao, happy birthday, man. Finds the second kill. Gonna take a Raptor camp early on, too. And you can see Jun Hao, he's jittering a bit in his seat, rightfully so, as, again... I'm shocked that Vi is just not dead. Oh, we had another kill? Or a potential kill that went down? Rakan did burn flash in the bot side.
Oh, ZDZ and Zhang going at it as well. Zhang with a couple more autos. They both flash away. Oh, we're getting wild here in game 2. These guys just needed a little bit of time to defrost, and now the early game's about to go crazy.
LPL was so back, man. Holy
yeah.
cow. As ZDZ not going to wait around to see what happens with that one. Just going to head for the hills as... Xiaoxia helping Jun Hao on that camp. Grapes. When is first pick Vi going to die?
It's been around for like kind of years at this point, right? I feel like,
it needs to die. This patch. This is the patch it dies. Please. Please, 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 please.
Okay, am I wrong in thinking that like it was like maybe like a 5-year window where we like barely saw any Vi, and then after Arcane came out, it's just been like in the meta ever since?
I am not... I do not know. I cannot answer that question for you. As Xiao Hao, I will say, showing bot there, does actually open himself up to his respawn camps being taken. This is nice from Jun Hao, as he's going to be able to snipe at least the Raptors away. We'll see if he goes for the Krugs too. Krugs can be a little bit dangerous. I would actually love if ZDZ, after he gets this wave in, actually goes to check his Krugs on the top side. Because if he were to find Vi there, that would be really big. As, oh boy, we're going to get a replay here.
You know, we don't get the 1v1s for side select anymore, so we got to have some 1v1 action here. And this was just peak top lane gameplay.
Actually didn't love how ZDZ played this one out. I think that there was no W up. And so, yeah, with that being burned so early, that trading pretty heavily like that, it was able to get around the Q2, but it has a worse base earlier on, which is not good for Renekton. Of course, getting that Phage can be really important for a lot of matchups, including this one. That bonus move speed really big for getting more auto attacks down and keeping that Fury up, which of course empowers all of Renekton's abilities and is a big part of his kit and power.
And, you know, even though he didn't get the kill, he stayed even with Zhang in that 1v1, and that's all that he needs to do at this point, because EDG are winning on all other facets of the map. They're going to pick up this dragon, add to that over 1,000 gold lead that they have collected for themselves. I mean, they're winning in the mid lane, would have that push in the range versus melee. They're winning in the jungle, obviously, as we saw. In the bot lane, where we saw that first blood get picked up for On. It is going all Edward Gaming's way in game 2.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is just off of the Trundle versus Vi matchup and that one sneaky ward being dropped. I mean, Junhao has caught back up in terms of XP, but it's been Xiaohao that has had a bigger impact early on, as that dragon has been secured. And look at this roam from the Rook and Palkia. Heading up here with the Trundle, trying to find that Ambessa at 6. This is a really powerful window for Renekton. I think they can get Zhang here if they are able to play this one well, even with that Poppy being level 3. I'm wondering what ability they're waiting for here. Okay.
Next flash in. Zhang already using the dash pillar,
Ooh,
not finding the stun. That would have been a really nice usage of that jungle support synergy there. You see the vision, just not able to be fully up.
I like that idea. I think that pillar was actually kind of on Xiaohao for dropping it. I'd rather drop that south, so below the Ambessa. I think where he dropped it, Ambessa was able to path down and actually get out of the E from Poppy. But you can see the potential for that combo as we have to look out for that one later on.
It's like when you see those like old League montages from like 2018 where you played like Poppy and Nivea bot lane and you just have the constant wall stun. It's a little bit harder to execute, but that's the vision right now that Palkia and Xiaohao were able to try and accomplish up there on the top side. Seeing some more trades here from the Poppy, popping that steadfast presence to make sure that Junhao cannot go forward. Looks like he's going to be out scot-free.
The chattest level 3 Poppy I've ever seen. Who needs experience, man? Just give your team all the solo experience and try and beat Poppy. Yeah, he doesn't even need level 4. He's like, I'm in a base. I'm down almost a full level to my opponent. It does not matter. I actually really did like that look on the top side, even if it didn't connect for EDG. I think that's the right window to try and help the Renekton in that Ambessa matchup with the Trundle and the Poppy as well. So I do appreciate the idea. Sometimes we can live with the execution not being there if the idea is good, as Coach Cuddy used to always say.
You know, it's still early for these teams, and specifically for Palkia, right? Like, first game ever, first series ever in the LPL at Tier 1. Only played like 4 games in the Asian Masters tournament, so really just getting his feet wet in the competitive landscape. And so seeing him be willing to go for these aggressive plays, obviously we don't know 100% if he's the one calling for them or if it's more likely, you know, somebody like Xiaohao or Angel making the plays. But here he is, back to the top side of the map now. Zhang, while he was targeted, did not use his flash or the public execution, so he should be rather safe. But again, it's just the thought that we are respecting here for this rookie on EDG.
I will say the thought of being down level 3 to level 5 does not thrill me as Grub spawn. So I feel like Palkia might have, we might have flown a little bit too close to the sun in terms of the roaming. That said, this will get him level 4. So we help him take some of these grubs, should be okay. And that Trundle is still not one that you can fight, and this is why I did not love the draft for Ultra Prime, because when you first pick the Vi, you give away the Trundle, and you pick stuff like Galio into it. It does feel like kind of a self-counter in order to get the comp going. So Trundle going to have a lot of value this game. And Xiaohao far enough ahead, we're just with the Phage and the members showing on the top side. They will sack a little bit of farm going over to the Jhin, but it is 3 grubs secured for EDG as they get the second monster objective cleanly for themselves.
They've maintained this gold lead of about 1,000, and now picking up, you know, some of these extra feats of strength. One more kill, one more monster, and they should be getting those upgraded boots as well. Looks like we got a little bit of a unlucky situation there here for Baya.
No, that's what they call a Jhin. That's a Jhin problem right there. It doesn't exactly get through turrets the fastest, you know.
Not just yet. I mean, it must have been one extra auto.
Yeah, it was a bit of a Jhin problem, sadly. Oh well.
But either way.
Yeah, we'll say inventories does look like it's going to be this Stride Breaker start for ZDZ, not Black Cleaver. So there is some built-in shred with the Corki E. Wonder if that's part of why it's the Stride Breaker. I do think Stride Breaker Renekton, of course, very valuable. You have a couple options in terms of what you build, and as long as it's not Eclipse first, I'm a pretty happy camper. So see what he can do. Of course, Stride Breaker should be pretty impactful going into 4 melees. as Renekton, a champion that I always like to say somewhat scales off of what he can interact with. And the more melees are in the game, the more fury you're able to stack, the more mileage you get out of your abilities, and the happier Renekton is.
You can think of like the Trundle as well. With that pillar value against 4 melee, or like, I guess 3.5 melees, you're going to be very happy about that. He's going to go out to a ranged champion though now, as Vaya has been targeted. Already using that summoner heal. Xiaosha actually doing a nice job to peel Buckler. Not enough, as the hero's entrance of Saber actually going to save everybody on Ultra Prime. And now the curtain call has been opened up. It should not be enough damage to take anybody on Edward Gaming down just yet, but they will be able to make sure nobody else dies on the bottom side of the map.
The idea was there from Palkia, you know? The Flash Buckler would have been a pretty swaggy way to secure a kill on the Poppy. That said, the commitment of members for Ultra Prime to get themselves out of that play does open up some space for On to get some free gold and points for himself. So Palkia not able to find the kill and the gold for himself on the bot side, but was able to secure some gold for his own marksman with the roam of the play down there. As the play continues, and Junhao, I don't think this is a dragon that's yours.
His start for now. However, as we say that, Xiaohao and Palkia both making their way in towards the pit. Not enough damage onto that Drake just yet to try to secure it. As already the quickness has been used by Xiaosha.
This is
and
EDG
that dragon
favorite.
is nowhere near getting taken down. Saber going to get targeted. That is going to be the feats of strength picked up here for EDG. They get their third kill. They get their third objective.
I think this game is... Oh, boy.
And now we see Xiaosha
Good
stuck on a ward.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter though, as yeah, there we go, feats of strength.
Both sums burned. I think this game is kind of showing, if we're going to results-based analysis and hindsight Harry, the last MSI. Look at me go, Grapes. Showing why we saw so many Trundle bans at the event. Because, again, why I wasn't a huge fan of Ultra Prime's draft. Dude, Trundle is so effective this game. Like these early skirmishes where you can drop the chomp, take away the stats, and just be able to like raw the duel. It can be so impactful in these early fights, and like that lead we saw him get in the Junhao, it's not even there anymore, but it just doesn't matter. Because when Trundle takes your stats away and is able to actually get autos off and interact, which he can very much do in a melee-heavy composition that Ultra Prime showed early and into the Trundle, it creates problems. And I don't think these are problems that Ultra Prime can solve outside of a Jhin getting big, and Baya's behind, so that's not good either.
Yeah, and remember, as we kind of mentioned, it feels like with how Ultra Prime's composition is set up, they kind of want to get ahead by just continuing to force plays. And shout out to them, they're going to go for something right now in the Palkia.
Good
the Poppy
pillar.
is rather tanky though with that Aftershock unlocked. And he is going to escape with his life. Xiaohao doing a good job to buy some space as well with the Pillar of Ice. As EDG's popped dominance, they're going on to Xiaosha. They've taken him down in that mid-tier 1, and EDG have turned the play on its head. Between Worlds comes out. Angel getting some chunk damage on the buy. Not going to use the dash to get in underneath that tier 2, but they will certainly pick up yet another tower.
That pillar was so good, it stopped the Justice Punch coming through from Saber and prevented the chain CC to get Palkia out of there. Really good drop by Xiaohao. It will be Zhang proxying a wave in return, but EDG with a huge win here, Grapes. And now Zhang might have to run for the hills. The fact he's cleaning up this wave, this is going to be Palkia being behind him.
Ooh.
He's playing with a vision.
It was the,
they called it
little
off.
hesitation there, yeah. I guess they're a little worried about some potential support or their ability to kill Zhang. And hey, Junhao was in the area, so maybe the right call overall. But you see the initiative that EDG is playing with right now. I don't know, Covey. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen EDG play, but I don't remember Wink going for as much of these wacky plays. It seems like EDG playing with a little more spunk now with their new support.
We know what, Grapes, as developmental casters ourselves, sometimes you have to int to learn, right? Or the best players are the biggest griefers. Like, if you don't... This is my JoJo and Busio argument. Living in the flesh. As Palkia... You know, I will say, I started the series saying that I have a little bit of bias towards this player already, as Palkia was the very first legendary Pokemon that I ever caught. And now you're telling me that he is willing to be level 3 at the grub fight because he's walking around so much and will, like, look for these crazy angles and potentially grief or threaten a grief to win these games? I might have a new favorite player in the league. I'm going to be honest, Graves.
Hey, small sample size, but...
He's tugging on all my heartstrings.
He's so far, you know, he has the highest win rate in LPL history. Shout out to the esports garage. Did a bit of a video about that.
Highest MVP rate.
True. Yeah, I mean, he's just the GOAT right now. Limited sample size, 1 game in terms of percentages. You know, it's all about those advanced metrics these days in sports.
Literally just walking up and casting spatial rend on the entire map. Actually, Keeper's Verdict, think about it. It's kind of like spatial rend incarnate.
Is this a Pokemon reference? I'm not.
Yes, it's Palkia's signature move.
Okay.
I'm shocked I'm quoting so much Pokemon, by the way. I'm really not a big Pokemon player, but hey. Yeah, we had Summoner Bear last game. Now we've got, you know, more Pokemon references coming out as Riptail looking to be secured. Will be locked up by Ultra Prime. Great Keeper's Verdict.
They actually pick it up. Oh, and the Steadfast Presence. It gets Jung, and it blocks him away from that other dash. EDG dashing forward, picks him up with the Call to Meek. And EDG adding to their kill counter. It's 5-0.
Galio, my friend, I think you're getting dove, as On is going to go get that wave in. ZDZ is going to cut it for himself and continue to play.
And then it's another beautiful Steadfast Presence. Palkia dashes kind of just negated there around that top side. And Ultra Prime thought that they could try to punish off of that Death Rush, but EDG are just too strong.
I really don't know how Ultra Prime is going to get to play this game. They're down to 4.5k gold, and I fear that their sinning draft is being punished to the max here, Graves. As, again, the locking in of Vi into what was showing? Trundle, Aurora, and just slamming a full melee topside, like, that's a world that Trundle wants to live in. The Renekton pick, like, you're building a world that Renekton wants to live in. And then they get Corki, who gets to play into 3 champs that he was already able to interact in. Jhin Rakan is not really a threatening lane, especially when you have Palkia finding a solo kill at level 2, or a 2v2 kill at level 2. I feel like Ultra Prime really drafted with the blinders on, as we like to say.
Yeah. When you think about the composition, or a composition that would be EDGs, it's something with a lot of range, a lot of poke, and something that kind of like dips and dives its way around fights to play with that range advantage that they might have. Nobody really has that on Ultra Prime. You know, the Jhin has some like range, but it's not like consistent damage with the deadly flourishes. These guys got to be up close and personal to do what they want to do, and that's exactly what EDG kind of are planning for and what their champions are strong at. So
yeah, you're describing a world in where the Croc gets to be a very happy big Croc. That we like to see here in the LPL, and ZDZ piloting the Croc quite well in this one, as he has been making nothing but plays, utilizing that early Stride Breaker quite well too.
I mean, when you have melee, you're playing the 4 melees, I would be building Stride Breaker too, kind of on a lot of different champions, specifically for the Renekton, obviously makes a lot of sense here. So it's soul point now for EDG. They're able to pick that one up in the past minute.
We're looking at the Galio damage and saying no.
They're just no damage, and maybe a little bit on the Jhin.
Oh, TP!
Why you go for these steel caps here, as EDG looking for a collapse on the bottom side. Jong and Xiaosha in some trouble. Between Worlds comes through from Angel, and the heroic charge combined with that Pillar of Ice. Just so much to lock down Jong, who's had a tough series overall.
I will say that's a pretty big commit for not too much. Galio's going to fix the top wave, and they should be able to catch that one. But they can't get camps on the bot side, and ZDZ is going to reset again. They can't really follow this play through. So it's not a max win here for EDG, but at least the graph so far thinking that this will end up in a max win for EDG as they're looking to start their split off with a rather resounding 2-0 over Ultra Prime, a team that we haven't seen in a while and has not been too promising in their opener here, Grapes, of Group Nirvana against EDG.
And I remember halfway through the Group Nirvana split last year, last split, split 2. Ultra Prime and EDG were tied at the top of the standings with a 2-1 record, and they both kind of went differing paths. After that, Ultra Prime ended up 2-3. I think EDG ended up either 3-2 or 4-1, where they were able to, of course, make it to that play-in stage, where eventually things didn't work out for them as in that stage. That's why they're back here in Nirvana, but. Two teams that kind of have taken those different trajectories, one with a little bit more veteran experience, the other one with some newcomers, and I think, we say it's going to take time with a roster like Ultra Prime's, being that you have a lot of players from the developmental systems. You have Baya, Xiaosha, and Junhao now all came from BLG Youth, and some of these newer solo laners, but clock's ticking at this point, Cubby. They're going to have to start to pick up some wins as we get towards the back half of the year. If they want to have any chance of generating any positive momentum, let alone even a trip to the playoffs.
Well, at least if you're Ultra Prime, any and all comeback mechanics may be able to be found in the Otacon. As Ultra Prime, just think of the Otacon. There's always money in the banana stand. There's always experience in the Otacon, right?
That is true.
Yeah, there's always a lot of experience in the Otacon. So we'll see if they can maybe find a miracle here and yoink this one away. As I think if you're EDG, you kind of want to ignore the Otacon right now, because guess what? Your Ocean Soul is spawning in 90 seconds, and frankly, there's no damage over on Ultra Prime's comp. So Ocean Soul looks pretty good this game.
Yeah, even if they start up the dragon, it's going to take them like 3 to 5 business days to finish it off. So EDG's going to have plenty of time to be able to respond. And then maybe the delivery driver just, Jun Xiaohao just runs in and steals it away. They win the fight. They get the Otacon. They 2-0 the series, which is seemingly the outcome that we are expecting at this point.
I appreciate the fact that we are on technically an unofficial broadcast, so I can be very honest about my thoughts on this draft. Maybe a little bit more honest than an official broadcast. Grapes.
Not a fan?
I think
we made that clear at this point.
I think we've been very vocal about that.
Yeah. As it is EDG actually starting up the Otacon. It's at half HP right now. We'll see if Junhao can go for the steal. Teleport is coming in here from Zhang. It looks like they're not going to go for the finish. Instead, they want the fight. As they hover the Otacon HP at around 5,000. ZDZ teleporting in with that dominance unlock. That's a big old crocodile. Almost taking out Zhaoxia on his own. Junhao will fall. Hero's entrance comes through, but it's going to be way too late. They might take down ZDZ, but the Croc will still live. Finally, the flash in will take him down, but it comes at the cost of Saber's life. The curtain call is going to be the curtains for Ultra Prime as EDG win a fight and can go right back to that Otacon or the Dragon.
Screw the Otacon, man. Dragon spawns in 15 seconds. The jungler is dead on the other side. Just take that, as On has enough health. Trundle looking to see if he can find any fruit for himself, and it's going to be a soul secured for EDG. As what an entrance to the fight from ZDZ there, Grapes.
Now, this is a guy that has not been the greatest top laner overall here in the LPL, but big fan bases. I know there's probably a ton of emotes spamming in the chat right now, and he's having himself a pretty dang good series to kick off the LPL season. Play with a lot of promise, him and Xiaohao both being a part of some really promising rosters as recently as a year ago, looking to refine their footing, and ZDZ's doing just that here as they pick up the soul.
Good bunny hop from Angel, and love the entrance from ZDZ. Was already, I will say, I think he should have waited to cast the ult until he got here, but the flash away from the Q to avoid that chain CC was fantastic, and what a big opener to the fight. Removed Rakan from it instantly, got the jungler. Yes, he goes down in the end, but that shutdown goes over to Galio. Who cares? As they were able to pick up the jungle and mid, and ZDZ with that TP pretty much ending any chance of a winning fight for Ultra Prime. Utilizing that Renekton and the Sterix well. Channeling some inner Blippo as NA fans ourselves. I think Blippo always gets a lot of mileage out of his Renekton when he's able to find those TP angles and big plays. And utilizing that Sterix that he loves. ZDZ doing a damn good job of that there.
I was about to say, speaking of Blippo, going to Sterix, second item, making sure he's as powerful as possible in the
right choice.
Team fights that can make or break the game. Sure, you might not do as much damage, but if you just stay alive a little bit longer, kind of increase that threshold of the amount of DPS that you can soak up, adding on to that with the Ocean Soul. Good time to be a Renekton at this point in the game, as the gold lead opened up to 4,500, and Edward Gaming looking very, very much poised to close out this first series in Group Nirvana.
He's always he's a very happy. Oh, all right, we're ratting.
Pop in the chat. Pop in the chat.
We're ratting.
ZDD indeed. As it is going to be a little bit of gold issued back here. As the objective bounties have been picked up here for Ultra Prime. They get one on the bottom from lane tier 1. But it's going to come at the cost of a tier 2 tower on the top side of the map. And Angel's doing a good job of making sure that mid wave is pushed in as well. Clock's a ticking. They're just biding their time for this Baron to eventually spawn, for the Elder to eventually spawn. And that's where EDG will likely finish this game.
What a great opener for Palkia and EDG here, Grapes. As I gotta say, Palkia's had 2 pretty solid games to debut as a rook here. I know Ultra Prime not the strongest team we have in the LPL, but I think Palkia has really tried to make plays. I would say I would maybe recommend not being level 3 when Grub spawn, but hey, we like the initiative and the willingness to make plays here in the LPL.
Hey, I mean, it's pretty impressive. A guy going straight from, I guess, is this solo queue a month ago? Getting signed to that developmental team on Edward Gaming. Playing okay for 4 games in that Asian Masters tournament. And then probably a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, being told, hey man, you're going to play LPL after we just picked you up to like kind of be our developmental season. So big shoes that he would have to fill for somebody like Wink, and he's doing that right now. Of course, it is still in Group Nirvana. A lot more League of Legends to be played as an Engage hasn't started up. As the cease and desist goes on to Omni, flashes right back to safety with the rest of his team. He will finally get taken down by that 4th shot, but it's already a big over-index here for Ultra Prime. They've used a ton of their ultimate abilities, and it comes at the cost of a 1-for-1. And now Xiaosha is going to be in some trouble. Angel chasing him down. One more Q will seal the deal, as it was not even enough to make it a numbers advantage here for Edward Gaming. They go in on to Baya now in the mid lane. Xiaohao collects the kill, and it's 2 members still alive as the solo laners are going to have to try and prevent this inhibitor from going down.
Those solo laners, okay, I think Palkia might be going down. Oh, never mind, turret died. And the Ocean Soul is going to be working overtime here against the minimal damage team of Ultra Prime, as Goodbye Grandma and Bessa going to fall. And mid inhibitor going to fall as well.
This is brutal. Hey, we get a good old-fashioned one-sided victory potentially here in game number 2. And I know it's only 1 series, Cubby, but now the question becomes, how far can EDG go with this new roster set up here? I know they had some good momentum
like
at the
the
end of the season. Looks like they're going to try to finish this one up quickly. Nice flash away from Junhao, but now Xiaosha is in a whole lot of trouble. Xiaohao burning the flash.
That man's played.
Just to get into chop range onto this Rakan. You can question how worth it really is, but right now they're just potting those KDAs.
It's about sending a message, as Constable Trundle gonna find the kill. Dead man's plate applied. We used to call that Strode back in the day. When you have the red flames flying out from the back, is the dead man's plate gives the Trundle. And that chop from the troll is going to spell the doom of the support and spell the doom of the big purple worm, as Junhao going to have to see if he can find any heroics. And as the how far can EDG go? Grapes, that's a decent shout. I mean, they were top 2 in Group Nirvana last split. Got to earn that play-in spot for the playoffs. Of course, 2 stronger teams now going to find their way into Group Nirvana. Have to see if EDG can prove they're at the top of the table with Palkia.
Palkia
Good
going
play.
for the stun of the Junhao.
Very nice.
Flash, heroic charge takes him down. Baya down as well. Baron was kited away from it, but hey, they want to just extend this game, soak in the glory of victory just a little bit longer, as it will be eventually the big purple worm going down to the 10,000 plus gold lead, opening up for Edward Gaming.
Ultra Prime looks a little depressed. I don't know. I think Baya's seeing if he's got any crumbs on his keyboard there in the player cam. As this has not been a very competitive game. I do not think they did themselves any favors in the draft.
Nope.
If we are being honest.
No.
Hey, at least for Trundle. Good game from him. Angel, I am appreciating the triple mask build into the health stacking top side that he sees in a low damage comp. I think that's actually the right game to go for this build. Well done. And, wow, Elder Dragon actually spawned this game. I will say I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Perfect timing for EDG to... Hey, now they're just playing out the fundamentals, right? They're doing the basics. They know they have this game in the bag.
Well, Grapes. True fundamentals would be the you ended the game before Elder spawns, but maybe we're just
we're
drilling
practicing.
more.
Yeah, we're drilling our Elder setups here as Palkia now pretty invincible at this point, going into 4 members of Ultra Prime and not taking a lick of meaningful damage. It's going to be a nice taunt here from Zhao. Should have buy a little bit of time, but Angel comes in on the flank with that Between Worlds. Baya has said goodbye here in the bottom side. Only Zhang will live, but not for long. The Pillar will seal his fate. A double kill in for On, as Edward Gaming will pick up a dominant game number 2 win and pick up the first series victory of the LPL Split 3.
Congrats to Xiaohao, the 2-0 on his birthday, and congrats to Palkia finding a 2-0 in his rookie debut. Signed his first contract for the LDL less than a month ago for EDG. Already finds himself on the main LPL stage and looking damn good, a part of the 2-0.
And I mean, it was a very dominant 2-0 over Ultra Prime, who again, still have some season left, but it's been a while with this core of players running together. Gonna have to find some positive momentum quickly. They want to have themselves a chance at that play-in stage that they were not able to reach last time around. And now you take a look at this Edward Gaming roster, Cubby. Seems like Palkia, instead of Wink, might not be the biggest concern, at least yet. Obviously, there's the whole honeymoon phase whenever a new player comes in and things like that. But when you think about the rest of the teams that are here in this group, Nirvana, one of the teams that made it into that play-in stage was LGD. They've lost Nayo. They're one of their best players. You take a look at ThunderTalk. They lost Beishuan halfway through the season. All of a sudden, some of the pieces and some of the teams around in Group Nirvana maybe have gotten a little bit weaker. Of course, except for maybe the NIP roster, where I think we all agree did upgrade going into split number 3. I think EDG are in a very good place just based off of their competition, and also if they continue to play this way.
Yeah, I mean, again, they gave us a lot to root for, frankly, in that one. And I know that we don't have the roster confirmed yet for LGD, but hoping that they can have good looks again, as we're expecting Climber to be back in. Speaking of some LDL power, as of course that core were able to actually win the LDL over there on LGD, but the core of Ultra Prime, that BLG youth core that did take top 4 playing together between Junhao, Baya, and Xiaoxia, not finding the success they wanted to in this one. Do think that if I'm the coaching staff, maybe go back to the drawing board on that Game 2 draft. They really tried to force something that wasn't there into the Trundle, but hey, if you're EDG, I thought Angel looked really good this series. Palkia, again, in his debut as a rookie, had a really solid one, made the game-winning engage on Rel in Game 1, and was all over the map in a really good Poppy game for Game 2. And also ZDZ, as you highlighted a couple times, Grapes, didn't have this split that we wanted to see from him last split and split 2. That's a really good start to split 3 for him and EDG in this one.
And again, it feels like this roster's got a little sauce in them that we didn't see to their fullest potential in split number 2. Of course, it goes down to a couple of underperformances in that play-in stage. That means that they're outside of Group Ascend, which, you know, we get very different perceptions of these teams based off of just those couple of best of series that they played in that qualification stage to get into those groups. And now that they have some other teams that, you know, did make those that Group Ascend, did play against some of those top teams last split, maybe we'll see a little bit more of what this EDG roster does have to offer, because you think about, again, some of the players on this team, it's a roster full of veterans, right? On has been part of IG for the last 3 years. Angels made it to Worlds Finals. You have ZDZ and Xiaohao that have been kind of paired up together over the last couple of years on some, you know, not bad teams that have made it to top 8, you know, like Waybo. This is a team that can maybe pull it together if, of course, they continue to play like they did today against Ultra Prime.
It's fair to say that this is a team that we expect to be in that play-in stage in playoffs. And I will say that for Group Nirvana, I think seeding does really matter. We saw last split the seeding for that play-in stage. I mean, I think IG was there. You didn't want to face that team if you were the lowest seeded team from Group Nirvana. I do think that taking the 1 seed out of this group could really matter by the end of the regular season when we do hop into playoffs. As check that out. We do have a happy birthday for Xiaohao, and I will say a very nice 2-0 as Palkia, for me, is still a real standout in this series. I don't think he's going to be MVP for this game, Grapes, but honestly, a real argument to give him MVP for the series. A pretty convincing rookie debut for him. Gonna have to see what we can do against some stiffer competition later on in the split, but hey, hell of a start.
Just get to see that flash play again. ZDZ giving himself a compelling case as well. I feel like everybody kind of just did their job well enough here in this game. ZDZ actually maybe falling behind the most in the laning phase, or just kind of staying even compared to the rest of his team. I don't know exactly what you think about who should run away with this one.
Renekton should be up, I'd say, 100 to 85 in that matchup. So I think it was a little bit closer than what it should have been. But hey, the team fights, ZDZ had great TPs and destroyed those team fights in a game where Renekton's really happy. So I think that's a very fair one.
I'm trying to think if anyone, I mean, everyone else, like, I don't know, Angel played fine. Zhao had some nice pillars, but
I thought Angel quietly actually played really nice. Again, me, MVP for the series, I'd honestly give it to Palkia. In terms of this game as an individual, would maybe, I think that I'd give it to Palkia. I thought Angel was MVP of Game 1. This one, I'm more on the Palkia train.
I mean, he had more flashy plays, it seemed like, in this game that he kind of initiated on his own. It felt like a lot of the time in Game 1, it was Angel that started off with the Tibbers, and then Palkia would follow that up with a Magna Storm or something like that. This time around, a lot of the Poppy show, which again, you don't always see Poppy as this big primary engaged threat, but definitely played like it here today.
Yeah. Oh, we got a coach cam. I'm going to assume that's EDG, who's got some high fives going around. I like how, you know, even with the coaches, it ends in a positive, like high fives. The initial looks stressful. Like, you know, we're changing the hair. It's always more stressful being a coach, guys. You don't have control over the game. I swear to God. You know, when you're in the game, if things are bad, you have 200 actions per minute to keep your mind off the fact that, like, you know, crap's hitting the fan. If you're a coach, you just have to watch. You have absolutely no control over what's going on after draft. That's 10 times more stressful.
Yeah,
Take my word for it.
We've seen some pictures, some images of the coaches just like with their heads down. Definitely a stressful situation. 2 for 2 for our rookie support. I think there might be a little bit of bias just because it is his first 2 games.
Game 1 was.
You can't get much better than this as a debut to start off your LPL career, to start off your competitive League of Legends career as a whole. Shout out to Palkia on the Poppy, going 1-0 and 14 to win his 2nd straight player of the game.
To continue it, too, because after Game 1, Grapes, you rightfully said that he was the winningest LPL player, or highest win percentage, and highest MVP percentage. So to double that and continue it through Game 2, I mean, where can Palkia go from here? Who knows?
Only time will tell. And right now, highest win rate in LPL history goes to that guy right now. But it is Edward Gaming picking up the 2-0, starting off 1-0 in the Group Nirvana stage. Kick off our LPL 2025 split number 3. But as we say goodbye to both of these teams for now, we're going to move into Group Ascend for our final 2 series of the day. Also going to say farewell to Cubby here for this one, as he's going to be taking a step back, as Alk Battery is going to be stepping in for these next 2. Cubby, it was a fun one, fun reunion to get back here into some Group Nirvana action.
Yeah, Group Ascend casters required for Group Ascend gameplay, so we'll see you guys later.
Hey, we'll get there eventually. I believe in you. We have Waybo versus Fun Plus Phoenix coming up in just a few short minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We've got our second of 3 series of our kickoff day of Split 3 2025 about to begin. Up to Group Ascend we go. Waybo Gaming taking on Fun Plus Phoenix Grapes, now joined by Alk Battery, making his debut here for Split 3. Alk, it's good to see you. Good to be back here for our Group Ascend matchups.
It's been so long, and for fans at home, they may have been like, hey, I just saw this out guy doing some content for us. I was really happy that we got to take at least a little bit of a break. There was only a few days before MSI started, then we got a couple of days afterwards, but honestly, I'm more excited now that we get to maybe see where these teams are, especially here in Group Ascend.
We now get to see some teams that did not make it to MSI, and it's been a while. They've gone through their offseason. Both these teams also making a couple of roster changes, and we're going to get into that in just a little bit. In our first series, as we mentioned, of Group Ascend, which has been reduced from 10 teams down to 8, so all 8 of these teams were in that playoff bracket just last split. But let's start things off by, of course, talking about our rosters that'll be here today. Let's start off with Waybo Gaming, another team that has kind of historically been pretty good. They made a change at the support position, but what was a change is kind of now back to the same, as Crisp has rejoined the party.
Life is a circle, as many things change, things stay the same, like you were saying. So, Crisp, this was a surprise addition. I feel like Top Esports, they were scapegoating their support a bit. We obviously saw that in the offseason. There were a couple of rumors about different supports potentially joining the roster. Crisp kind of comes back in, and big question for me is not only how the rest of this team is going to go, as Waybo have been a bit of slow starters here so far, 6 months into 2025, but Light, there were rumors that he really didn't want to play with Crisp after playing with him for a couple of years now. So with this reunion going on in the bottom lane, what form of Waybo are we going to see?
To be fair, the support play for Waybo has been a big topic of conversation all split long, right? Hong didn't have the best go of things, and then, of course, they went back to Erha, then they went back to the Hong, then they went back to Erha. So a lot of rotations. It seemed like they wanted to get back to a little bit more of a sense of normalcy, and that's something that Crisp can provide. Now, 4 out of the 5 members of that Waybo squad that made it to World Semis reunited here for Split 3.
It's really exciting, I think, for Waybo fans who are seeing a team that can potentially be revitalized. Obviously, we were talking about that support matchup with Erha and Hong kind of swapping between the two, and I thought that Crisp had one of his best splits in split number 2. Yes, the TES roster that eventually fell in the middle of playoffs for split 2, but I think that his play, especially in combination with the rest of his team, he was starting to kind of live up to some of the hype and was starting to provide some of those really exciting moments for Top Esports.
Yeah, definitely. If I had to place blame on a specific person here on Top Esports, I don't think Crisp really was that. He was all right for most of that split 2.
Yeah.
As you can see some of the clips that he had here on TES, but of course, with Top not having the results they wanted, of course falling short of making it to MSI, they felt like change was necessary, and so a little bit of a trade in a way between the Waybo and TES support. It's going to be Hong, most likely going to be the starter for for a majority of those games here for TES to start off the split, as we will get to see them against IG a little bit later on in the season, or a little bit later on today, I should say.
Yeah, it was kind of exciting, though, to kind of see for Waybo. Just going back to some comfort, that feels like it's always the move for basically anything in life. When things start to not work, if things are not going well, you're like, okay, I need to revert back to what was working for me. What was going on? Let's try to get almost everybody. We're not getting Tarzan back, so you know what? Let's just make sure that we get Tien in a good spot. Hopefully Xiaohu wakes up, and we'll hopefully be able to put ourselves in for that bid for top 4 here in the LPL.
Now, we did say it was 4 out of the 5 of the members of Waybo Gaming that made it to World Semis last year. The one difference is in the jungle, where Tarzan was on that squad last year, but now has been replaced by Tien, who has, of course, been a part of this team all year long. This guy's had such a long history in the LPL at this point, now on another team here in Waybo Gaming. I feel like he was one of the better performers, one of the more consistent people on this squad, even though they went through their ups and downs of Split 2.
I had people of the community trying to basically character assassinate this guy. He was getting so much flack. I think maybe it was just because he's a jungler, and it is very, very popular in League of Legends to make fun of that role, but he has been the shining light for this team, whether it was pushing them forward in game states that weren't great, whether it was trying to drag Xiaohu and the rest of this Waybo roster across the finish line.
Yep.
Tien was doing a lot of the dirty work and being a janitor for this team, so I'm looking forward to what he can look like. you know, Crisp coming back into the lineup, maybe this gives them some new blood. It's obviously been working for BLG. We'll see them later on in the week. But I need to see from Waybo in a team full of veterans, despite the slow start in 2025, time to pick it up. You've got a double round robin to play now. You got to go against some of the best here.
And you know what, even though TN was not a part of that Waybo Gaming roster last year, he was teammates with Crisp many years ago, and that was with Fun Plus Phoenix, who they won Worlds with back in 2019. Speaking of, let's take a look at that FPX roster as we go on to them, starting off on the red side, I believe, this time around. Some big changes. Here, 2 of the 5 members are gone. No more Shadow, no more Assume. We now have IYY making, I think, his first ever competitive play here in the jungle here for Fun Plus Phoenix. We have Jachi coming over from RNG, who, of course, did not make it into Split 3. He's going to be playing ADC for this team.
They even had some coaching like when we talked about FPX, the exciting part coming into Split 2 was they were not meant to win any games or barely any games here in the group ascend. But with Shadow, with Cheng's coming into the coaching staff, this team actually started to kind of be like a vibes team. This was a new age OMG for some older fans, more recent fans of the LPL, but I mean, these are going to be mostly focused on Jachi, and he's kind of having to carry a lot of weight on his back as one of the few carries from a struggling RNG lineup.
Yeah, and you know what? He was our rookie of the split in split number 1 on this team. I think he played pretty well, all things considered. You know, the team was not necessarily great around him, but as we get into some of these clips here, able to perform, I think mostly in team fights is where we really got to see him shine. Had some nice pop-offs on champions like the Kaisa around these big objectives, and I think overall could be an upgrade over Assume, but you know, we heard some rumors about just how maybe the rest of FPX was not super happy about that decision. We'll see how it ends up paying off for them. With Jue, Sheer, and Care still a part of this team. You take a look at how these teams did end up finishing out. It's been a relatively similar path for them, at least in Split 2.
You can kind of even say just across the year, yes, they finished 13th and 16th, but that just means that they finished 4th in their group in Stage 1, which honestly is not all that far off. They had a pretty competitive group, all things considered, and while it was unfortunate for FPX, they were starting to kind of be on that climb. And what I'm looking forward to from this FPX is, how the hell is this team ever supposed to actually work? Like, I feel bad for the 5 guys that are going to have to play this double round robin, potentially risking their careers in a situation that is not enviable. This is a very similar situation. If we cast our minds back to last year, everybody was getting hype around Sarlauhu playing with Care and Milky Way. This was kind of his breakout split into competitive. And then what happens? There's team drama. A team manager and Sarlauhu don't necessarily agree after a scrim. Rumors, obviously, Sarlauhu takes a break from competitive play, and FPX just never feel the same after that. We're in a similar situation now. A year later, summer comes through, and we're just blowing up the roster for fun.
Yeah, and, you know, there's rumors of a player like Shadow going to a different team, you know, maybe BLG, depending on what the end result is once we finally get there. I don't know if they've officially confirmed it. So
that one's not officially, but it's updated on all the stat sites. So I'm going to... All right. We'll play around with it for now. We'll wait for them to come out on the stage.
Yeah. I mean, something I loved about Shadow on this FPX team specifically is that he was given the space to, like, be the soul of the team, right? He could lead them into battle, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, and honestly, FPX would always kind of rally behind him. Curious to see what their playstyle now looks like with him gone, because he was such a focal part of how they were able to operate kind of in group ascend. He was the big reason why they lost a lot of games, sure, by going for flips that ended up not going their way, but a lot of the time he was the one who found these game-breaking plays that allowed for FPX to pull off a lot of these exciting upsets that made us really, you know, happy about watching this team grow.
And from checking out some of their voice comms, obviously the part of Shadow that you were talking about was very clear. And I'm trying to think of who else is really going to lead this team vocally, because Jue obviously had a really big say as to when and where they would find their fights, but I'm looking at a brand new jungler coming up from the LDL. Sheer's not very talkative. Maybe Care can kind of take those reins, but from seeing him from years past, that just doesn't feel like it's going to fit the personality type. So let's see what FPX can do. Waybo should be favored in today's matchup as we get right into draft. Azir, Wukong already taken off the table here. And I wonder if that just means we're going to see some more Talia coming on through for Xiaohu.
And I gotta be honest here, Alk. I know we really pride ourselves on being a well-researched broadcast, being able to do a lot of different prep here and there about these teams. I got nothing on IYY. I cannot lie to you. This guy got signed like 2 days ago. He's gonna be playing on this team. Is there anything you could tell us? I mean, he played on. He was on the Fun Plus Blaze roster for like 2 weeks at the end of the year.
There were some. I mean, that's really just it. Him and the rest of his coaching staff. Yodame actually coming from FPX Blaze, but at least FPX, from what we've seen from them, they've been really good about promoting internally. Kind of see that with Care now taking up the franchise mid lane position as TN getting one of the most popular junglers that we saw during MSI, and also I think one of his best in the Pantheon early on, giving them the ability to play around side lanes, and obviously early skirmishing potential there already opened up.
Does give Care the Taliyah, so not going to have that specific combo, and I think in a lot of cases having the Taliyah in isolation against the Pantheon is maybe better than the other way around, but as we mentioned, TN just so powerful, so strong in this champ, so good at this champ, and this champion has been basically pick ban the entirety of MSI and kind of towards the end of Split too, so definitely getting some power in that regard. Sheer's going to lock himself in the Gwen.
Okay, so giving Sheer more agency definitely feels like something that will be in his wheelhouse, but I think maybe giving over or inviting a Jax here for Breathe is not the best situation. Maybe you're thinking if we can get that counter matchup for Breathe, that you're going to be feeling more comfortable from the side of FPX, that you have this champion in Taliyah. It's going to do so well into a low-range composition from Waybo. We'll have to see what that actually turns into as we get slow rolls of these picks. I think getting Xiaohu on comfort with this Orianna, now you have a pretty decent, I think, core for starting and when you can try to engage team fights.
Yeah, Xiaohu is very... what's the right word? A lot of pressure on him for this split. I feel like we've been very harsh on him. On this LPL English broadcast specifically, I feel like community sentiment is maybe a little bit higher on him, but it's because of all the expectations that we have of such a world-class player historically. Not necessarily living up to those expectations here for Waybo team that has struggled here in 2025. We're going to have to see a big jump from him if Waybo want to have any chance of qualifying for that World Championship. He's going to have a comfort pick here on that Orianna. We also see a Jace locked in here for Breathe as we round out both top sides of the map with IYY going to have his first LPL game on the Xin Zhao.
Okay, so FPX, they're going to have to play a little bit of a slower game. You can kind of see where their tools are lying for them. You have this Gwen that's going to eventually be able to rip through a team fight. Taliyah and Xin Zhao can have a bit of explosive power. So, wonder if this is now going to be FPX trying to set up a Kaisa angle. I think that right now, from what we're seeing from Fun Plus Phoenix, is maybe have a little bit of a weaker laning phase, but maybe on 1 and 2 items will be a bit stronger than our opponents. Waybo, I gotta say, lane right now, these first 15 minutes, I'm looking at TN, he has basically his pick of the litter as to what he wants to go for. So I think getting a strong bot lane matchup can try to really round out the rest of this.
And on Fun Plus Phoenix's side, with a new jungler coming in, with, you know, Sheer going to be on carries for the most part, I think a lot of pressure will now turn to Jway, a player that has had a really good year overall, but now has an extra level of responsibility, kind of being thrust into this main playmaker role, I think, for the most part, as how FPX are going to have to function, by maybe taking up some more of that shot calling, definitely having to take up more of those primary engage duties, as you can already see Waybo understanding this by banning that Alistar in the second rotation.
This could be a Leona or a Nautilus, honestly. I know that Nautilus has really fallen in priority, but having these immobile solo laners shown from Waybo, having that point-and-click access with the ultimate makes it a lot easier for them to find fights. So from the side of FPX, they've got a fair bit of magic damage here. I am kind of wondering what Jotchi is going to have up his sleeve coming in as the last pick of the draft. Waybo now need to be able to respond with something that is... I mean, you have plenty of answers. We saw Caitlyn Lux come out from Light and Chris long time ago when we saw this pair playing. They're going to instead go for the Zyra Khan, so maybe leaving Light a little bit on an island and allowing Crisp to pair up with Tien.
Yeah, so it's just a solid bot lane 2v2 picked up here for Light and Crisp. The lovers duo maybe reunited in a way based off of their relationship, coming back after being a part of, you know, some really good teams that made it to top 4 and also World's Finals over the past 2 years. The Kai'Sa's Jotchi Classic, as we've learned from the first 2 splits, but wanting a little bit more distance, a little bit more safety is going to be the Ezreal to round out their composition.
All right, so decent poke. I like the amount of disengage that they will have with their team. I think if FPX can get to a fight first, that is going to be kind of making sure that FPX are in a good spot. But both of these teams, really, really good. I think it is much better for FPX if they're actually walking into a fight versus Waybo. If you're going up against a Xayah and an Orianna that are entrenched, it's really tough to dig them out, but you're going to have a Taliyah ultimate. I think there are plenty of ways for FPX to play this.
Both teams making some roster changes going into the ultimate split of 2025. Waybo going back to Comfort as they reunite with Crisp, their support, who has made it to the highest of highs in international competition and also has gotten pretty far with Waybo themselves as they're retaining a large part of the roster that did well for them in 2024. Whereas FPX maybe a little bit out of their own control based off of what they wanted. They brought in Jachi, but it cost them Shadow. IYY, a rookie, playing his first game of the LPL in what could be one of his first games of competitive League of Legends, really, at all. So both teams kind of going in different directions. They both finished relatively similar in terms of the standings, but I think overall, kind of a litmus test for both of these teams in this first matchup of 2025 Split 3.
I'm kind of just like thinking about this holistically for the year. Waybo and FPX were 7th, 8th in Split 2. I think if you told any other fan that, you look at their rosters, you're like, how the hell did they finish close to each other? Waybo had a terrible Split 2, so I want to see Xiaohu and the rest of this team kind of step up. We expect more from these Waybo guys, and I need to be able to see it, especially with such a layup here at the beginning of the season.
A split of disappointments overall in the LPL. You saw teams like Waybo, Top Esports, even IG not living up to their fullest potential, even BLG and MSI. Getting some Jalios here to start off our second series. They were a little bit lacking in the first one, I'm not going to lie. So I'm glad that people have come to party here for our second matchup.
I was going to say, it was so funny because me and Cubby for game 1 had the exact same reaction of, holy hell, where are the Jalios, guys? I know it's an Ultra Prime EDG game, but there's got to be at least one EDG fan somewhere. We already got Ultra Prime fans here on the LPL Prod server, so... Okay, well, for right now, it looks like it's just going to be a pretty standard 5-point, an early walkthrough for FPX just to get vision on enemy Raptors, but same can be said here for Waybo. Kind of looking, junglers are seemingly to start on opposite sides of the map, but IYY does have the possibility of being able to flip some of this pathing, especially for an early Xin Zhao hover top lane.
Yeah, Nice goes towards TN on this Pantheon, both for a lot of different reasons. You know, the experience gap between him and IYY, how strong this Pantheon champion is, and also the way that the lanes kind of interact. I think this Pantheon getting involved early would be a very good start for Waybo Gaming, as we see him around the bottom side for now. He's pathing towards this Jace-Gwen matchup, which is definitely one that can be rather volatile, as we can both see Sheer and Breathe at half HP already.
Yeah, especially with the nerfs that they made to Gwen many patches ago, taking down her base HP and then also giving her a little less armor, made it so that her, especially the AD matchups, just like the Jace, that's why we had a little bit of I had a few questions about this Gwen immediately coming on through blind for Sheer. We'll see if he can execute on this, and hopefully FPX can actually come to fight, because they haven't been the best team about playing on side lanes, and with so much turmoil with the roster, it means you kind of have to go back to fundamentals, hope that your team fighting is going to be up to snuff. Yeah, because a lot of the time when, you know, they weren't playing in the side lanes correctly, it didn't matter because Shadow was just there to like make some game-breaking play. Now Shadow's not here. It's IYY instead. And you know, we saw with Palkia coming in on EDG, like you could be somebody who's making your like first time in the LPL and still have the opportunity to make plays. That doesn't always happen though. And so some more pressure, some more responsibility is going to fall to the rest of the players on FunPlus Phoenix, who of course did have a little bit more time here in the competitive landscape so far. All right, right now, this is going to be a very important portion of the game. Sheer forced an early recall onto Breathe. They now have both used their teleports, and you saw the pings come out. They know that TN can show up in this lane. If Sheer can avoid this gank timing, if they can make sure that nothing goes wrong, FPX are going to be feeling pretty decent about their spot here in this game, making sure that they can get to those 1- and 2-item power spikes.
The Jace generally has a good time into the Gwen, but you know, actually Sheer doing a decent job so far at staying at least healthy enough, getting some good grasp and dying procs in a range versus melee matchup is actually pretty impressive here for somebody like Sheer. So looks like the wave's gonna get pushed in, so not much of a threat of a gank. Gank though could happen in the bot lane as Crisp has to use the Grand Exit to get on out of there, but IYY has come in when Becomes Lightning is flashed away from him, and the FPX jungler getting off to a great start in this first game.
Look at this wave. That was a great timing there for FPX. The wave was crashing into them. There was a large build-up there from Waybo. They thought they were going to be able to at least find a recall, maybe look for a swap later on. But instead, same thing happened on top side. Breathe had a massive wave pushing away from him. So Sheer's going to be able to collect that. Now FPX get 2 summoners out from the enemy bot lane of Waybo. And this entire time, I mean, Tien, he's been getting some more camps. Maybe he can try to do something. I think this is mostly just to help his bot lane look for a recall.
Yeah, they don't spot Tien. He was in the Fog of War nicely. Now they will see him, as looks like Jway is going to use that Dredge line to buffer the knockup for Crisp, making sure that he gets out safely. Nothing more to be done around there. As up at the top side, seeing a bit more of a trade. Sheer chunked down to 400 HP. He does have those biscuits and the door on shield, so he should be pretty much fine.
I wonder if Tien actually even got spotted there, because there was a ward in that brush, but it seemed like it was about to go down. Either way, I think this is fine here for both teams. Tien just gets to go right back to farming. His camps are going to start cycling. And now with the dragon already spawned up here, there is a bit of a timer. If FPX can find it, where Xin Zhao, his bottom lane, is also going to be pushing, they can start to go for an early Drake.
So far, it is Jachi and Jway getting off to a good start here. I will say I do, even though, of course, like, Shadow's gone and everything, I am excited about FPX Jachi. No hate to assume or anything, but I really like the way that this guy was looking on RNG. And so getting to just get to see him play even more League of Legends, instead of kind of being in, RNG/LDL jail. Good sign for me. And so far, it looks like he's had a decent time for himself in the laning phase.
Hell yeah, we're 6 minutes into this game, and he is 2 CS down versus Light. That's
hey, he's
perfect.
got a wave crashing in.
You already did great stat manipulation with the Palkia most winningest player in LPL history. So
that's what I do.
Maybe you're just on a roll today, honestly. We get to see it now, though. You were talking about an early Drake. That is exactly what FPX is going to be able to go for. And while Tien right now is prioritizing finishing on more camps, getting his level 6, for the time being, this is going to be a good spot in FPX. They still have enough time where they can kind of play with some of their lane allocations and contest for the grub spawning in a minute and a half.
The first dragon going over to Fun Plus Phoenix. They're having a decent start to this game, although Waybo's still in control of the gold, mostly due to the farm advantages that some of these players have been able to pick up here. Very close, though, overall. Basically at a dead standstill. Breathe has rotated down to the bottom side, as it looks like the swap is imminent. It does mean that Waybo will have a numbers advantage around the grubs when they spawn in about a minute.
All this is doing right now is making sure FPX, they can crash this wave, get some more gold for Jiachi, and then get him his recall. If they're going to be able to finish this, they'll get some more gold, get experience in particular. IYY, if he's able to steal this red buff away, will get himself level 6. And again, those grubs spawning.
Oh, Shockwave on top of Tien jumping over. Nice. It's going to force some summoner spells away, and Tien and Waybo successfully defend their own red buff. Nicely done to make sure that even in a 4v3 situation, Waybo do not give away an easy objective for free.
And maybe, I know the timer's a bit rough, Waybo will be able to walk in first. They're not going to have Orianna Shockwave. There's still care with this Talia wall. I'm looking at Jway. He may have lost his flash, but he has teleport with the unsealed spellbook. So does Crisp. So if he needs to be there on time for this play, that is something that they can very easily look for. You can see that immediately he's going to deploy through mid and try to contest vision against Crisp.
The only thing I will say for FPX in terms of fighter on the grubs is right now they're not very powerful in terms of their current champion strength itemization-wise. Sheer and Care have gone for Boots Rush, which means they do not have a ton of damage in their pits. It's mostly going to have to be IYY to dish out a lot of that DPS. Does it look like he finally does unlock level 6, so we'll see if that does continue to be a focus here as Waybo are crashing this top wave in. They're going to be in a pretty good position to fight this one.
Okay, right now I'm watching support experience. You can see that little purple bar beneath all of the champions. Crisp is so close to getting level 6 right now, and you can kind of see that Jway, they want to prioritize getting into the lane and getting those ultimates. Maybe they could try to look for a fight. It's going to be a single grub going over to Waybo. And they've even moved Sheer now over to this play. Tien gets 2 of them. That's incredible.
Yeah, nice usage of that execute with the Comet Spear on top of the smite. Pretty easy lockdown, and even if you just get 2 for 1, an advantageous situation. Can TN get the execute here on the snipe? IYY does have to smite, but TN's gonna just bully the rookie out and pick up the 3rd grub for himself. Yeah, the Crescent Guard has come out, and Care has arrived using that seismic shove to try to lock down TN, taking to the half HP. But IYY will go down. That's first blood for Waybo Gaming, and Light still dishing out some DPS. But Jachi's now arrived in the fight. Dredge Line not gonna connect on the Light, and it makes it a 1-for-1 so far. Breathe on the way. Accelerated Shock Blast will do a little bit of damage and do only enough to push FPX away.
Triple grubs for a team right here on Waybo, where Jace is going to be on a side lane. He's going to get a little bit more gold. The end of this fight is slightly advantaged for FPX, but when you think about what else they're able to gain off of that, there's no flash off of Care now. This is a good spot for Waybo and a fantastic fight where FPX just looked lost in that entire engagement.
Oh, this is a little bit of initiation, a little bit of hazing here from one of the best junglers the LPL has ever seen. W Smite, 41 HP. I'll take that for myself.
41 HP, like you noted, and then just look at where everybody is. Care and IYY are trying to fight off Tien. Jue and Jachi are, attempting to lock down the Xayah Rakan duo. If they had even just all centered onto one member, I feel like this goes so much better for Fun plus Phoenix, but that's not the case. It ends up being an entire objective given over to Waybo, and now kind of look at where the lane allocations are. Care's not going to have his flash or his ultimate. He needs a little bit of babysitting. As you can see, 3 members starting to kind of make their way towards the bottom side of the map with Dragon spawning in 50.
And Care hasn't been able to do too much yet. He now finally does have that lost chapter to get himself a little bit of extra damage. Around a fight potentially around this dragon, but you see how safe he's playing. Not even going to try to contest this wave on the bottom side, as Waybo doing a really nice job to control that area of the map.
You talked about hazing for IYY. That right there is like a welcome to bottom lane. You show on which wave, brother. Like, let's make sure that we're catching our waves. You're thinking about it. Hey, is this 150 gold worth my life, potentially? Care says no. It is going to be Jue and IYY starting to reinforce his side of the map, give him some space so that he can walk up. But when you kind of look at how the rest of this game is going to go, especially when we're talking about our 280 carries, it is so easy for Light to more easily get wave push, especially in mid lane. If you're playing Xayah versus this Ezreal, he's going to have to be spot clearing certain minions. It is going to be a lot easier for Waybo to move out from the middle of the map and leave Light by himself.
Yeah, the AoE damage, the feathers, and the blade collar compared to just Jachi's Mystic Shots. Obviously, Xayah will clear faster at this point and kind of throughout the game. Even though Jachi has built himself up a rather solid CS lead, it is going to be Tien getting into position to start a fight around this dragon, which FPX actually are the ones to aggro first. Xiaohu does have that shockwave available as the Grand Starfall does come in. Maybe the seismic shoved, but not enough damage as IYY once again gets taken down. Light gets the first kill, force the flash out of Jue, but Crisp has arrived with the quickness. Shockwave on top of the blast cone cancel is beautifully executed by Waybo. It's a triple kill for Light, and Waybo seem like they're fully back with their new support in arms.
I'm ready to see that replay, man, because what happened to IYY? He gets caught out at the very beginning. Sheer's looking for an all-in. He's got no mana after using this, so it's going to be used to just clear up the wave, get his recall in. He had TP advantage over Breathe in the situation. This could have been a numbers fight for FPX, but instead, they lose out on the Feat of Warfare. They're going to now lose out on the second objective of the game, and that's tough to swallow. This is not a good spot here for the side of FPX. They're in a really tough spot coming into this game.
It felt like a bit of a desperate call to try to start that dragon up, even though the game state was still rather even at that point. IYY was never going to be put in a position to finish that one off. He kind of got singled out and just 100 to 0'd as soon as that Grand Starfall came through.
He's just in the middle of nowhere, and the rest of his team is not backing him up. It's only Jue, and I mean, we talked about some of the ramifications of that last fight. There's no flash for Care. He cannot step up confidently when there's a Rakan and this Orianna. Oh. Now in a side lane, right before his flash is up, Care gets solo killed by Xiaohu.
Oh, man. I mean, we knew it was going to be rough for Fun plus Phoenix without Shadow, making another roster change with Jachi, and maybe some discontent amongst the organization, given what the leadership did do going into split number 3. But man, it looks tough at this point as Waybo a team that was rather inconsistent themselves last split. Seem like they're coming into form fully going into summer, which is a very similar story to what happened to them in 2024.
Still a lot of game here left to play. Obviously, it is a 3,000 gold lead here for Waybo, and we're playing best of threes here, so maybe we get a miraculous turnaround in the rest of the series. But right now, FPX do look a little lost, and honestly, it's not too different from what we saw from them in split number 2, just across the board. So you see in the picture-in-picture, just a replay of Care getting soloed, and part of the strength of FPX, at least in this roster, or in this draft, was the fact that on 1-2 items, they were going to be very strong. You're going to be sitting there with Care on this Talia, you're going to have this Ezreal as well, and it does not look like it's coming together.
Oh, Care. Waybo.
Alright, well, he had flash that time. So
not a care in the world. Yeah. Not using it that time. Hey, nicely done. We're saving that for maybe a better chance at survival. Tier 1 tower taken down on the top side of the map. Gold lead opened up to 3,500. You know, we just watched that last game between EDG and Ultra Prime. This game might be a little bit more, even more one-sided than that one.
You saw that game number 1. Don't say that. Do not put that on me right now, man. It's my first game back, and you're already trying to do... No, I'm not taking... No, not taking the bait. Anyway, Waybo with taking the turret there.
Okay.
Light. He's got flash. He's got barrier. Just now uses ult. Doesn't even have to use his summoner spells there, but that is first turret. That is feats of strength going over to the side of Waybo, so they'll have their upgraded boots. Look at how strong they are right now. Kara hasn't even finished a full item, and you're already seeing Xiao, who has already completed the Luden's Companion. Same thing across the board for Waybo and their carries. This is a great spot for them.
If you're looking for any semblance of hope, Sheer and Jachi kind of on even playing fields with their opponents, specifically Jachi now with that Trinity Force unlocked. Could be a big thing to have with this Rift Herald soon to be contested. It's FPX gaining control around the area for now. Breathe and Sheer are both on the bottom side, but they have teleports at the ready if they want to try to join for an eventual fight. The FPX are the ones to start this one up to 5,000 HP.
Wait, there's an old bot lane.
He's still hovering around. He's going to try to go for a play on a Sheer instead. A 2v1 situation. Sheer pops the hallowed miss. Going to survive under the tower. Hey, that's a win for Fun Plus Phoenix. You keep your top laner alive and you get the Herald for free.
Okay, but look at what they're going to be getting off of this, right? Waybo are going to have 3 grubs. They're going to have Tien, who's going to, at the very least, maybe scout, try to take away one of the jungle camps. It's going to be a wave here, at least some more turret damage especially. You have to invest the teleport to make sure the rest of the turret doesn't fall there. I don't think this is much of a win for FPX. Yes, you got yourselves a Herald, but when else have we seen in this game them be able to actually push the map and actually have proper times to take down structures? They have very little damage on Waybo's turrets right now, so this Herald's not going to get anything done.
Yeah, that's the problem right now. Where can you even place this thing to have it, you know, provide any sort of impact? I mean, I guess maybe you stick it mid right before a dragon fight, but we saw how that last dragon fight worked out for them. Not well. Waybo were able to take control. However, maybe, just maybe, some of the items that are coming in can help them out just a little bit. Care should soon have his Seraphs fully unlocked. We now have full completed items on everybody on the side of Fun Plus Phoenix. And this could be an opportunity for them to try to get something back in this game.
20 seconds before that dragon spawns. Kind of looking at more summoner spells if there's a disadvantage somewhere. Breathe is just now going to be getting his flashback. Teleport's going to be up for here for Kara. Sheer's really going to be the only weak member of FPX, not having access to his flash. So he needs to be in this area and ready to go. We can look at how Waybo are just corralling around mid. Xiao sitting on the top side here, forcing Jachi away from potentially hovering on that side, and then they can very easily just shift here. Let Xiao either take control of mid or fight them on the entrance going into that bottom side jungle.
Yeah, Waybo have consistently been able to get that push in the mid lane if they want it, whether it's through Xiaohu or Light. That means that they will have early positioning around the bottom area, which could either be enough for them to take this tier 1, get the dragon, or perhaps both. It's going to be Herald spawn in the mid lane here for IYY, try to punish the over-indexing towards the bottom area. But I don't think it's going to do enough to take that tier 1 down. If anything, it just forces Xiaohu to stick around for maybe 5 seconds longer and get some extra gold for himself.
So he won't be in this play. Jui just now finally connected with the rest of the team. Xiaohu's actually teleporting to reposition himself. This is not a fight. Look at where Jachi is. He is finishing a recall right now. We are not contesting for this dragon. You are opting into a losing battle unless they can extend this all the way until Jachi gets here.
Yeah, he's so far away. The Dragon's already going to be taken down, most likely. Waybo are hunting. This is exactly what they want FPX to do. Go in for the fight in a numbers disadvantage, but it looks like IYY might try to do it anyway. Dragon's at 3,000 HP. It could be a 50-50. Who's going to get it? It's Light that secures it for Waybo. And a huge quickness from Chris. Combined with the two-man shockwave in from Zhao, but the damage is not enough to take anybody down. Jachi arriving to the fight, and nobody will fall at the extended play, but it is Waybo to secure their second Dragon.
Whole lot of buttons pressed there by FPX and a whole lot not doing going on there. Maybe they get this mid lane turret. That'll be a great boon for them in just being able to grab gold, but a lot of them just spent, right? A lot of them just went back in. Oh, that could have been a kill there.
The dredge line. Oh, flashes away from the seismic shove, and now the price of the tier 1 turret could be some members of FPX. As Tien has jumped in, lands a stun onto one, but already gets chunked out. Jachi with the Conqueror proc. He's starting to glide just a little bit. He shifts away from a nice engage. And it will be FPX backing away with collecting that tier 1.
This might just be a through line for FPX in the rest of the season. I know it's very early on, their first game in, but this might just have to be a Jachi glide session for the rest of the season for FPX. Check it in the replay. I just don't understand this. I mean, not only did somehow neither Tien nor IYY get this, it was actually Light, but we have to be able to stall out. Let's use the Xin Zhao ultimate to, force out maybe some more cooldowns or even move different members. Kair's probably really happy he got canceled in mid out ultimate, because he goes into 4 members, he's probably losing his flash and immediately dying.
So maybe that Blade Caller, almost a saving grace for Kair.
This is the real Guardian Angel.
Yeah, as did not do himself any favors. As now these Phoenix are down 4,000 gold. And even though right now Jachi is still pumping out the DPS, he has himself a second item in that Muramana now completed. It's actually pretty even with Light at this point.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is not. Specifically in the mid lane, big gap.
So when you look at these Navori Flicker Blades, a large portion of this is that it gives you 60% attack speed, but almost no actual combat stats when you think about just raw attack damage. So Light will have a lot of Blade Callers, just not a lot of damage right now, where that's just not the case. The opposite here for Jachi. He has a ton of DPS. Kair flying on through.
Let's see what he can do. IYY jump on the Crisp. He's down to 500 HP. Otacon, which was started up by Waybo, is at 3k. Woo! Will it get taken down? It's going to be Jway who steals it away with a Spellbook Smite. And Fun Plus Phoenix will get away with an absolute robbery.
All right. Well, look, that's experience going back into their pockets. I don't think it's going to make a difference, though, because they still need to be able to grab kills for the actual Thornbound Otacon to hit. Look at the experience differential between some of these members. In the mid lane alone, a level and a half here in advantage for Xiaohu. It is only barely half a level here for Jachi, and the parts that matter, I mean, FPX will say thank you for the buff, but I think Waybo, this is just a pit stop on their way to victory.
They'll get one on the sheer, but hey, FPX extending things a little bit longer. And a shout out to Jway with that stolen away smite, taking the Otacon from right under Waybo's noses. Maybe the game's not going to go their way, but that's a nice highlight to keep under his book.
Okay, I mean, look at how long this fight takes. It's an exhaust onto IYY. He is nowhere near this Otacon. Why are Waybo ever afraid of taking this? But Jway just walks up 430. Tien, we've now lost 2 smites. One of them was to your own AD carry, which, look, T1 has had that happen at a couple Worlds Championships. Now it happens here where the enemy support takes it to you. It's cool that FPX were able to grab this. Let's see if they're able to defend their mid-tier 1.
I mean, I guess he was intending to do like the Q smite combo, but the Q just never came out. Maybe he just didn't use the cooldown on it or something. I don't know.
Tien, it's coming on. It's coming through.
That you know what it is? We were praising him, kind of throughout his play this season. The smites have been something that we've talked about over the past couple of years for sure.
Yeah. Well, we got to see a little bit of the composition work really well there for Waybo. If they lose out on an objective, then hey, we can make another quick play by utilizing this this Pantheon ult. Lets you kind of cheat tempo around the map. Say, hey, look, they're not thinking that they're going to have numbers here. We'll make this an odd numbers fight for us. And they end up obviously grabbing that kill onto Sheer. So slowing down the pace here for FPX. You're fine, and you still have 4,000 gold here if you are Waybo. And Dragon spawns in 15 seconds time. They need to be able to fight for priority here because they're not at all set up for this objective.
Not looking good right now for FPX in the gold department, but maybe, just maybe, this could be a fight they can use to build some momentum. It seems like they want to go for it, as you know, they have all 5 members on this bottom side right as the Chemtech Drake has spawned, and they're just gonna get it for free seemingly. Xiaohu teleporting away from the fight. They're looking to try to control mid instead, unless Tien can steal it away. He throws out the spear, but nicely timed by IYY to make sure he can lock down that smite. And now it is Care going forward with the Weaver's Wall. Chris gets stunned up. 2-man shockwave though does land on the main carries of FPX and forces them to back away.
And look at what this does now for the rest of the map. With Xiaohu teleporting back in mid, taking control of this wave, Breathe has alone time in top lane, doesn't use his teleport, and he's going to be able to take another turret. That's more gold here globally going over to Waybo, and yet another lane where FPX need to worry, hey, we need to go fix this wave before we go to this next objective. So they may have lost the dragon, but Waybo will take 2 turrets and get a lot of gold for themselves. They're going to get in closer and closer to these 3 items.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a team that has some really solid late game carries, whether it's the Jace, the Orianna, the Xayah, etc. Getting them on 3 items is going to be a very, very scary sight if you're somebody on FPX. Yeah, Jachi's doing the, you remember the G2 meme where it's, Caps just like kind of barely even and the rest of the team is just super far behind? He's doing that right now.
Hey, dude, Caps just had that happen to him at MSI this year. Yeah, so, exactly. that is a very popular and historically relevant G2 meme. So we'll see. Let's see if Joshi can actually get it done here. Good wards coming in from FPX and Cheer to make sure that he doesn't go down. I know he's been a large focus from Waybo here in this game number 1.
Not too much yet. As, yeah, Sheer pretty far behind. He's kind of clearing out waves in the bottom side of things. FPX, I don't know. Like, there's not much they can do at this point. I think we mentioned it. You just have to rely on Jachi to just go completely crazy, dodge away from like a shockwave, the Pantheon stun, the Blade Collar, just dodge away from everything. Right, any fight that does open.
That's what his teammates are there for. His teammates are actually there to tank all the relevant skills so that he can do his job and right-click these guys to death.
You know, what's funny, in a way, kind of like what Jachi was doing on RNG. You know, even though Milky Way was a great player, he was on Sejuani duty a lot of the time. Kong Yuan and Zhao Shu had their ups and downs. It was a lot of the Jachi show, and it worked well for them sometimes in the placement stages, but of course not really once they got to Group Nirvana.
And it's unfortunate that Jachi and Niket were split apart. We'll see which one of these duos actually ends up getting the last laugh. As Niket going over to Ninjas in Pajamas, we'll see them later on in the week. But seeing jockeying for position here, any single pick that comes out from Waybo potentially turns into a Baron. For FPX, they're kind of happy that they grabbed themselves an Otacon, but they're currently doing that thing where you're a team that's behind, you're down 6,000 gold, we're going to start turtling, we're going to try and see if we can kind of move together as a 4-man unit. It's really difficult for Care to show up on a side lane right now with how weak he is in comparison to Waybo.
Look at 2,000 gold lead for both of the soul laners of Waybo at this point. Tian's not too far behind, but we're getting close to those 3rd items for both Xiaohu and Breathe. And once that happens, it's going to be very, very scary. Probably a Banshee's picked up for Xiaohu, just a little bit of extra protection. It's just more posturing, more gaining of levels, gaining of advantages overall for everybody on Waybo's side.
Grapes, let's try to juxtaposition, because I don't think we've got much else to do for the next minute and a half before the Dragon. There are 2 different 2,000 gold leads. There's 000 Jace, who's just been farming turrets like a pig, and then you've got Xiaohu over here, who has just been solo killing his opponent. He's playing Orianna in these team fights. I'm loving that this is the version of Waybo that we're getting, but I want to make a caveat on it, saying that you're up against FPX. This is supposed to be a freebie layup for them going into the start of Split 3.
And that wasn't necessarily the case last split, especially they were looking at themselves, but just the way the roster ended up kind of taking a big turn, I guess is the kindest way to put it, going into split number 3. And also the fact that they are in Group Ascend. You know, if this was a Nirvana team, maybe we're thinking a little bit differently about them, but just given the fact that there's so many powerful rosters that have been set up in this Group Ascend, the chances are and the expectations that FPX are going to be the underdogs in basically every match that they do play. And Waybo wanting to take advantage of that here, get their Split 3 off on the right foot. And they're doing so far. However, now with the Dragon spawning in 25 seconds, looks like we're going to start to set up for another fight. We see teleports issued by both Breed and Zhao, who they want to make sure they're around this objective successfully.
Yeah. Is this going to just be a Baron start? They're not seeing him through mid. They're trying to find them. They see IYY, immediately peel off. They do not care about this Dragon. It's only going to put them on soul point for either of these teams. FPX are going to have to turn themselves around. Shear's been on a side lane just collecting farm this entire time, and those were 2 summoner spells used by Waybo to try to properly set up around an objective. I think you're still in a very happy spot as Waybo Gaming.
You know, to be fair to Shear, he's 2,000 gold down, but he has picked up a lot of farm. He is level 16, has that Seeker's Arm Guard. He would be powerful in a potential team fight that does open up. Not going to happen here, though, as Waybo collect their soul point as they get their second Chemtech Dragon.
But
not
like,
gonna be there just yet, though.
How unplayable is this, right? Because Shear is like, okay, they were just on Dragon. I would really love to be able to take finally this top tier one. Maybe finish out on get myself a little bit closer to finishing the Zonias, but he can't because there's just a Pantheon ult that's potentially waiting for him. Xiaohu ends up coming up and collecting the wave. Crisp was somewhere in the area on the top side, getting vision down for Waybo. It is so tough for FPX to play the map because of the advantages that they lost early on into the game. The topside fight that we saw from them with Shear going down, or with Shear getting caught multiple times, Care getting solo killed in bottom lane. These are all things that are starting to cascade into a pretty much impossible game for FPX to manage. And Ezreal's not like a massive hyper carry, right? This is not a Kai'Sa, a Jinx kind of champion.
And this is a credit to what Waybo have been able to do kind of quietly as we've been, you know, waiting for another fight to erupt. Sometimes when you see the score is 7-1, you know, the other team is able to keep the gold lead close, maybe it's like 2,000 to 3,000 at the 30-minute mark. If they're able to play their side waves correctly, like, you know, and if maybe the team in the lead makes some mistakes, Waybo have not been able to do that, or have been able to do that. You see the gold graph that just popped up on our lower third a little while ago. Very consistently going up, even though the last kill was maybe like 10 to 15 minutes ago. So Waybo doing a good job at taking advantage of their lead, getting gold into their big carries. The top side very far ahead of this.
And this is not only just like an important series, I think, for Waybo to win, when you think about the very last series that we saw from them getting completely bodied by BLG in the playoffs. While this is, in my opinion, and I think for a lot of analysts and kind of the fans looking at home, this should be a strong win for Waybo. We have seen them lose to much worse teams. Just even last split, losing to ThunderTalk is an indictment across all of their resumes. And this is a team that we are looking to potentially fight for a world spot. You know, all things considered, even going against the grain of some of their earlier performances, when you see players like Xiaohu, like Breathe, Tien, Light, and Crisp, we expect them to be, at the very least, in that regional finals playing for a spot at Worlds. And now we have 4 seeds.
You know, all 5 of these guys were at Worlds last year. 4 to the 5 on the same team in Waybo Gaming, where they made it all the way to the semi-finals. So certainly nothing that these guys are not used to. Internationals are kind of the baseline expectation for these players. The fact that they have not been able to reach that yet, certainly a bit shocking, but have plenty of time to turn it around. As they start up this Baron at 32 minutes, Jway gonna go for the flash engage on the Breathe, combined with the seismic shove. Actually gonna be the Jace taking a lot of damage, but Light's able to shut down Jway on the back end of things with the Baron already claimed. Sheer going forward here with the needlework, popping the Zhonya's to keep himself alive, but IYY going down. Care doing a little bit of damage, but it's not nearly enough as he is 2 full levels down to Xiaohu. 4 kills already picked up here for Waybo Gaming alongside that Baron Nashor. Only Jachi remains alive as they have a wave down mid. They're going to look to try to close out this game number 1.
All right, Jachi. They want him. They want to make sure. There's the ace. Waybo, they take their Baron. It was FPX trying to make a turn, but they do no damage, and they have no chance here as Waybo look to break down the base.
Yeah, Baron buff now in hand. Nexus Tower is under fire. Only Jway is left alive. And they might try to pad the KDAs just a little bit more. 13-1 the final score. Domination front to back for Waybo Gaming in game 1.
Slow and steady wins the race there. And this is a form of Waybo that we have seen bits and pieces of throughout 2025. We need to see them kind of pull it together, finish out their series, and see how the rest of their double round robin goes. It's not the first time we'll see this matchup so far in split number 3, but This feels kind of more of what we were expecting coming into this year, especially off of the back of some of the really great names that have popped up on this Waybo roster.
And maybe that magic of having Chris back. I know that Light wasn't maybe necessarily happy about it at the end of last year, but after playing with Hong and Erha and having all that back and forth swaps, maybe he was okay with it coming back and reuniting, because so far looks like that has gone pretty well for them down there. The bot lane for FPX, I think, was the highlight for them, but there wasn't many highlights to speak of.
Proven by the Billy experiment currently going on. The honeymoon phase, kind of like in other things, lasts about a month and a half. About. Give or take a few days for Beichuan. Obviously, BLG ended up making it pretty deep into the playoffs, go all the way to grand finals. But MSI, a little bit of a different story there. Now, here for Waybo, how much more can we kind of lean on this? Because I think it's right to say, like, rookie of the split number 1 was Jachi. Split number 2 was Erha, but now Erha is nowhere to be seen. He is not even on the bench for Waybo. He's back on the youth team. So how much further can this kind of duo go? I know it's very early on in the season, but just things to be keeping track of.
I'm excited to see more from them in the future. Just maybe not now. It feels bad because it felt like we got through the growing pains of FPX's roster. At the start of Split 2, remember they opened up Group Ascend like 0-4, and then they were able to actually put together a respectable resume after that. I think they went 6-8 the rest of the way, but now you're kind of starting over because Shadow, one of your main playmakers, is gone. You have a new AD carry kind of trying to form some synergy, and even though him and Jue are both exciting players on their own, you obviously create a lot more growing pains once again, and in a current format where you gotta quickly get up to form before these make or break series that could decide whether you are able to qualify for Worlds or not. It's just a really tough situation for FPX to be in overall.
They ruined all of our narratives because we were coming into this split like, hey, okay, so Split 1 happens. That format kind of sucked. If you're a bad team, you just kind of got farmed. You left the league. You played 4 best of 5s, and clean your hands, walk away. Going over to Split number 2. We were coming into Split number 2. We finished out the season. We're saying, okay, FPX, they may not have made a very deep run into playoffs, but they showed that with a little bit more time, maybe they could have the sauce. Maybe they could be a team that is a potential dark horse. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say they'd do much more than that, but now they come in, a completely new rebuild, and what is the purpose, right? Because now it's almost guaranteed they're almost likely never contesting for a world spot. So what exactly are we doing here? Are we trying to finish out Kair's contract? Are we trying to farm out Jachi before we have to throw his contract for some quick money, some quick Skrilla? Who knows?
There's still time, obviously, but getting thrust in with a very new roster and somebody like IYY, who clearly, in that first game did not look like a player that was, as good as Shadow was for this team. Not much that we can really say other than that. We'll see what the rest of the season looks like in terms of the way roster shuffle does go, as there are a lot of junglers that currently are on the market that could potentially be seen as potential ads for these teams. But as we get a look at these replays, it's going to be a lot of Waybo favored clips. I'm going to say that.
If we're going to talk about returning to tradition, Chris goes back to Waybo, already done. We can get our boy. No. That guy is never leaving. That guy is in extreme contract jail. That guy is never leaving RNG unless some kind of curse comes down on RNG. We need to bring back the prodigal son. FPX Beichuan. Coming back.
Oh. Wow.
That guy is slinging fries in bags faster than anybody in the East right now. Okay? Let's get him back onto this team. IYY, I'm sorry. Maybe he's got some more game in him. This is, not a great matchup. But if FPX are already blowing up the button, blowing up the roster building, do it again. Let's do it again.
I was gonna say, this FPX situation kind of reminds me of what Thunder Talk's end of Split 2 felt like, where without Beichuan, as he went over to go to BLG, they had to bring in this rookie jungler they weren't expecting to play, and it just felt like they were just kind of playing out the rest of their games. And we don't know exactly what the roster for TT is going to look like when they first take to the Rift later this week, but FPX are going to have to find some sort of direction if they want to have any chance of potentially reclaiming some of that old magic.
I'm just gonna real quick take a look at their next match. Oh my god. Can you guess what the next 2 FPX matches are?
Given your reaction, like BLGAL or something like that.
Close
Like,
enough,
just the
man. It's
finalists.
Top Esports BLG. We're starting out the season. Wait, it gets better. IG, JDG, and then in week 4 we get maybe WE, and that's even WE have been pretty good. They finished third. So
that's the thing about the Group of 7 getting shrunk to 8 teams, as we see Xiaohu winning the player of the game for this first matchup. Is every matchup, every series you play is gonna be tough. Like it's a projected playoff series based off of how last split did work out, and so never the best chance or the best place to, you know, mess with things too much, which is why FPX might be in a bit of a pickle as they drop game 1 over to Waybo Gaming. But still some more League of Legends to be played. We'll see if FPX are able to right the ship quickly in this first series, or if Waybo are going to be running away with a quick 2-0 sweep. We've got game 2 of this series coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the opening day of LPL Split 3. LPL English bringing you Waybo Gaming versus Fun Plus Phoenix. Game number 2 about to begin. And we saw a little bit of what the Waybo we were expecting to be all year long in that first game. A 13-1, 33-minute dominant win over one of the weaker teams that we have here in Group Ascend.
It's so funny. I immediately go to open up Twitter, and the first thing I see is the Waybo social media people. They put the score of, like, they won the first game. Tagline, report Xiaohu for inting. Nice, bro.
He died
he
one
got
time.
you an MVP. He's the only person to die. We got to report him. I see what you're doing. I see the tricks you're trying to play.
You know what? Like, nobody else died. So he's holding the team back, maybe. I mean, honestly, though, Xiaohu did play very well, developing a nice lead for himself against Care. Getting a solo kill early on in that game was actually very important to just like letting the top side of the map just like really take over. And this is again Xiaohu that really was not the Xiaohu that we were hoping to see in Split 1 and Split 2. Waybo Gaming really need this guy to kind of come to life. It seems like he always does, at least over the past 2 years, to get Waybo to that international competition. They've been the 4th seed out of the LPL for the past 2 years with Xiaohu at the helm. Light and Crisp were a part of both of those teams as well, but he always is able to clutch up. Hasn't been able to do much of that this year, but definitely have more in his bag, at least if we want to see this, you know, LPL legend come back to life.
You say come back to life, and I think that is really important when we talk about Xiaohu for fans that either have been watching for the year but maybe don't remember, or are just joining us coming off of MSI. Xiaohu has been kind of a shadow of his own self. Just Spring Split did not look good. Then we go into Split 2, and him and Tian were just not working together. I thought that this would have been a very exciting duo, especially with Tian, I think, almost reinventing himself after a couple of years off and maybe some down moments on a roster like Top Esports. But I think ever since he came back into the LPL, he's kind of made himself into that legendary LPL jungler that we got to know him as once he was a world champion. So I was kind of hoping that this duo would do a little bit more, and so far it's been a lot of Tian doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and while Xiaohu still waiting for the tiger to emerge here.
And definitely came out in game number 1. However, still a lot of games, still a lot of League of Legends to be played throughout both the series and the season as a whole. But if Xiao is able to get back to form, if Chris is able to be, you know, a more consistent player down there in the support position, I think he had a very good game overall on that recon in game number 1. This could be a Waybo team that, again, it could threaten internationally. There's a lot of really solid teams, with IG kind of rising back up into a really competitive space. JDG, of course, always being a threat. There's, again, as you mentioned at the top of the show, 5 or 6 teams that we really think could contest for a world spot, but Waybo could be right in the mix if they continue to look on form.
Only 4 seeds, and starts here, the very beginning of the season. Every match is going to matter in a double round robin. So coming in, FPX, they're going to do a side swap as they did lose the last game. So now on blue side, they're going to be banning the Vi, the Poppy. So much focus onto Tian here, trying just to, I think, generate a little bit of comfort for IYY in his competitive debut here in the LPL. Getting rid of Varus, so trying to think about first picks here. You can just go for more of those like blindable top lanes. I think something that we saw, especially in the best of 5s, is as the series goes through, you really want to try to prioritize your support matchup in particular. So maybe trying to prioritize that for Jway, who was so impressive for FPX in split number 2.
The Rumble's an easy option, just being a very powerful champion with Jace, Gwen, you know, and all those taken off the board. Sheer's going to lock that one in blind. I think the Kaisa B1 could have made sense just given how strong Jachi is on that pick, but given FPX banning that away, Rumble is an obvious choice.
Alright, so Rumble taken off. Thinking about top lane here for Breathe. You can just go Galio. I know it has been kind of the stock standard. Aurora here picked now here for presumably Xiaohu, but with no direct answers, this is technically a flex for them.
Breathe able to definitely play that one, but you know, I saw an Ornn hover. I feel like that might be in the works for what Waybo can maybe select on 3. Getting some extra priority here. Tian has been really good on this Wukong, I would say, all season long.
Right. So, bunch of circles here, kind of setting up. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if there was an angle for an MF, I think that this could be a misfortune game here for Light. Another champion that allows him to be pretty self-reliant for Chris to be able to roam. And if you get a little bit more engage, champions like Rel and Alistar are up on the table. And especially in the hands of someone like Chris, taking that away from Jway is a huge win, I think. And
this Yone Sejuani combo is something that we saw a lot towards the back half of split number 2. And Care is a great Yone player. IYY, maybe wanting to get him a little bit more ease of execution. This could be a combination that makes sense to round out the top side here for Fun Plus Phoenix.
If you didn't know, in between Split 2 and Split 3, Care did actually get married. Kind of finalized his marriage. So I was hoping there'd be a little bit more wife buff here, but not necessarily showing up so far. Maybe needs a little bit more cooldown, as a longer cooldown. Instead of the Galio, it is going to be the Mbessa here for Breathe. Something, a champion that I think he picked up really quickly coming into Split 1 and Split 2, and has actually been, I think, one of our best Mbessa players in the league so far this year. So taking that into the Rumble is not the easiest matchup, but I think if there's anybody I trust, it is going to be Breathe.
Yeah, you're picking it, I think, a little bit more for just the general composition as you talk about those circles. The Mbessa just able to kind of get in that mix as well, have a lot of AoE spells that can dish out a ton of damage, and you could also single out a backline player. Most notably likely would be Jachi to be the target of a public execution to start an engage here for Waybo. Speaking of Jachi, the bot lane is going to be pinched here in the second ban phase. We already see that Corki taken off the board alongside the Kai'Sa that was banned earlier on. Let's see what exactly Waybo want to continue to target here. Does Jway get a look now with some of these engaged supports off the table? Something like a Rel could make some sense here.
Rel is obviously great, but I would assume that FPX are going to be looking to get away of that. But if you get rid of the Rel, that just means you're giving up Leona. So it kind of feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't in this situation. Probably actually want to just get rid of the Leona and say, look, we'll give you the Rel this time around. I'm thinking in my head, this is still really great for an MF game. Honestly, we're talking about for Waybo, a lot of setup. You have so many things that can kind of make sure that the bullet time goes off. This Aurora is also going to be able to be really, really dangerous in the laning phase. This is another game where FPX are hoping that they can kind of squash the early lane, be strong on 1 and 2 items, but if we see more of the same from game number 1, I'm worried they're never actually going to get to those power spikes or be relevant in these kinds of games.
Got to start with that early game a little bit, which maybe IYY can do a bit better of a job on. He really struggled to, both secure some neutral objectives as well as just finding plays for his team on that Zinzao in game number 1. Going to be that Leona that you mentioned now that the Rel is off the board. Not a ton of strong engage options, and one of the biggest counters in the Braum was smartly banned away by Waybo in that second phase.
So what AD carries are we going to be picking here from the side of FPX? You could go Lucian Melio. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of it, but being able to have that cleanse, it does mean that you're going to be playing a little bit of a later game, and obviously going into the Leona, I think it's perfectly fine. We have seen Nami kind of pop up as more of a popular answer. I'm not getting baited by this. I'm going to wait for them to lock this in from the side of FPX. But when you see what their team opposition is so strong on, it's going to be side lanes, moving away from the mid lane and kind of making sure that our solo lanes in this Rumble and Yone have enough agency to actually get things done with this Sejuani.
Oh!
There we go.
Tarek, hey, you've talked about big circles of damage on Waybo Gaming's side. What about a big circle that prevents any damage in that Cosmic Radiance here for Jway? Tarek's one of my favorite off-meta support picks that I like to whip out every once in a while. The shielding is going to help, and the healing is going to allow for Jachi to get the buffs on the passive, so still a mix between an engaged support and an enchanter is going to do a ton to protect the entirety of FPX, who have an identity at the very least, but we'll see if it ends up paying off against what Waybo have in store for them.
You know, it's funny, it's not even our first Tarek of the year. On played one at the very beginning of Split 1 versus
Feels
Thunder
like a while
Talk.
ago.
Yeah, it was a really long time ago, and I think theoretically this is great. You have a very short-ranged composition when you think about what these champions and their effective ranges are. The ultimate is going to do so much to actually be able to stop an Mbessa and an Aurora, but when we talk about how they're going to be able to play this, Tarek is kind of like a secondary engage. He's never going to be the one that's flashing forward. If anything, he's empowering his carries to walk up and actually deal the damage and get his stun down. So timing is going to be so key. And I think especially synergy for a team that is so new, playing with so many new pieces. You need to be in sync with your carries here if you're on the side of FPX.
Yeah, because a big part of Tarek's engage potential is, you know, using the dazzle on another champion that you've already marked with your W. Definitely some angles to find some fun, creative patterns here with the Sejuani and the Yone, but as you said, coordination going to be key. We'll see if it happens with somebody like IYY, who again is very, very new to both the LPL competitive League of Legends as a whole. Did not go great for him in that first game, but now on a champion that maybe has a little bit less agency, a little bit easier to execute on. We can see if it allows for FPX to take that next step and to even up our series at 1-1. Ooh.
Damn. They got the Waybo. I heard the WBG gyros and then FPX. Cut the kick. Just cut the mic. Cut the mic, guys.
What is that reminding me of? It's like, oh, you're hoping that you issue out the big high five, the big call out, nobody responds. It's like
if there's even one FPX fan in there, I feel for them.
You invite the whole class to your birthday party, and like the only guy who shows up is like your family friend whose mom forced him to show up. And that's that guy. Yeah, exactly. That was that guy doing the Waybo Gyro. Oh. We'll get there. We're making progress. It's been a little bit better every game, and we got two of the bigger fan bases up next, and Top Esports versus IG. So I got some hope for that one.
Yeah, that one should be the true fans going wild. But already they're sitting on a ward. They do not know this though. Stun doesn't land.
Not connecting here. Jway can take a lot of damage off those bouncing blades. Light and Crisp going to get off to an early start, as Jachi and Jway unable to find that early advantage level.
Okay, junglers are starting on opposite sides here with Tian pathing down. And for FPX, it is going to be IYY making his way up towards the top side. I think it makes a little bit of sense. His solo lanes are going to have so much kind of dictating of what happens here in this game number 2. And making sure that the Rumble and the Yone are in decent enough spots to make sure FPX can actually contest in the mid game, I think is an important and good game plan for them.
See IYY clearing out his bottom side quadrant right now. He could potentially go for a bit of a timer here onto mid, but you already see pings towards that Raptor pit. Looks like they are aware that this could be an opportunity to make a play onto Xiaohu. Early execution of this Yone Sejuani combo would be big, as I think Kara's about a minion away from hitting level 3. Here. Now getting it, Soul Unbound will come out. And here comes that crowd control. Xiaohu already flashed away. Another stun with the Permafrost. He's going to get taken down. First blood to IYY, although it will be a 1-for-1 trade.
Okay, I mean, it's not great for Xiaohu, right? Like, he loses his flash. He's able to teleport in, so at most he's missing maybe 2 or 3 minions with the teleport timer. But for IYY now, this really delays any kind of stall here from FPX. And for Waybo, letting Tian get to his level 6 a little bit faster or not being inhibited, he's going to finish his entire full clear and have complete reign over the bottom side of the map.
Ooh, Light, he spell shields the stun, but will be enough. Jachi's just running him down at this point. Chris with the flash backwards to try to stun him up with the Q. Another stun lands onto Jway. Jachi's doing a ton of damage, and Waybo's bottom lane gets pressured out now.
Okay, no mana here for Jway or for Jachi. They have to give this up. Sivir, not the best laner, but especially if she's just going to be able to very easily clear this bottom lane wave and walk away, you're happy with the situation coming in from Waybo.
Yeah, you don't go down. Burn a couple summoner spells, but should be relatively safe. Recall is kind of imminent for both of the bot lanes here. As Tian. Why did I say Shadow? I saw FPS.
Bro, he has a complete mind control in this game. It's the ghost of Shadow. He's hanging over this first game.
Tian, I should say, able to get that bot lane Scuttle Crab. There's a lot of vision control right now for Waybo. It's Breed has to flash away too, so we are seeing individual levels of play that are better in the early game right now for him.
It's a good early game plan coming in from FPX. You took the bottom lane matchup and against the Sivir that Waybo did opt into. You're smashing in that department, at least in the 2v2. Top lane, this was a Rumble first pick and a Breathe who just said, hey, I'll play the Mbessa and be much stronger in the mid game. These are all matchups that I think Waybo were very comfortable with sitting into and recognizing that with how they played in game number 1, they're confident that they can get to a state, 15, 25 minutes here and say, like, we can play this one out and we'll more than likely to be able to win.
We'll see if that ends up happening here. I mean, I feel like when FPX won, again, a lot of it was with the early aggression of Shadow in the jungle. IYY doing a good job starting that off with the play on a mid. Hasn't done much since then. Xiao still without his flash for another 2.5 minutes, so a return could happen and could be beneficial, especially if Kare's able to hit level 6 relatively soon. The problem, though, off that gank is that, IYY took an extra tower shot. I mean, Xiao actually got the kill that Kare was unable to get, so he's actually up in gold right now.
That's so cute right there. Sheer just using the equalizer. He does not know where Tien is. This the vision plant coming in from FPX will spot Wukong. So at least Sheer will know that we're not losing at least one more wave. But look, FPX finally get themselves into the first dragon of the game, so feeling good about that. What I'm going to be looking for FunPlus Phoenix is how they look to contest on these grubs in 2 minutes time. Because you're the team that, in my opinion, has a much better time on side lanes, especially with this Yone and Sejuani, and you have this Rumble who, barring a massive accident going down, you're going to need a little bit of assistance in the side lane versus Mbessa.
And we said it in the last series when Sivir was locked in, but the scaling kind of just instantly goes over to that team because of the amount of wave clear you can get, the amount of damage you can get once you get to 2 or 3 items. The Aurora helps as well there. So Waybo, I think, are okay with stalling this game out a little bit more. The investment will still be very powerful for the Wukong and the Leona for the engage. FPX kind of want to get going quickly, given that their carries might have a little bit more power in that mid game. So a fighter on the grubs could be big. I think I have my eyes on Jue. If he can hit level 6 before that grub fight, that would be huge.
This is also double spellbook again for our supports. I think it's really tough for Jue to hit level 6 here. He has to not only do this wave, but probably at least the next. And with how it's looking, Waybo should have priority over these grubs spawning in 45. Like, FPX will crush the top wave, but they very easily have already shoved Care underneath the mid-tier 1. And it is so easy for someone like Chris to kind of just ping-pong between the top and mid-wave, just to make sure that either the vision nor the bodies from FPX can actually cross into the river.
Yeah, I mean, Light on the Sivir versus the Yone, always going to get that push. And you can see Zhao who's going to be able to hold his own as well up there against Jachi and Jue. Now, Jachi does hit level 6, so we'll have that culling for a potential fight. And Jue getting that ultimate as well does mean that FPX could have an advantage in terms of just having their abilities in the right places with this Herald about to spawn.
They should know this. They saw that Jue hit level 6. They're not looking for a contest here. Maybe if Chris was feeling a little frisky, he'd be going for like a Flash Ignite just to force out Care. He doesn't have his teleport for a few moments. But right now, it is going to be FPX starting up the grubs. They get the first one. How many more can they actually go for?
Glacial Prison, it lands on a Crisp. Another crowd control chain with the Dazzle, and Crisp is going to go down very easily, surely. It's going to be the culling to finally finish the job. Jachi collects the gold. Second grub going to get smited away as FPX have gained control of that feat of monster slaying. But Xiaohu has arrived. It's going to be a 4v3. Teleports available for both top laners, but they don't want to join the fight. All 3 grubs secured for FunPlus Phoenix, and they're going to get away scot-free most likely.
Ooh, but look at this now. So they'll get all of the grubs. Like you said, can we actually see FPX apply pressure onto these turrets? It's going to be another question here. Chris teleports back in. They're going to get at least another wave here in mid lane. Maybe they get Care to teleport towards this. Instead, it's going to be Jue making his way over. How many camps can Tien steal here? Because there's Gromp, Blue Buff, and the rest of his team can continue to kind of push on forward into FPX's jungle.
Important thing, 2 of those ultimates are now down. Glacier Prison and the culling. Fate Sealed and the Equalizer, though, could be at their disposal. The weirding is issued by Zhao, who Chris forced to flash away. And FPX finally do get Waybo out of their own jungle.
It's unfortunate, but it's also a lot of time there being used by FPX. That's a
Nice.
cheeky cancel there by Jue. Great use of the ward to try to stop Light. A little bit of time here now for FPX. They find themselves with a small gold advantage here thanks to the jungle and bottom lane duos. But I think all this is mostly just going to be able to get for them is the flash off of Crisp and maybe a little bit of breathing room in this game number 2.
Berserker Greed's now unlocked for Care. We're getting closer to a full team fight win. That was just one kill. It was on the on the Crisp, who, you know, is maybe one of the least important targets, but you're gonna take that anyway for FPX. That's kind of the sign of what's to come. And shout out to IYY, who made another proactive play, peeling away from the grubs to instead try to find a kill, try to find a fight. You know, ended up just being a 1 for nothing. We're gonna take that here, and it's been a much better showing, at least so far, for FPX overall.
IYY got into a bit of an aura war versus TN on those first grubs. He obviously lost all 3 of them, like we saw. But after a couple more of those smite losses he saw, he's like, maybe he isn't, you know, the unkillable jungle king. You know, maybe I can do something. You know, get a little bit of swagger back in his step. It's good to see from IYY. Still keeping on and holding some aggressive cards. Now, Dragon is spawning in a few moments here, and Jachi just took his recall. While I don't see Waybo starting it immediately on spawn here, you think about how quick it is for them to be able to close this out. That is the Leona ult that is going to be missing, but look at the waves right now. Waybo, they get priority from mid. Xiaohu's going to have access on this bottom lane wave first, and he has TN and Chris kind of hovering him on this side of the map. This is a very good spot for Waybo, and FPX kind of need to be very careful about where they find and engage.
Do they just try to force it and try to make Waybo engage into this like kind of Herrick combo where it makes everyone invulnerable? Looks like right now they're just focused on gaining control of mid again. As Breeze does go forward with that public execution on Ashir, not really any threat of a kill whatsoever. That is going to be an ultimate down here for Waybo's top laner if both decide to arrive to this dragon fight with the teleport.
They're also just feeling like, hey, Crisp doesn't have flash, we just used his ultimate. They might very well kind of try to make another play like we saw around the Herald, or around the Grubs, where they just turn onto this Leona, find a kill there, and still grab themselves the objective. So, feats of monster slaying go to FPX here. So, they've got 3 Grubs with a team that's going to be better side laning. They got the first 2 Dragons. I know Waybo have some scaling in their composition, but they are going to have to start picking up the pace, or at least somehow find a way to contest versus FPX.
You could just wait maybe for Sivir to get to like 4 items, but I feel like that's never like the best winning condition. You know, something's got to give before then, and you know, at least, you know, getting at least one of these next 2 dragons to prevent that soul from going over so quickly. The more skirmishing here on the bottom side. The one area of the map where Waybo has been in control actually is Xiaohu, who with the second straight game has found himself an advantage over Care, but the rest of the map not looking as hot.
Yeah. IYY has to, instead of finishing his recall, he has to help Care get this wave. Chris and Xiaohu are really trying to at least milk one last plate, as we see there. But still, FPX, they drafted some good matchups for themselves. Have the Rumble into the Mbessa. They're still playing with the priority that we kind of saw from them. This is a good start here for FPX. Game 1 was basically us like waiting for the game to be over. We were waiting for Waybo to blow up that Nexus. This is by far a lot more competitive of a game, and they need to keep this up. They cannot let go, because when you have a lot of new pieces, especially in a player like IYY and a team that doesn't have like too much veterancy, they're going to overplay at one of these objectives. And I think that's what Waybo is kind of preying on, that one of these kind of fights, one of these team fights, FPX are going to overextend.
I feel like, yeah, the team fight shot calling for Waybo definitely advantageous, just given the experience on these teams. So if FPX can find some more angles to, you know, use the leverage that they have with, you know, some of these first items now being completed, that is their opportunity to try to continue to snowball this game. The scaling, as you mentioned, for Waybo, a little bit better, just given the fact that they have these big circles and they're able to do some big damage once we get into the later stages of this game. Still pretty far from that though, and things have remained quiet for now. We see IYY and Jue hovering around, looking to maybe find a plan to breathe, but nice job by Chris to spot him out in time.
So there's a Herald spawning in 35, and right now what we're seeing constantly is despite having the Sivir in the mid lane, Jauchi has been doing a really good job of maintaining mid pressure, making sure that the wave is always in a good spot for FPX to be able to move out if it is their turn to play. And for the time being, honestly, if FPX want, they should be able to take this Herald, even if Waybo kind of put themselves up. We're talking about a 5-on-5. We talked about that coordination having to be very important. We need to see the timing coming out from Jway. Is he going to be able to get the Cosmic Radiance down in time effectively for his team? Right now, it's going to be Waybo trying to brute force their way into the topside jungle.
It looks like they will do so successfully, at least for now. IYY and Care still here, and still both have their ultimates, so that Johnny Yoda combo can come into fruition. We also see Sheer pushing on the bottom side, so with this Herald started up, or spawned, it looks like now maybe FPX can make a turn towards it as TN is actually going back to base.
TN's going to finish his recall now. He's going to walk back over. He does now finish the Mercury Treads, which ain't too bad. I think it's going to be really late on the contest. Light and Chris, they get priority first. This might not be the Herald going over to Waybo, but they might look for an extended fight afterwards.
2,000 HP. I has been hit. IYY going into Cured. Cosmic Radiance has come out with the culling as well. Chris already going down. Breathe in some trouble here, but Tien going forward. The Fate Seal going to find him on the Care. Knockup does land. It's going to be Xiao Hu doing a lot of damage and 2 for 2 overall. He jumps away, tries to get away from that knockup, but IYY is going to flash on top of him. The Flamethrower Shears doing a lot of work.
Light?
Light's still untouched. Light's gonna do the work. It's a 2 for 1 overall still, but the health bar on Care is still in its favor. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Waybo somehow.
Even if the kills go over in favor of Waybo, I love that fight for FPX. They get so many summoner spells. Almost everybody is out of a flash coming in from Waybo. And that Cosmic Radiance got exactly the amount of value that FunPlus Phoenix wanted to see. Stunning multiple, or getting multiple members into safety, stunning up and making it so difficult for Waybo to actually get a clean fight there. Still got themselves the Herald. FPX playing these fights incredibly with a pocket pick coming out from Jway.
However, no, it was Waybo who ended up getting that numbers advantage. Look how much damage Xiao was able to get. Kind of untouched in this fight for such a long time.
It's dangerous. When you talk about Aurora, the fact that she has max HP damage as part of her passive makes it very difficult. A 3-hit passive, she gets 2 rounds of that passive going down, someone's dying. Someone's at least going down to 10% health. We'll see if FPX can grab themselves the soul point here as they put themselves on 3. They are conditioning. There are ultimates that are coming up in a few moments here for Waybo.
Yeah, we're going right back to scrap in here. The equalizer's going straight onto Light. Chris dashing forward onto Care, forcing him to already flash on out.
Whoa!
A huge between worlds as Waybo gain control of the pit, but IYY yanks it right away from Tien's arms and claims soul point for FunPlus Phoenix.
Tien, he followed over the wall for Care, and he could never get back over. He does not have his Playful Trickster. He doesn't have his W anymore, so Tien is nowhere in range to smite away the dragon. That is soul point confirmed for FPX, and potentially with 3 grubs, even the mid-tier one falling as well. They're going to be a little bit more respectful for their opponents. I thought that was a maybe lost fight because there was no Cosmic Radiance available for Jway, but I mean, Waybo going a little too far, overextending for Care. He may have not had the cleanest fight, but it didn't matter. The rest of his team backed him up.
I mean, just clutch smites as well from IYY against, again, one of the greatest junglers that we've had here in the LPL. And yeah, and of course he's had his ups and downs, but this is a guy with a lot of experience who's kind of bullying IYY in that first game. But on this Sejuani, the rookie, he's been locking in a little bit. He's having himself a great game so far. Still a lot more work to be done as we're still in a relatively even game state. 3 dragons compared to 1,000 gold lead for Waybo, but great start, at least to this second game for the new jungler for FunPlus Phoenix.
Maybe it really was the Pantheon stimulus package, you know? Maybe that champion is just not allowed to get through, at least in the first game. So we saw it permanently banned in our first series of EDG versus Ultra Prime, so not surprised to see it do so well in the hands of a capable player like Tien. Getting a bit of posturing around the top side. Otacon starts in 50. I don't think either of these teams are really excited about the prospect of fighting for Otacon, but if they can find a pick now, they can get their resets in, maybe they put themselves in a good enough spot to contest for this objective on when it comes up.
Not going to be for another 35 seconds or so. Bree's gonna head back to base, checked out to about half HP. We'll see where he redeploys. You can see, I think I'm gonna call this the false start. You know, you're in track and you're lined up for the ult team, it doesn't end up doing anything. That's what happened to Breeze right there. Not able to land onto anybody of FPX.
If Yone had a fatter hitbox, for sure he gets it. If he's actually a real champion and not a slender man, I don't know what else. Like he'd be getting hit for sure. So that's a hitbox diff coming in for Breeze,
Thanks,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep. But Otacon does spawn.
Unrealistic body standards.
For Yone?
Yeah.
Nah, Yone's not the unrealistic body standards. That's Nautilus.
True. Yeah. We got Otacon spawning. No Nautilus in this game though, so unable to find an easy target for Breeze as the ultimate is about to come off for cooldown, but won't be up for just yet. See the damage that Light's able to do. On to IYY. Suspicion looking maybe for a chance to use that Glacial Prison, but right back to mid lane control they go. 1-3-1 setup for both teams with the Otacon about to maybe become a target, Dragon up in 2 minutes time.
These next 45 seconds are really crucial for both teams. For FPX, that posturing around mid was not only to see whether or not a fight would break out, but if they can get maybe another summoner spell out, because that will mean that that spell is no longer available for this upcoming dragon, and that is Soul.
Chris might be singled out. He's forced to go forward, knowing it's a one-way trip. Care picks up the gold, and TN looking to now collapse upon the Yone. The Cosmic Radiance going to come out. Waybo has to play this fight slow. The public execution does land on the Sheer, and here comes Xiaohu. A real big between worlds, doing a ton of damage to FPX, and their health bars are ticking low. Lights flashing forward. The Boomerang Blades are going to be able to take down Sheer with the help of Xiaohu, and it's Waybo Gaming getting themselves a big kill on the top laner of FunPlus Phoenix.
And that is a minute before this dragon spawns. Even with FPX, they're going to be out on the map. They're going to be able to push these waves and be first to the objective. The problem I'm going to have here now is you're going to be walking into this fight down a lot of ultimates, a lot of summoner spells here for Waybo, and Care still has that Fate unstealed. I need to see this Yone have that pop-off performance, see Care perform on the champion that he has, I think, made a name for himself here in the LPL. As we take a look back at this replay, yet again, another situation where FPX, they find Chris. He's by himself. He is a Leona that they can't engage on, so we can just go ahead and put all of our eggs into taking him down. That opens up that first kill. And then Light, still that back line threat that he is just building up into this game. But he loses his flash almost as soon as it comes off of cooldown. So need to be a little bit more careful coming up on this fight. I think FPX, you are allowed to give up this dragon, but I don't think you want to, obviously, when you talk about having this Sivir potentially hit 3 and 4 items.
Yeah, we talked about the scaling here for Waybo. It's starting to come in. The gold lead suddenly up to 2,500. And if you're FPX, how much you really can't afford to wait around and try to scale, because the scaling is always going to benefit Waybo with the way their competition has been set up, but they might be forced to, or they could just try to go for a fight. Teleport is available for Care, but he has not channeled it just yet. It's going to be Bree getting in the fight first.
Now.
The Dragon already at 5,000 HP. IYY going to have to try to find some way to get into the pit. It's at 3,000 HP. Equalizer coming out. It's doing a lot of damage on the
Chris
Chris.
is dead.
But now they're going to try to just target the Sejuani. And the Sejuani is down before the Dragon even can get claimed. Going to be between worlds in for Xiaohu. Cosmic Radiance is shoot, so everybody will remain alive for now. TN doing some damage. They will be able to take down Light. FPX might have a little bit of life in them as they get 4 kills despite the Drake.
They lose out on the Drake. IYY flashes into the wall, but hell, man, we got the fight exactly where we needed it there. Waybo, they get to hold on in this game just for a little bit longer, and FPX get to slam more items into their inventories. Let's see if Jhachi has enough gold to finish that Infinity Edge. I think that would be just big enough of a spike for them, for FPX to start feeling like they can start to kind of push their weight around in this game and close out versus Waybo. To look back at this fight, I mean, Crisp is just taking so much free damage. Light is not able to turn until now, but he's getting cooked by an Equalizer. Chris ends up going, and during all of this, Cosmic Radiance is like 6 seconds away from going down. This right here is such important timing that Jway is able to get the Cosmic Radiance and the stun down onto Breathe. Otherwise, this might be that fight that Waybo get them back into this game fully.
I mean, look at the health bars. They were all so low on FPX's side. If that ulti was not used in the way that it was for Jway, could have been an ace for Waybo, and that could have been Otacon. That could have been a gold lead opening up, but instead we're right back to basically even. Less than 1,000 gold now separate these two teams, and even though the scaling does belong to Waybo, with that Infinity Edge picked up here for Jachi with 2 items now onto Care, Sheer getting that Atlas as well. I think FPX still in this one with the Baron about to spawn in 20 seconds. There's a ton to fight for, and I think FPX have to now go for another engage and force FPX to go for another 5v5.
Thankfully for FPX, every 5 minutes there is a guaranteed fight around the bottom lane, right? There is always going to be some kind of brawl with them being on soul point. Baron and Otacon are up in the table. You see that FPX are starting to motion their way over here.
Yeah.
I think with a Sejuani and a Yone, there is potential for them to actually look for this and maybe get this started. They've now ping-ponged a wave. They threw it over to Light. Chris has swapped over to Ignite and Smite. So he is looking for something. Maybe they could try to go for a sneaky objective start. Tien's getting a culling straight to the back.
Yeah, Jachi finding him out, catching him out in a bush, and chunking down the Wukong to 40% HP. I mean, he has to go back to base. That could be the signal now for FunPlus Phoenix to just start up this Otacon.
He's going to jungle privilege himself back up to at least half. That was on the hunt as well. No ultimate available. Light just now. His flash is coming up in a few moments. There's no TP either for Breathe, so Sheer can very easily show up for this fight. Xiaohu is teleporting, but the Otacon is gone.
Otacon's gonna go down, but Waybo might have a chance to win this fight. Xiaohu teleported in, has a death cap now. And now the question is, FPX, can they go for this one? Dway gonna pop that Cosmic Radiance. It does do so much. All 5 members of FPX are invincible! And it means that Breathe already goes down first. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Jachi was caught out and goes down to the Cyclone of Tien. Health bars are still low. Lethal Tempo has been proc for Light, but they won't be able to find anything more. A 1-for-1 overall, but it comes with the Otacon in the hands of FPX.
And if they get this mid lane tier 1 as well, that's at least enough gold to stabilize them here in this game. FPX, they had a massive turn in that last fight, but with the Cosmic Radiance down, Jachi gets taken. And Waybo, they get more breathing room in here. But that's another objective going over to FPX. That Thornbound Otacon giving them more experience, more adaptive force, and eventually it's going to have some combat prowess if they're able to get some more kills.
And again, with the way the compositions are set up, FPX really don't have the privilege to keep their foot or put their foot on the brake. They got to keep going. They got to keep trying to find fights, because this is the point where things look good for them. Moments
How
like
miserable are you as the Mbessa? You're like, I'm going to use my public execution, and then Tarek is just like, nope, nope, no damage, not happening. So he has to immediately bail out of that fight. And yes, it is, you know, a trade of kills going over. The fact that Waybo are able to stabilize and eventually start to chip away at the advantage that FPX have grown for themselves is a good note. You kind of see the two people that are doing so well on Waybo that are keeping this gold even is the mid and jungle. Xiaohu has held a massive lead over Care this entire series. Tien, the same over IYY. But I think right now the rest of the team, especially this bottom lane coming in from FPX, we had some question marks as to whether or not they were going to be able to perform, really live up and pull their weight. And we're seeing more and more. It is again going to have to be an AD carry superstar to carry FPX out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Jachi's playing well, but for me, MVP Dway so far in this game, just the way that this Tarek has been able to function, keeping everybody on FPX alive, done wonders to allow for them to continue to have some sort of semblance of hope in this second game. Dragon has now spawned. It could be Soul for FunPlus Phoenix if they can win another fight. They have all their ultimates at their disposal, but Jay's already chunked down to 60% HP. Waybo starting this one up. Again, death cap in the hands of Xiaohu, and now he's level 16. A rank 3 between worlds could do a lot, but they're going to target Chris first. Equalizer not finding a ton so far, and it's going to be Chris getting taken down. Breathe not finding the ultimate, but the between worlds does come out. Breathe looking to try to find some damage, and IYY steals away the dragon once again and claims the soul for FPX. Waybo looking for some sort of semblance of a trade, but they won't be able to close the gap, and FunPlus Phoenix are headed right to Baron.
And they've got double smites here. IYY and Dway with this unsealed spellbook. They have a 2400 damage smite. That is near unbeatable for Waybo. So how are they going to be able to get into this? There's no ultimate for the solo laners. No ultimate for Light.
Oh, and there comes a huge Fate Seal! Care going in and trying to win this fight on his own. Light's already down. Tien gets burned to a crisp, and Breathe makes it 3-0 on top of the Baron.
Let's wrap this one up, boys, because FPX, you can take them down, but the Phoenix always rises. Baron to go into the top lane wave. grab themselves the top tier 2. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just some game 1 jitters. But FPX, this is the kind of showing that we needed to see from them. And honestly, it makes this matchup all the more exciting that there's going to be at least some competition.
IYY, in his second career competitive League of Legends game on our record, just stole 3 smites in a row from TN, and he's looking for another nice engage. Glacial Prison landing onto Chris, but Sim and Zhao are going to have to do the work here. Zhao dashing forward in some last-ditch effort, but he gets taken down by Jachi. The next is soon to be exposed, and the new look Fun plus Phoenix are about to even up this series against Waybo Gaming.
This is the most FPX thing they could have done. I'm not going to lie, because we even cast our minds back to last split. This FPX team was taking games off of top teams, and we're like, okay, damn. Kind of in a similar fashion, right? Getting objectives. They're clean. The team fights are not the cleanest. But when things start to work for them, it kind of feels like that magic is there. And I feel like they may have channeled some of that, some of that mojo.
And it's a very different look from what we saw from FPX, last split. Somehow, even though, new roster pieces came in, the big winners for me were the bot lane. Jway doing his thing on the Taric, Jachi having a great game on the Lucian, and then IYY, man. I mean, he kind of pulled out his, inner Shadow in a way. Like he kind of did what Shadow did, forcing plays, trying to go for these 50-50 flips or go for, big plays all the time, try to find opportunities to go for fights, and it ended up working out for FPX in this game. And now we're going to go to a game 3.
Exciting stuff, and for Waybo, we had our reservations. I did not think that Light deserved to get kicked off of Top Esports. These are my personal feelings. I also don't think he's gonna save this bottom lane. I don't know. I said this in the break. Love is a strong word right now for what me and Light have right now. He had some good moments. I think he's actually performed really, really well so far this series already. We saw him in that game number 1 on the Xayah. I think on this Sivir, he was the only real reason that this team is even staying relevant in fights. Crisp kind of felt like he was wandering around doing some cardio. He got caught out a few times, but I don't know if that's necessarily his fault, and more so the rest of the team feeling a little off kilter. I think a bit due to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Chris definitely did not have the same performance that he did in game number 1. A lot of getting caught out, a lot of just eating callings, eating full combos from Lucian into dying before the fight really begins. And that's not what we want to see from Chris. That's what we saw a lot from some of the other supports that played for Waybo here this year. So maybe the question is it necessarily a support problem or just the way that the team functions overall? We'll have to see, as of course now we're at a position, Alk, where FPX have a chance to somehow upset Waybo Gaming. Obviously, they used a lot of their strong picks. Care on his Yone is a big specialty. Rumble here for Sheer. But, yeah, not love. Not love, Kai. It's like.
Love is a strong word. I'm already married. So, this is a matchup where it would obviously be really terrible for Waybo if they lost this first game of the season. But it also comes off the back of different areas. Because we came into the series, we're saying, okay, is Xiao going to be able to step up? I think so far throughout the series, we've seen that he's been better than his mid lane counterpart. I think that's fair to say. Light and Crisp. Light hasn't been incredible so far this year, but I think the 2 games we have seen from him are doing okay. And Crisp, I think, is still trying to acclimate to the rest of his team. This, I think, speaks more to FPX and that potential ceiling that they have. How much further can this Vibes team, the Bros, really get done in such a stacked group like Group Ascend in Split 3?
And there was a question of if the Vibes were even going to be here. And, we don't really know for sure, but they were playing pretty well in that second game. IYY, I think, being the big difference maker, I guess quite obviously, between that first and second game. Had a really rough time on the Xin Zhao. Sejuani felt like it was a little bit more up his wheelhouse, or maybe he just felt like some of those nerves were fading away as he was able to find some nice engages, and the rest of his team kind of doing what FPX did all year, which was somehow winning team fights miraculously.
I will say, Sheer was a bit quick. Sheer has so far not been the best this series. even removing what's been happening in the top lane just between these two, I think one of the biggest problems that I've had with Sheer so far this season is that I don't think he's a great team fighter. I think so far what he has shown is that he's really good at least being able to play mechanical champions like the Jax, like the Gwen that we have seen from him time and time again, his Renekton as well. But when we've talked about how he actually joins team fights, his positioning, it hasn't been the 100% cleanest. And if we're trying to find weaknesses for Waybo to try to exploit, I think that is one of the ways that they can try to do that, is recognizing that they are, I think, holistically probably better team fighters than FPX.
Yeah, but somehow, things ended up working decently enough here for FPX, and I think a lot of it comes down to some of these smites. Stealing away that Mountain Soul was crucial, as some of these at the end came down to some pretty slim margins. This one did not, though. This was pure domination that ended up resulting in the game being won.
You can take the shot out of FPX, but you can't take the FPX out of these guys, bro. Like, this is... We're still flipping objectives. We're still doing random team fights that, some of the ultimates don't all land, but that doesn't matter. The magic is there. You can keep your rules, Waybo. I prefer the magic.
So I feel like Sejuani kind of lends itself to that sort of playstyle, so we'll see if IYY is on a different champion. They'll try to maintain that level of aggression, or if it'll just be... Oh, God. Oh, he's here. All praise to Shadow.
Praise to Shadow.
Not on a team just yet officially announced, but he still lives here in the soul of Fun Plus Phoenix. That guy, big part of what they were able to do in split number 2, and with him gone, FPX have a bit of a mountain to climb, but so far, competitive here against Waybo Gaming. Much different than that first game.
Give me that IYY MVP. Probably, wait, it can't even be IYY. It has to be our boy Jue, right? It's either Jue or Jachi.
That Tarek was pretty OP. I think it has to be him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Jachi probably wouldn't be able to do as much if it wasn't for somebody like Jue on the Tarek. That's a fun pick. I'm glad we got to see it, because I feel like we don't normally, see the Tarek.
I was going to start to call into question, if they didn't win this game, or if Jue didn't look that great, I was going to maybe make the argument, hot take, Jue may have gotten carried in MVP votes because he played so much Nico. So
you get the flashy ultimates and just immediately
he had
like,
the
wow,
most
awesome.
MVP votes of Split 2 of any support. And he was actually almost contesting for top 5 in the league in terms of number of MVP votes. So good job from Jue. Does it again. He pulls out the Tarek this time. At least brings it to a 50% win rate out of 2 games here in the LPL for 2025. And even evens up the series versus Waybo.
And the first of what could be many player of the game votes here for Jue. The support for FPX stuck around here. One of our more exciting younger support players that we have in the league. Coming out and firing with a off-meta pick for game number 2. Evening up our series between FPX and Waybo at 1-1. That means we got one more match to decide the winner of our first series of Group Ascend. We'll find out who takes it right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We've got game number 3 between Waybo and FPX, a decider to determine who will jump up to 1-0 and temporarily claim sole possession of first place in Group Ascend. It was a bit of an unexpected win for FPX in that second game. It felt like Waybo were starting to outscale a little bit in some of those later game team fights, but FPX won 2 really big fights, one around the Dragon, one around the Baron, and they ended up punching out that Nexus in just under 33 minutes.
Something that I think feels really weird from like a difference between being an on-air broadcast and then having like fans just watching the game. I'm holding out like the idea that FPX are going to do more of what we saw from them the rest of the year, which was, hey, they have good early games sometimes, they can put themselves in good advantage spots, but then they just throw out a random team fight. And especially with some younger players, I think that the possibility that happens is a lot higher. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think we gave enough credit to how well FPX were playing. We got hyped towards the end of the game, but even with some of the scaling, they had a good draft where they were winning most of their lanes. They then transitioned a lot of those lane leads into objective leads, like we saw with them grabbing the soul. So I'll be honest, I think that we kind of maybe undersold or oversold how much Waybo could get back in, and maybe we can course correct. Or maybe that game was a fluke and Waybo just win the series and this is just a footnote in the rest of their season.
Here's the thing, though. A lot of good things did go well for Waybo in that game. You know, Xiaohu was significantly ahead of Care kind of all throughout. He had 3 full items on the Aurora, like a full death cap in his inventory. He was doing some work in some of those team fights, and even Light was starting to get there into that late game position on the Sivir. I think what ends up coming down to it is that TN missed a couple of big smites that end up really costing Waybo the opportunity to at least deny the soul. Maybe that objective setup is just something that has to be worked on overall, because that was a bit of a problem in game number 1, but it really reared its ugly head in game 2 and resulted in Waybo actually dropping a game in this series that a lot of us expected to be pretty one-sided.
Well, I know this setup. I know that draft pan. Let's get into game number 3, pick and ban here. Waybo back on the blue side here. It's going to be that Azir and the Sylas taken off. I wonder what they're exactly setting up for here. Obviously, Talia and Orianna are already taken off the board. So, kind of interesting to see Azir not being B1'd here, especially for a player like Xiaohu, who has so much experience on this champion. I think, especially with the changes done on this patch, it is quite interesting to see that it is not something that they are going to be prioritizing. While the FPX, they're taking away that Poppy and the Vi.
And the AD carry pool actually pretty wide open, I would say. There's some kind of maybe less meta picks that were selected in that game too. The Sivir and the Lucian. The Jhin going to get taken away here. Still see things like the Kai'Sa, which was, I think, really highly prioritized by Jauchi all year long. I think Light can play a really good Kai'Sa as well. Something that we haven't seen so far today is the Jinx. It was a pick that really rose in priority towards the end of MSI. Could that be something that Light locks in early and Waybo try to build a composition around?
So with Sylas ban, I'm thinking Ahri here for Xiaohu was something that was hit or miss, I think, for them in split number 2. But if you're going to kind of get rid of some of the bad matchups, is something that does still give them agency to be able to play, and a takeaway there from Care to, assuage some of that. No way, bro. I know we saw some of this during MSI. I'm really sick and tired of the Annie, or the Trundle coming on through as a blind. So instead of the Ahri, it is going to be that Annie.
I wouldn't have hated the blind Trundle here for TN, just because it would force like IYY to show his hand a little bit. Like, oh, are you really going to lock in the Lilia here in game 3 for your team as a rookie? But looks like instead going to be just a bit more of a basic selection in the Annie. Care can, with this Galio, I think, match a lot of that wave clear, and if he does go for a roam in a side lane, can be there to protect any of his teammates with that magic damage shield on the hero's entrance. So I think overall a pretty good matchup here for Care, who I think overall understands that he is not, at least today, going to be able to match up against Zhao, who is just specifically 1v1. So finding another way to try to match his impact.
And this does kind of incentivize FPX to play with some more carries in other lanes, especially for a player like Sheer, who we were talking about at the very end of that last game, being a bit more independent, especially in what he's able to do on the map. I think Galio allows for FPX to kind of cheat around the map, similar to what we were talking about with the Pantheon and the Talia earlier on in the series. Being able to get around, have those semi-globals. Waybo now, they have the Annie to give them point-and-click CC, and does mean that in terms of jungles, you do have kind of a few different options. You can obviously go for a little bit more skirmish heavy. There are already a lot of champions taken away from TN, so what exactly we get from him, I don't know, but if you know that there's going to be a Viego on the other side, you can get a little spicy with it, especially if you're a player like TN.
Man, a Viego for IYY is so interesting. There's just a Kai'Sa locked in as a response, so that's going to get denied from Jauchi here in this draft. But the rookie getting his hands on a big carry. I mean, for all we know, he's like a massive Viego solo queue one trick or something. Like I really don't know. We really don't know much about this player. We haven't been able to learn much as his roster announcement was kind of just thrown in like a couple days before the season started. So as we find out more, maybe we'll learn that this is a bit of a pocket pick for him, but definitely surprising for us right now as we head into the second ban phase.
Yeah, he played a little bit of like NEST this year before the start of the year. He actually got to play with Sorrow on FPX, which was cool. But kind of coming into the second phase of draft, Waybo don't have a jungler that they've set up for themselves. They also don't have a top laner, which I don't think is going to hurt Breathe all that much. And especially if you're on red side for FPX, this is perfect to give sheer counter pick. I'm expecting for them to make sure that they can get Jauchi a comfortable enough AD on 4. So for Waybo, you just want to get rid of hyper carries. We haven't seen Jauchi play too many of the really strong ones or the really strong like lane bullies like a Caitlyn. So I'm wondering what exactly else he has. If there was ever a game for it, I don't think it's perfect, but you could try and play Neela here. But into the Alistar, it's a bit tough. But you have a Galio. I think it's reasonable. It's a reasonable idea.
Do you give Jauchi the last pick, or do you try to give Sheer that R5 into a counter pick to make sure that he can have a safe matchup into Breed? That's the big question here right now. Because Jauchi overall is going to get his champion pool pinched pretty heavily. He was good at the Corki, I would say, when he was on RNG. But other than that, like the Varus has been banned away. The Kai'Sa has been locked in. You have all these fearless picks that he probably would have played before, now off the table as well. Down the tier list, you're looking at something like a Aphelios, a Kalista even. Like, there's not a lot of options right now here for Jauchi.
I like Aphelios. Aphelios is a champion that he is very well known for, especially when he was playing on RNG earlier this year. Basically, Kai'Sa and Aphelios is kind of his pocket picks. I know Kai'Sa's a little bit more fun. Tristano is also a champion. It does give him a lot of flexibility here. And for Waybo, I'm thinking about junglers now. The Nocturne was a really good takeaway coming in from FPX. Lee Sin as well, I think, for the individual skirmishing versus the Viego. Who else are you going for? Because you won't have access to the Poppy. You don't have access to Xin Zhao because of the bans for Fearless. So are you going to pick something like Trundle here? I mean, sure, you stop the Galio, and you can have individual skirmishing power. But for now, Waybo are very short-ranged.
That is true. Is there something that FPX can lock in here to punish it? Maybe a Kennen for Sheer? I don't know. There's some interesting situations that can get whipped out here for the top laner of FunPlus Phoenix. Aatrox, just solid team fighter. Might not do too much in the laning phase, but will have his ability to, you know, provide in the 5v5, which is what FPX are setting up for. That makes a lot of sense for them right now. We're going to be brawling here in game number 3, all big 5v5 competitions overall.
All right, well, Waybo right now, a big focus for them coming into the series was how Light and Crisp were going to be able to perform. I think Light has been exceptional so far, but Crisp needs to be able to step it up, and this is the draft for him to be able to do it. He's playing Alistar into Rel, Galio, and the rest of this top side for FPX. I think even with the counter pick that Sheer was able to grab for himself, if Waybo are going to be ever to be able to execute, this Trundle and this Alistar need to get so much work done. Scaling 1 and 2 items, kind of name of the game here for Waybo. While FPX, they have 2 different carries here, and I'm kind of looking at this Aatrox. If no one is hitting this guy, he turns into a raid boss versus Waybo.
That is true, especially against all the melees, as you mentioned, and just short range in general. It's a really good situation here for Sheer, for FPX's competition as a whole. It's a lot of AoE damage, a lot of ability to lock down these melee champions, and Jachi on the Aphelios is going to be a big carry in this one. He's been one of the more reliable players here in this series for Fun Plus Phoenix. He's, even in the loss that they had, able to remain even with Light and Crisp, this bot lane that has been reunited for Waybo Gaming. One more to decide the winner and who starts out 1-0 in our first series in Group Ascend of 2025 Split 3.
All comes down to this, start of the double round robin here, and for Waybo, they need to remake their season, make it to Worlds in the first place. FPX, every game I feel is an upset for these guys.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Happens. It's okay. If they win here today, their next series versus BLG or versus Top Esports, they're gonna have it. They're gonna have so many. They're gonna at least have one fan.
I don't know about that. Top Esports is a pretty popular team, I feel like.
Well, popular is a word we can use for sure. I don't know if a lot of LPL Chinese fans are very happy with Top Esports past couple months. So, unless your name is Devin Booker Truther, I don't think the Top Esports fans are. They're popular. I'll agree with you.
Yes, popular. As speaking of Top Esports, Chris on this Alistar, wanting to prove that maybe that benching was unjustified throughout the season. That's going to be a narrative that we follow kind of throughout the year. All these supports, I think the Waybo for TES swap is going to be a fascinating one to observe as we go throughout 2025 with the end of it at the very least. Zhao gets a little bit of poke on a Care to start this game 3 off. Junglers on opposite sides of the map. It's going to be Tian trying to impact Breathe early on, whereas IYY going towards Jachi and Joy.
And for FPX, I mean, just the fact that they have a lot of fresh faces to the roster kind of feels like they're hoping that they can make a late end of Split 3 push, trying to play a little bit off more of, hey, we may have lost some more of the team's leaders and maybe gotten rid of our floor, like maybe lowered our skill floor, but with a carry like Jachi and with more setup players like Care, I feel like character-wise, this might be a better fit for FPX. But we don't know, right? Because Shadow was obviously a very big part of the actual team, like cohesive and some of the intangibles of this team. So, looking forward to how this FPX team actually does kind of perform here in Group Ascend.
We're going to have to see somebody else other than Josh and Joy, I think, eventually step up if we want to see prolonged success here for Fun Plus Phoenix. I think IYY was able to step up to the occasion there in game number 2. Care on the Yone, following up nicely in some of those team fights, but still falling behind Xiaohu in the laning phase and the early to mid game portion of that one. So we'll see who exactly kind of is able to step up, but one of these solo laners is going to have to do it eventually.
So Tien's early job in this game is making sure that his lanes are set up and also seeing if and where he can not only spot IYY, but maybe even stop him from getting many more resources, because obviously Viego is essentially playing like second fiddle to Jachi, and while this FPX core may not have a lot of upfront tank ability in some of these spots, this is the hard part of playing versus the Trundle for FPX's. The Trundle pillar is really disruptive, and his individual stats and his entire kit, I think, really makes it difficult for FPX to more meaningfully find fights and feel confident about their spot.
Well, you saw the interaction with Galio there. I think if you do it right, you could use the pillar to cancel Joy's crash down as well. Like, there's a lot of different use cases here for this big ability, and you know, we didn't want to see it blind, but I think once you saw the Viego and some of these big melee champions locked in, it made sense for Tian to get this one. As you know, it's really risen in priority, but I think Tian's been one of those players who has played this Trundle well throughout the year.
I think Tian has actually just almost entirely kind of opened himself up to be able to play most anything. I think when I think of Tian, actually, I kind of go back to, I think, last year or the year before. He's one of the only LPL junglers to be playing Ivern, and he plays it incredibly well. I'm surprised we haven't seen it this year. I mean, his Skarner has also been one of the best in the league. He has been so flexible, and I think it just talks to more of the experience and expertise of a player like him. So glad to see that he's on this roster, and hopefully we can see some more success coming out from him and his squad.
Yeah, it's not normally something you think about with Tien. I feel like a lot of the time it's like, oh, I play like the Lee Sins, and otherwise, you know, good luck. But that's
My
a
Pantheon
new part
is
of his,
insane, you know?
Yeah, that's a new part of you know, who this guy is as a player, that he's been able to grow over time. Remember, he was pretty young. All those guys were pretty new to the space when FPX won Worlds all those years ago. But it's been 6 years since then, so these guys really have gotten that level of experience and are new players, new and improved players potentially. As we're seeing Jachi doing some more damage here, holding the wave in a good spot, and making Waybo feel a little bit uncomfortable down here with IYY on the way.
I think you would actually just like, if we just like transplanted some LPL fans from like 2021, 2022, like, ah, cool, Jachi Jue, I don't know why they're playing. They should be down in LDL, but I mean, sure. And it's like, oh, cool, Xiaohu's still playing and he's playing on Waybo? I don't know what happened to RNG, but I mean, sure. They're like, wait a minute. FPX are fighting them, and they might actually be like, they have a chance to win this game? What?
Yeah, the name recognition on Waybo definitely much stronger if you're not a big fan of the LPL. And somehow this series is still close. I mean, it's been 1-1. I would say Waybo's win was definitely more dominant than FPX's, but it doesn't matter. They still got the victory at the end of the day. And this
FPX's win was way
close
much more fun to watch, at the very least.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm in a way almost rooting for FPX because I like the way they won the game more, because it gives me more to talk about and more to think about with the players.
You didn't like the game one? We were sitting at 7-1 for like 8 minutes. That was great. That was my favorite.
Hot take. Didn't like it. It was boring.
Okay. Fair play.
I'm gonna
the
be the
North
one to
American
say
mind
it.
Cannot comprehend Chinese League of Legends.
Okay, that's just the opposite of like that. We're defying stereotypes here on LPL English. That's what we're doing right now. Because it's 7 minutes in and there hasn't been a kill so far in this game. Yeah, not particularly useful, but I think now that the ultimates are starting to come online, that's when we're going to
Look, we talked about in the early game, talking about for Waybo, we needed to see Tan be a little bit more proactive. There was some answers into mid lane, but that hasn't really panned out here. So FPX are saying, cool, you let us farm up. We're now 7.5, 8 minutes into this game. The grubs are going to be spawning in 30. And our bottom lane is almost always going to be able to guarantee push thanks to the different guns that Aphelios have, and especially Kai'Sa's early game weakness, not being able to let her wave clear as well. So if they want to swap, they can. And FPX are more than happy with this game, going a little bit later, grabbing themselves some more items.
Yeah, I mean, Jachi on this Aphelios is going to be absolutely insane once he gets to a couple of those items. Same with IYY. And I'm very curious to see how this reset comp kind of plays. For FPX, you're gonna need to have to get that first kill, you know, pretty quickly for IYY to get the reset. But the rest of the team actually doesn't mind playing out things a little bit more. Rotate our way towards these grubs. They have just spawned. He's gonna pop the ultimate to trade actually of those R keys for the top laners, but Waybo winning out on that one, at least for now. The Q3 going to connect on the Sheer to get him some health back. But all of both teams invested around these grubs. Gonna be another smite fight this time.
Whoa.
It's gonna be IYY to pick it up again. And Chris gonna go forward with the heads up call. Tivers does land. And IYY now in some trouble. Tien chases him down with a subjugate and claims first blood for Waybo Gaming.
While our observer was just looking up into the top lane, I really wanted to watch how FPX and Waybo were battling for river control, because it was actually Waybo moving first. Crisp was already in the mid lane before Jue, so he could very easily walk into that topside river, get vision down, and somehow FPX were able to grab it, get into the pit. They got themselves one grub, but now their Viego loses Flash, his life, and the ultimate. And honestly, you don't even get all that much for it. I mean, Sheer had to get pushed off of the top lane wave, so there's an advantage now being brought up for Breathe. Light just farmed up an entire wave by himself versus Jachi, so they got nothing from this play as the side of FPX, and Waybo get to basically just eat and have their cake in it too.
Yeah, you know, Tien can't get the grub stolen away, kill the jungler first. so he's able to get 2 of them there.
Astute observation, Grapes.
Hey, that's kind of the strategy that they need, given how IYY was able to, you know, work around that game number 2. So Waybo, this time getting the 2 grubs. They get that first blood kill onto IYY as well, targeting the Viego before he's able to get a reset. Obviously, a great choice for how you're able to play these team fights out. They're going to have to continue to do, at least early on.
Already seeing so much vision control here from Waybo. You can kind of see it very briefly on the minimap, and especially with how our observers are framing it right now. There is so many wards placed by Waybo on this bottom side jungle, not only to just protect Tien's camps, but also to make sure that Light has enough information that he can know whether or not he's allowed to actually step up versus a minion wave versus Jiachi. And with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, I'm kind of looking towards if this next punch from FPX is actually going to get it done for them right now, because you do have some really important ultimates coming up. IYY, despite falling short, is getting closer and closer to that Trinity Force. So I wonder, are they going to actually go for the second dragon of the game for themselves, or give this up in favor of getting some of their items and making sure that they're in a good spot for the rest of the game?
Yeah, if I was FPX, I already got the first dragon. I would not be too sold on like full committing for this one, knowing that we do have a lot of good scaling on our on the team. However, if the opportunity comes, might as well try to go for it. To get that first 2 drag lead, it really does help you for, you know, allowing that scaling to continue. That means you don't have to fight the next couple of dragons if you do not want to. And so it looks like actually FPX will go for that contest. Sheer has a teleport. He has not really left the lane just yet, while Breathe is making his way down towards the dragon pit. And with that knowledge, with that scuttler taken, it's going to be Waybo starting this one up first.
Alright, so Waybo get first access. It is going to be IYY walking forward. Kai'Sa's not going to be in the area, but she does have Killer Instinct. And it doesn't matter if FPX are late to a fight. They still have the Galio ultimate.
So it's going to be Sheer joining, fully committing to a 5v5. Sheer popping the World Ender, actually going straight into Light, and making it a 4v4.
Oh, Dwayne!
Dwayne with the Magnet Storm, combined with Jiachi with the Moonlight Vigil, is going to get a huge chunk of damage with Dragon is secured for Tien. Hero's Entrance going to try to knock some people up, but already Jiachi has fallen. Light now rejoining the fight after he was originally zoned out here by the Aatrox. They land the taunt onto Tien, they take him down. Jungler out of the picture, but Breeze able to get one back and secure the feats of warfare for Waybo. Heartbreaker forward. IYY trying to get one more kill, and he will do so with the help of Sheer. Double kill in for the Aatrox, and overall it's going to be FPX winning this one 3-2.
Okay, so Feat of Warfare goes over to FPX. The Dragon goes to Waybo. But a lot of summoners being used there, but an amazing engage coming in from Dway. Finds multiple members of Waybo. And that's exactly the fight they needed. That should be Trinity Force now completed for the Viego. Watch this fight again. Sheer doing such great work. I had questions about this guy coming into this, but now he is no longer within effective range to utilize that Killer Instinct. And while Breathe is sitting in this brush, waiting to punish Jiachi, it is just far too late. The rest of FPX have already done the damage. They're now waiting for some more cooldowns. I mean, IYY, he is now completely set up to be that secondary carry alongside Jiachi to bring FPX a win in this game.
Sheer getting a couple of big kills as well. 3-0-0 now on this Aatrox. Thunder Sky in inventory. Sheer has had a bit of a quiet series so far against Breathe, who is one of the better top laners that we have here in the LPL. The next test for Sheer, who was doing pretty well at the start of the season, before, you know, maybe having some more inconsistent play in the group stage, is what can he do against some of these top-level top laners? And, you know, he still fell behind a little bit in the laning phase, but being able to show up in those team fights is massive if you're an FPX fan.
For Waybo, it's not at all, like, I don't think you can be discouraged so far in this game. You're obviously still waiting for some more of the items to come on through. You're actually now finishing a majority of your first items across the board, so you'll be feeling pretty good coming into this next fight, but you're still waiting, right? Like, we're looking yet again at, I think, 2 games in a row here with the Sivir and now Kai'Sa, where Light has to hit 2 and 3 items, and then he's pretty relevant. But so far in this game, FPX are taking they're like, okay, cool. Jotchi loves doing that. Jotchi loves playing these kinds of champions that are going to be spiking a little bit later, and so far they've, I think, had a much better laning phase than their opponents, especially for a player like Jue.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge engage that he found to start that fight around the dragon. Speaking of major objectives to fight over, Herald now spawning in 15 seconds. Jue does not have the flash just yet. The Magnet Storm is back up. Let's see what he wants to do here. As he does head back to base. Looks like no starting on spawn is in order for either of these two teams for that Rift Herald, but always another thing that they can fight around. I feel like both teams honestly all scale pretty well. So it is interesting to see like kind of how both Waybo and FPX want to play around these objectives. Do they want to just try to start these fights, or are both of them kind of content to slow this game down?
There's reasons why both teams can be happy about slowing this game down, but for FPX, I think you're more likely to say like, hey, we're probably not going to be able to beat a Kaisa that has so much setup with a Trundle and this Annie. So let's just make sure that we have dragons stacking in our favor. They're going to be late to this objective, but again, I said it around the dragon, and I'll say it again. When you have champions like Rel and this Viego, you are okay with showing up late, especially with Galio in your back pocket. The teleport comes in from Breathe.
Another summoner spell. Small win so far for FPX. Can they turn it into even more? Jotchi has the red and the white guns. This is prime fighting opportunity, but I won't lie, was unable to get into the pit to secure the smite, so it's going to be TN to collect it. Tibbers goes down into sheer chunks into half, and FPX will back away.
All right, but FPX, they maintain control of mid. I just think it's too late now. They never walked into that pit. That teleport from Sheer doesn't give them exactly enough breathing room to really walk forward. Jue wasn't looking forward towards it, so I thought, you know, hey, you could maybe pivot and try to assault the mid lane wave and then move for the dragon. This could be a situation now where Waybo, they didn't use all that much. It's Tibbers on a very low cooldown here. They can move right back in and go towards this dragon that's spawning in 20 seconds time.
I think both teams honestly are going to be pretty interested in not any ultimates blown other than the Dominus and the Unbreakable Will. Actually, the Tibbers just expiring here for Xiaohu as well. I should say for FPX, they have all the tools at their disposal. Flash is still available for IYY, Sheer, and now Jue getting that off of cooldown as well. Would not be surprised to see FPX try to go for this one. Instead, it's going to be Waybo focusing on this top side right now. Tien has the Herald in his hands if he wants to try to make this play for a dive.
Oh yeah. You have two grubs, let him recall, bro. I mean, sure, if you want the kill, take it.
Maybe Dragon in response, most likely. Carib will be able to get away. It's tier 1 tower picked up here for Waybo Gaming on the backside of things. They already have feats of strength already unlocked. Looking for a second proc as well.
Hell yeah. Make this a very long lane. We've seen that in season or in splits past already for FPX. One of the issues that this team has is they're not the best at playing side lanes, and I think one of the biggest strengths of Waybo is actually how smart their solo lanes are to extend leads, play really long maps, and try to pull their opponents piece by piece around macro. So if you're going to say, hey, look, we're going to get into a fight where teleports and how you lane allocate and where you're putting your pressure is going to be important, I think it's a perfect way to do this. Joshy's probably losing at least one summoner spell here, just barely out of range from Xiaohu.
Oh, he was looking, he was hovering, he was like pressing that Alt-R key to see just how far Jotchi was. Was he in range for that Tibber stun? But looks like Yefelius was able to escape. And now Waybo go for a bit of an invade to take away some camps instead. So even though that dragon was secured by Fun Plus Gaming, as you mentioned, Waybo opening up that top side of the map with 2 towers, and now Light lands that Prey Seeker and is going for the kill on a Jotchi, the Killer Instinct. Teleport in, going to be prepared to force out a disengage, but now he's going to be the one to get targeted, knocked up, taken right back in, and TN secures the goal.
That mistake right there might cost FPX the game because it's going to be their mid-tier 1 that falls. It's going to be gold that Waybo get access to be able to reset and buy those items. And they've already taken away a large portion of the economy. Like, FPX, while Waybo were ravaging the topside jungle, they only stole away the Raptors from Tien. So now he'll be able to get maybe all these wards. He'll get his red buff as well. They're eating good on the side of Waybo, including that kill with the teleport on top.
It still feels close. Still feels like FPX are well in this game, but now a 3,000 gold lead is opened up for Waybo, and Light finding a really nice opportunity, and Care goes a little bit too far forward to try to back up his ADC.
yeah, Jue's nowhere in position. Actually, you kind of see it in the mini-map there, but while this was happening, Breathe found IYY and forced him out. They had to take the Hextech portal off to his side of the map. Waybo just kind of play really well on all fronts in that situation. So control around the dragon, control around the bottom side, especially with Otacon spawning in a few moments here. The game is going to essentially devolve now to who can get entrances into the bottom side river, who is going to be able to get wards and flank TPs down ready for their team, and especially with such a long lane in top lane, with a summoner spell advantage for Waybo when it comes to the teleports, FPX are going to find themselves in a very difficult position.
But do you have to fight at this point? I mean, I don't know if I agree necessarily. If that is the case, you're still waiting on that second item. I think once the IE will come in for Jacci, that's like another flex angle that you can really go in and start these engages again. But right now, it's going to be FPX kind of buying their time, maybe giving away this Drake when it eventually comes up in 2 minutes.
I would say you have to fight, because you're gonna get soul point if you can grab this. I do not want to get into an arms race versus a Kai'Sa. That is just never going to be my kind of style of game in this composition for FPX. So every single dragon is going to matter, and if you're going to get picked apart with a team that has 2 grubs, eventually you are going to lose on the side lane. So we're already seeing it. I think it's going to continue to get compounded here, especially we talked about from the draft, Tien on this Trundle. So dangerous to deal with. Now Care loses his flash. That is a potential playmaking for them, and now even potentially a turret.
Nicely done by Care to clear the wave with that Hall of Radiance, but now full control of the bottom side here for Waybo. They're going to start up this Otacon with Light having 2.5 full items and not Jacci having 2. He's going to be at the fight, but it might not be in time. They're peeling away from the objective, and they just wanted to burn a little bit of time. That is that time wasted now from FPX.
They wanted to see whether or not they were going to get the teleport out from Sheer, because now what they can do is permanently keep this position, let Breathe in mid lane take control of this, and then you can kind of see it right now. Xiao is trying to fish for areas, pockets of vision that FPX do not have control of. He's going to get spotted on this ward here, but as long as Waybo can kind of keep them baited, keep them around this area, FPX are going to lose gold, and they're going to constantly be feeling a little itchy around whether or not they can actually pull the trigger and try to stop Waybo.
Yeah, because even after that, even since that last replay, I mean, it's not much, but the gold lead's gone from like 2.8 thousand to 3.8. So that's without Waybo or FPX going for another fight. They've just been able to do a better job at controlling these waves, controlling these jungle camps, and just controlling how this game functions and who is the one responding to each play. We see a teleport coming in from Xiaohu. It is towards the mid lane with the Dragon and the Otacon both still available. Very difficult for FPX to try to fight this and secure themselves at some point.
Breathe is waiting. He's going to teleport towards this. They have vision onto Care. I think Waybo are going to say, we just spent all of our gold. Maybe we just start up the Otacon, right? Like, Kai'Sa has to pick up this mid wave, and they can continue to push, get the bottom lane wave, and then snap onto this Otacon with the Kai'Sa procs, making it so easy to take down this objective.
Yeah, especially if you pressure everybody out, giving Sheer a little bit of time to take some turret damage up on the top lane tier 1, that's for sure. But, you know, just with all these objectives available on the bottom side of the map, if you're Waybo, you're winning this trade every single time. Speaking of, the Otacon going to get started up. I mean, FPX to get in here, otherwise it's just going to go down, and the snowball can continue to roll. It's going to be way too late. That Otacon should be secured.
Jue's getting a flank
for it. It's going to be Tien to secure it with the smite. Teleport coming in here for Sheer, but it might just be too late. He teleports straight into Breeze's arms. Tibbers is flashed away from though. The World Ender's going to do killing. Jue with a huge Magnet Storm, already taking down Breeze. Chris going to go taking down as well. He gets to flash away. Iwai's going to stun him up. Jacci going over the wall, and it's going to be 2-0 in favor of FPX.
You saw right there in that fight, Jue came in from the tri-brush. They thought, okay, maybe we can mark. They tried to turn onto the rest of FPX, but Kara is too tanky. Sheer takes way too long for them to take down with the Sundered Sky, the healing from the World Ender, as well as the Sterix. And FPX, they're able to stand their ground. They still lose the Otacon there, going over to Waybo, but being able to find that pick on to Breathe and find multiple kills for Jacci and IYY. Jue yet again makes magic happen on these engaged champions. And we came into draft saying that not only does Tien have a big burden, but Crisp, he needs to stop these engages. That is completely not happening for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that Alistar was just used to go forward, not used to disengage, not used to fuel at all. And Chris paid for it, and so did the rest of his team. Even though the Otacon went the way of Waybo, FPX still in this game. And with the help of that double kill around the Otacon, Jachi now has himself that Infinity Edge. He's going to be working towards that third item. This Aphelios really starting to come online. Same with IYY. Same with Sheer, who now has his second item completed. That being Hysteric, going to provide even more value in these 5v5 team fights. Also, we knew that the 5v5s are going to be very important, and now it's starting to come to fruition.
And this is, I feel like, the exact game that I wanted personally. As a fan, not even just being on the broadcast, but as a fan of these two AD carries, Jachi has made me a believer in his split. I know that RNG, they did not have the split that they wanted. They ended up getting eliminated from LPL early on in Group Nirvana. They are now playing over in the LDL. But Jachi was such a bright star on this lineup. Such raw AD carry talent that we got to see from him. And while Light hasn't had the best 2025, so far in their very first game of the split, he is looking more and more like the Light that I came to love over these last couple years. And being able to see it in Aphelios versus Kaisa, this is exactly where I want these two teams to be.
Now will Light be able to use that veteran experience to get the edge over Jachi so far? Remember, Jachi was in Group Nirvana last split. He didn't get a chance to play much against these top teams. Now getting a lot extra experience, and so far he's delivering. And going to be in a really good position to carry. Remember, some of Jachi's best moments were around these major objective fights, around the Barons, around the Elders, around the Otacons. He's able to team fight really well, given space. We saw that around the fight around the Drake. Maybe he gets caught out here, though. A nice pillar. Combined with that killer instinct, Jachi is down! Tien is the one to pick up the gold. Now Carry lands a two-man taunt, and Tien gonna be taken low, and IYY picks up the first kill with a Heartbreaker and gets himself a reset. Pillar onto Chris that was stolen away. Taunt lands onto the Alistar as well. He does not have the Unbreakable Will. Still gonna try to run away the shield from Zhao, who's gonna give him a little extra speed. And it's just a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but Jachi, the big carry for FPX, is out of the fight.
Little too far up in the mid lane wave. We saw it earlier, right? Jachi moved into mid lane. Kaisa lands a single W, and he just flies on in through the wings trying to force out summoner spells. Jachi yet again moves up into mid wave. There's a Trundle behind him. You have to be so respectful there. And that gives a window now for Waybo to push out their waves. And with these Hextech portals, it is so easy for them. Might even just get a kill. This could be Baron.
Stun lands from Zhao, catching out the rookie in a decisive moment in Game 3, and you immediately see pings or see vision toggling towards this Baron. Everybody's headed over there now. 33 seconds without a smite on the jungler for FPX. Now Jue has the smite from the Summoner Spellbook, but he's not going to try to go for it. It's going to be FPX backing away, and Waybo most likely claiming this dragon, but if you come at the cost of the soul point, in hands of FPX, as that is where they have rotated to.
One of the biggest changes when we talk about dragons has been Hextech and its addition, not only in the soul and what it does for damage properties, but these Hextech gates make it so easy to get back onto the map so much faster. It's basically like a Cloud Soul Rift on crack. Like, these things are turbocharged. They get you so far out, they let you play a little bit faster, they mess up some of the recall timings there, and IYY thought he was a bit safe. Walks into his side of the jungle, ends up getting taken down, and that's immediately a Baron, but FPX put themselves on Soul Point. This has been the make or break for this team. Now, 3 games here in this series. Can they actually make it happen here in this third game where they're down a significant amount of gold?
It really doesn't feel like it, though, but yeah, you look at it. 2,000 gold lead here for Tien, who now has a Randuin's and a Thornmail. Going to be very hard to kill by anybody other than, I guess, Care at this point. You have a 2,000 gold lead here for Zhao as well on this Annie. Yeah, this Trundle is going to be very difficult to take down with both the resistances he's able to steal and the resistances that he has bought up. Jachi nearing that third item, but not there just yet. As Shear's in a good place as well, but they're going to have to withstand Baron waves and 3 lanes. Currently, those side lanes being targeted. The tier 2 going to go down in the bottom side.
Grapes are talking about 3 items AD carry. Guess what? Light has 3. He's got Infinity Edge as well. Yep. He is a hell of a lot of damage right now. So any kind of fight that Waybo want to take, they're trying to see if they can pressure onto Tien That was him using his pillar, so he's fine, but he's a really potent side laner now by himself, level 16 on this Trundle. So I like this. This is really creative plays coming in from Waybo, trying to play on 2 different lanes, but instead of utilizing their solo lane, they're actually making sure that TN can kind of walk around and be a huge menace for FPX to deal with.
My favorite way to play Trundle, just being annoying in these lanes, pushing up the towers, slapping the minions here as you clear the waves out, and with a minute left on this Baron power play, Waybo are going to break open the base of Fun Plus Phoenix, and sooner rather than later, a move has to be made. The Mortal Reminder actually picked up for Jotchi for that 3rd item. He just collected it, but it might be too little, it might be too late. The gold lead is extended to 8,000. It's going to go to more, as the 2nd inhibitor will go down.
Okay. This is tough. FPX, you want to be able to contest this dragon in 2.5 minutes. This will be waves that are coming into them that give them a little bit more gold and experience, but while all this is happening, Waybo, they're taking jungle camps, they're taking more of these structures, and they're expanding that gold lead that they have. So we talk about item advantages, it's going to continue to be an issue for them. And while we've been talking about AD carries, I know it's a big part. Obviously, we're saying these massive team fights that could potentially be there. This is very quickly becoming a situation for FPX where I don't think they get a team fight like that. They don't ever get a situation where Jway finds this magnificent flank. They're able to get these massive team fights. It might just come down to someone gets picked into their side of the jungle. Maybe they overload onto one side. They grab that one person off the FPX, and that just basically ends the game for them.
Yeah, so if Waybo are able to play cleanly, I guess that from this point, should be a game victory for them. And again, that's credit for what this team has been able to do without picking fights, kind of all series, right? Even in game number 1, it was sitting at a relatively even point in the kills for a while. But Waybo were able to extend the gold lead over and over again until, of course, they won that decisive fight. That could exactly be the formula here in this game number 3. Now Waybo holding an 8K advantage. They're going towards this final inhibitor tower that is left standing up on the top side of the map. Dragon in a minute 20, so they have a little bit more time to try to crack this one open.
Look at how difficult it is, though, right? Like, this isn't a Felios that does have the Crescendum and the Calibrum, so with these green and white guns, it gives him massive amounts of staying power. These turrets that come down make it easy for him to have all this range, deal effectively with the waves. And right now, one problem that Waybo are having is that the waves are a little desynced, so it's very easy for FPX to go to one side, clear the wave. Oh, the wave is coming in the bot lane. This is perfect. We're going to be able to pick this one up. Waybo, they can take this turret. I don't think it matters for them, honestly.
I mean, they're just going to take, they could take all 3 inhibs, like, right now without FPX doing anything about it. I mean, sooner rather than later, if you're Fun Plus Phoenix, you have to go for a fight. But now it is going to be triple inhibs down for the next couple of minutes. With a Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, Baron in a minute and 15. Waybo really just forcing their way into the base of FPX without them having much say into it.
And with triple inhibs, the wave in top side and the wave in bottom lane are coming in at the same time. Jotchi wants to pick up his home guards. Home guard's active. He does have Infernum. So Waybo do have to be careful about grouping up, and you can see that Jway, he's fishing. He's getting ready to look for an engage with this Rel.
They've got to go soon. Land a taunt on the breathe. Tibbers only on to care, which is a good sign so far for FPX, with the first Nexus Tower is soon to drop, and Waybo can play this out so slowly because the minions are just going to continue to march into their own base. FPX do a good job of clearing that one out. Great guns on Jotchi right now with the Dragon available. There's going to be Waybo going on the retreat.
All right, it's just soul point here for Waybo if they pick this up. More importantly, there is a Baron in 20 seconds. And while the inhibitor in mid and bottom lane respawn in a minute and a half, triple super minions plus Baron has to end the game in my mind. There is absolutely no way they'd have not that much wave clear. Jotchi picks himself an entire Runon's Hurricane to be able to deal with it. But we need to see that fight. And while we're looking for these massive team fights, there's a lot of gold that FPX were able to pick up for themselves. They are still 8,000 gold, but almost all of this has been going into the back pocket of Jotchi.
If you can get to that 4th item, maybe that adds a little bit more onto, we just did with that Runon picked up. Red-white guns on the Aphelios, and, we're at that point. A minute left of those inhibitors being available. If they can delay the Baron take for a little bit longer, it can make sure that they don't have that buff of having the Baron and the triple inhib all at the same time. We have Jotchi clearing mid, Care clearing bot, with the top lane wave soon to be crashing in. The Baron has been started up now by Waybo.
I just noticed Breathe has a Terminus in his inventory. All right. So
We're gonna be
that's
slapping.
Baron. That's gone. Okay.
Maybe taken down. What can a fight potentially look like? Not much. FPX still not pulling the trigger. They might be forced to do something here. The pillar finds Jotchi.
Teleport! Teleport!
Into the base. Breathe, looking for the flank, has that dominance and the flash available, but instead, he's just going to try to escort these minions in. There's only a Nexus turret available here.
TN?
Left now, Jotchi going to get focused down. The pillar lands once again. He flashes the way to safety, but now the collapse can begin. A huge knock up here for Chris. Will the damage be enough? Jotchi not going to have anything that takes people down. In they go. Breathe finds the sun. Breathe finds the win. Waybo Gaming. Smooth, methodical, but all out dominant in this game number 3 as they win this first series of Group Ascend over FPX.
FPX made them at least work for it. I'll give them that. We had this coming in as like a 60-40 matchup. Waybo should be looking dominant, and while Game 2 was a bit more chaotic than I think they would have wanted, I think we got to see more and more of the classic Waybo that we have seen from them for the past 2 or 3 years, right? Chris being able to work so well with his jungle, Light being in a fantastic spot to play these AD carries, and honestly, solo lanes doing work at this point. I think Breathe really being a bit more quiet so far in this series, but good start for Waybo, especially one so needed in Group Ascent here for Split 3.
Honestly, this is an impressive win for Waybo. Not necessarily in the opponent that they faced up against, but just the way that they won the games. It wasn't just them like hands-gapping them or just like getting Xiaohu a billion kills. It seemed like Waybo were able to win these games without winning fights, and they were able to out-macro FPX in a way. And I think part of that probably is the fact that FPX are a new team coming together. They have a rookie jungler who is replacing one of the bigger shot callers that was on this original roster, but if you're Waybo, finding unique ways to win games and not always just having to have it be the same formula is a good sign to kick off your 2025 Split 3.
And for FPX, I think some things that we can take away, this is very much still the old FPX from Split 1 and Split 2. You might have taken away some of the names. There might be some discontent amongst the players, but this is very clearly a very similar FPX. Maybe with a little bit of a higher ceiling, but we do need to rein Jotchi in. I think part of the reason why RNG did falter a couple of times is Jotchi is very raw, especially. There's a lot of talent there, but being able to work with him, kind of mold him, is going to eventually pay off dividends. My only worry is that I just don't think that this is the team for that to happen. I don't think you have enough veterans to do that. I don't think you have enough strong voices on this team with your solo lanes in the place that they are. So for FPX, it's going to be a journey, and especially in Split 2, you don't have a ton of time. So
yeah,
whether or not they get it together is kind of going to be the make or break for this season.
I feel that's the big thing for me is like, yeah, time. There's only so many series that you can have. I feel like that's a large part of like what Split 2 was supposed to be for this FPX team, but now that you have a new roster, it is back to the drawing board a little bit. I like the flashes that we saw. IYY not, you know, just like completely falling apart in the second 2 games like he did in game number 1. And if they can continue to build off of that, if they can find some sort of identity, that is the first step. I think overall, more than we expected from Fun Plus Phoenix with all the roster turmoil, all the drama going into the season, and they should be at least proud of that.
Well, I feel like it almost deflates it, but this is the thing that we talked about as we came into this game, right? Like, are FPX actually going to take it, or is this just going to be a footnote at the end of the season, right? Like, you know, Waybo went 2-1 versus FPX, happens. You know, they weren't that great of a roster, but things happen, right? Like, that's the sad part for me, is that it almost feels like an inevitability, but I want to see where this goes because we have 4 slots for Worlds, right? We have 6 teams potentially that are fighting for that spot. Waybo's maybe a little bit more on the 5 through 6, but you have ALBLG, you have an IG roster that is starting to really heat up. Top Esports obviously wants to make a claim for those spots. And then like JDG Waybo, right? All 6 of these teams trying to fit into 4. I need to see more. And I think a lot of fans at home want to see Waybo perform. Not only because of the names, they just need to do something, bro. Because this team has sucked all year long.
I think that's a good situation here for Waybo, just in this current landscape of the LPL as well, because other than AL, who have been pretty consistent all throughout the split, every one of these like good teams has their problems, right? BLG, rotating jungle carousel. Top Esports just fell apart in the playoffs and fell apart in international events. JDG just choked in the playoffs as well. Like, nobody's really making a quick claim to at least like claim one of those automatic world spots. It seems like it really can go to anybody, and whether that's credit to how competitive all these teams are or more of a diss to maybe the LPL not being as strong as maybe it was in years past, you can make that own decision at your will. But if you're Waybo, you're feeling confident because there's not like a clear obvious favorite. You definitely have opportunities to go and win out and go to Worlds if you're able to play with this solid roster. Again, a roster that has 5 players that made it to Worlds just last year.
Waybo have done more incredible things in years past. I'm still mad about 2023. It's okay, guys. We get to see highlights. It's unfortunate because this game was as close as it was because I think of some of the really tenacious plays, and in particular this bottom lane from FPX. But again, what did we talk about for FPX in Split's past for Split number 1 and 2, right? It was Care not having as much impact as some of his opponent mid laners. It was Sheer not being the best team fighter, and I don't want to really place too much blame on IYY. There were some moments where he obviously got caught out. I think the Baron opening that they found onto him very easily turned this game in their favor for Waybo. But this feels more of the same for FPX. And, you know, we saw them actually make a pretty deep run last time. We were talking about in the regular season. They went on that kind of amazing FPX style kind of run, but didn't really perform in playoffs. Now you're in a tighter group. You're not going to have free wins versus NIP and Thunder Talk like we saw.
Yep.
I am tentatively happy about what FPX were able to show despite the loss here tonight.
Yeah, I think honestly the fact that they look similar to last split, despite all the changes, is a good thing, at least for the start of this split. They're going to have to eventually continue to grow further than that if they want to have any chance of making a run here in the LPL playoffs long term. But still some time to sort those things out. The fact they're able to get a win over Waybo is a good thing nonetheless. I think Jachi and Joy are going to be a bot lane to watch out for the remainder of this year and maybe even beyond, depending on what FPX do look like in the near future. But for now, it is Waybo taking that first series of 2025 or the split 3 of 2025 in Group Ascend. As we await our MVP is going to go to Xiaohu. So 2 wins for him on the day. Had some pretty good engages on the Annie, I guess.
I think he played this game rather flawlessly. I mean, we talk about where he was marking spaces, where he was creating pockets of pressure for his team. He played pretty well today, all things considered, but we need to see more consistency out of these guys, just across the board. And for Crisp's first performance on the roster, glad to have him back, but you know, there's still obviously some growing pains here for Waybo.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can build on this win against FPX. Speaking of, they have Top Esports as their next matchup. That's just tomorrow, as we'll get to see those 2 supports maybe match up against each other. And on that note, it's about to wrap up coverage of this series and get into maybe our featured matchup of the day. Invictus Gaming up against Top Esports. 2 heavy hitters that had maybe some disappointments in the last playoff bracket, but certainly are looking to make it in towards Worlds. Their first matchup will be against each other, and we'll see Mazel in to play-by-play that series right after this.
2018, an exceptional group of young shinobi. Oh, actually it says League of Legends players. Led by the veteran leadership of Rookie, triumphed to win the first world championship for the LPL. At the center was prodigy Jackie Love Uchiha, but not long after, Jackie Love betrayed Team 7 to join the Akatsuki. Or something like that. The following claim is backed by very rigorous data and not at all just anecdotal social media glances, but there is a massive overlap between anime fans and League of Legends esports watchers. And in no example is this more striking than the rivalry between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming, which fans have since 2020 dubbed the Shinobi War. Jackie Love was quite possibly the most anticipated player debut in the history of Chinese League of Legends. There were whispers of a crazy talented rising Draven player as early as 2015, and he joined the Invictus Gaming roster as a trainee when he was just 15 years old in 2016, and yet not of age to play in LPL. IG limped along with several placeholder AD carries, including Rookie in the position, in the intervening years until finally the anticipated prodigy came of age. Just as impressively, somehow the year Jackie Love debuted in LPL, he and IG brought the first world championship home to the region. But a year later, at the close of 2019, yes, the same year IG got swept by Team Liquid at MSI, Jackie Love chose to leave Invictus Gaming. Rumors suggested he had agreed to terms with RNG, and then that agreement fell apart in not the greatest of circumstances, which I only bring up because fans still held out hope that their favorite AD carry would return. However, that did not come to pass, as on April 3rd, 2020, Jackie Love officially joined Top Esports. And this is where the fun begins. Joke videos, photoshops, and more started emerging through the internet around the move. The controversy around Jackie Love's departure from IG and his eventual appearance on the Top Esports roster lended itself in fans' minds to parallels between Sasuke leaving Team 7 for the Akatsuki, the gifted prodigy that betrayed his friends. See it now? The color schemes and logo designs definitely helped as well. Some even traced the source of this parallel to a Waybo post made by G2 Esports of all things, where they posted the following GIF and commented, "There is no right or wrong choice. Leaving and betrayal are not connected." I cannot confirm that this is the original source for sure, but if so, that's even more entertaining. If the comparison just stopped there, however, that would be one thing, but fans began assigning characters of Naruto to every IG and Top Esports member. Baolan, as Jackie Love's spotlight partner, became Sakura. Ning, the IG jungler, became Naruto, since it was fated that he would be World Finals MVP. He also was quite energetic, developed a large stream following, and made facial expressions fans considered similar to Naruto's. That made Rookie the obvious choice for Kakashi, the mentor of the group. The Shy became Might Guy for his mechanical prowess, and notably 369 became Kasame Hoshigaki because of the perceived rivalry between the two top laners. Fans dubbed Knight Orochimaru, partly for a Cassiopeia play, and partly because he's, wait for it, left-handed. It did not stop with IG and Top Esports, however, as Damwon Gaming's top laner Nuguri became Rock Lee as the Shy's disciple. Clearlove became Gamamaru for predicting Ning saving the LPL, and several others with connections almost too tangential to mention. While the memes were entertaining, with fans going so far as to heavily edit openings of Naruto with IG and Top Esports players for millions of views, the rivalry also became intense. Top Esports members credited Jackie Love's experience and skill for their rise from just out of top contention to winning playoffs and the mid-season showdown. In the semifinal, Top Esports and Jackie Love defeated IG and his former teammates 3-1. With all the fervor and excitement, players also joined in. Karsa at one point streamed an Akatsuki cosplay. Rookie commented on how he thought Kakashi was cool, but kind of weak at the end of the show. Players like Zoom and Tien, unrelated to the confrontation at the time, changed their IGNs to put themselves in the universe. Even the LPL official Waybo account used the fan-made hashtag LPL Renjit-chan and posted several photoshops in universe. By the way, that means LPL Great Ninja War. Kind of banger, right? But in summer regular season, IG 2-0'd a matchup fans stirred up a great deal of excitement for and dubbed the 4th Shinobi War after the conflict in the anime. The rivalry continued into 2021 with Ning benched and commenting on it on his co-stream. But IG didn't have nearly the success in subsequent years, and eventually the remaining marquee members left. That could have been the end of it, but with Rookie and the Shy returning to Invictus Gaming for 2025 and Jackie Love still remaining on Top Esports, fans once again took to social media to celebrate the Great Ninja War. Even the hashtags return on Waybo, especially with IG and Top Esports facing off in the Demacia Cup. Perhaps the most anticipated aspect of that Demacia Cup match was the 1v1 between the Shy and 369 for side select, which only barely ended in 369's favor. Even more old videos from fans started coming up, including a really funny clip between Rookie and Ning. They're talking about 369 and the Shy, and Rookie is just super amused because Ning is crashing out over the fact that anyone would dare compare 369 to the Shy, and all while he's ranting and just popping off, it's just a montage of 369 solo killing the Shy multiple times, so quality meme right there. While the anticipated rematch ended in something of a landslide for Top Esports, excitement that the Shinobi War will continue into 2025 has bubbled to the surface. Perhaps, with LPL starting up again, we may even get another taste in the Split 1 playoffs. As Rookie has said to Jackie Love before, "You Waybo, wait for me."
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL. We're here on the opening day of Split 3, and I couldn't be more excited. Huge shout out to Graves for the first 2 series, and now me and Alk are locked in for the final series. The war to end all wars, one full of ninjas of some sort. Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. You had to sit through that awesome piece that we have always played, I guess, between this matchup, but this best of 3 is going to be an interesting stepping point into a very long Split 3 for these teams.
Yeah, 52 days yet again, all back to back to back. We got at least 2 best of 3s every single day, and now it's kind of everything's on the line now. You're playing for 4 slots going into Worlds. You got to make every single one of these count, and especially here in Group Ascend, you're only going to be playing against the top teams of the league. There's no more like super bottom feeder teams. There's no NIP. There's no Thunder Talk. You don't got to worry about those teams for now.
Why you gotta throw them under the bus, man?
They got farmed last split. Let's just get it. Let's be real. Rip the Band-Aid off.
We'll be real. But yeah, I mean, hey, the stakes can never be higher, and for both these teams, a lot of respect given to them in their own organizational regards, but also looking at some of the recent track record. And we'll start with Top Esports here and take a look at this roster because we have had a big change, obviously. I feel like one of the most important roles in the LPL is support in terms of direction of your teams and how it connects with the jungle matchup itself. Hung going to be switching over from Waybo over to Top Esports now and joining Jackie Love in the bot lane.
This, I'm sorry to everybody at home that might be a Hung fan, but this is giving me like Jackie Love Mark vibes. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what it's going to take for Jackie Love to... I don't know what it's going to take for these guys to find like something that's going to work, but Jackie Love, he's been going through some world-class supports now. Went through Crisp, Mako, now Hung. I don't know what this is going to be because even Waybo weren't sure. So maybe this is a fresh start for Hung, but we need to see him perform.
That's the craziest thing is like the last time we saw this guy, there were some generational games happening from his regard, and I think you could say it like in bad terms, I would say, because I think there were some moments that you could say Hung had a lot of direction in the team, but there were also a lot of moments where he was kind of throwing away a lot of leads, and there was a lot of mispositioning. So on a team like Top Esports that needs that kind of strategic implication, I really want to see if he has that level, and especially that roller coaster ride that bot lane's been going through. I wonder what Jackie Love is thinking and how he's approaching it with Hung and how they're going to do in the 2v2 to try to get Hung out on the map.
And it's not only like just a bottom lane position, because obviously League a team game, we know this to be true throughout the years, but there's also some other pretty big problems. I think that Cream has not necessarily lived up to the promise of being, like this new franchisee player alongside Jackie Love. And even with having Kanavi join the roster, 369 coming back to Top Esports, things haven't been perfect for them. They won Split 1 in a really nice series versus AL. Split 2, obviously, they had some pretty big disappointments when we come out of the regular season, but when we saw them in those 52 days to start, these guys were on fire.
The entire list, man. You got everybody you could possibly ask, right? Where are the results though? In a lot of cases, I think that's where like a lot of those conversations between rookie not making it back to internationals, but especially Jackie Love making it to internationals, but then having not those same performances that maybe we're trying to live up to. It's like, what piece of the puzzle is finally going to work for this team?
Unfortunately, I had to kick Karsa off of this lineup. When I was talking to our graphics designer, I was like, they were like, okay, who? If I can only pick 6, who do you want? Who do you not want in here? And I was like,
Karsa got the boot.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man. Like it was very early on. It was one of Knight's first pairs, so I'll give him the Tien and rookie ones because those were more fun. But yeah, I just wonder, when is the spotlight going to come back to him? Because Jackie Love has obviously been such a beloved player of the league, but while he may have had some of these really star-studded lineups, he's always been a constant through line for top esports, at least for the last couple of years. So I wonder when it's going to, potentially that microscope is going to move on to him, because he has been obviously one of the most beloved players, but also maybe some of the most heckled players, especially.
The last of the geniuses, if you will. But looking on the other side, it's not a shame to think that these teams are all on the same level, even with some of these swaps, even with some of these changes coming through, because IG on the other side also have some changes coming into the mix here. Not only are we going to see the kind of readaptation of this core that we've seen, the star-studded roster of Invictus Gaming, but Way has made the transition from BLG to IG.
I think this is a beautiful marriage. Now, this is going to be a running 6-man roster. I say that. We'll see what ends up
Quote,
actually
unquote.
happening with the starting spot. But for right now, Jeje is back at home. He's currently with family. He's going to be back soon. Allegedly, the starting spot in the jungle is going to go to whoever is performing best in scrims and in stage. I am really excited for Way because obviously he got done pretty dirty with the BLG trade. And here on this Invictus Gaming roster, I think that they've been slowly leveling themselves up. Split 1 was pretty terrible, all things considered. The lane swap meta was not for them. Rookie and Thashai were not anywhere close to them. And the big thing for me is while the solo laners have gotten better, Gala and Mako. Mako in particular hasn't had the best split so far, or the start of this year, and I need to see them actually perform to the level of what this IG roster can attain.
Yeah, for a guy that has been the cream of the crop support for the LPL for so many years, I mean, this guy has been around for a decade, right? It's actually just insane to me to think of the high highs we've seen from Mako even recently, but then looking at some of these last performances and looking some at the most recent sides of Mako and seeing some really lackluster moments from a guy who has been a general in the LPL for so long.
Oh god, I almost forgot we had this ugly map. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. Mako, I think his career is starting to come into question here, especially when you talk about more recent events. Even at the tail end of his time at EDG, that roster wasn't great, but EDG in general has kind of been floundering. His time on Top Esports, they made it to all of the internationals, but really couldn't perform there. Now he's on IG and had some of the most deaths of any player in the league. Just last layup for him, and especially for IG, we need to start thinking about what this team can potentially achieve here in Split 3.
Yeah, and because when you ask that question, right, I mean, you think that the highest high should be the world championship, right? With these names, with this experience, it should be a shoo-in. You should be one of the top teams, but we have seen those fluctuations, and I think we've really, really come into focus, at least through a lot of Split 2, and now hopefully in Split 3, where the combination of jungle support in the LPL can be so strong, and if Mako can have that kind of influence over Hung, it really can make the difference in this series.
It should be an experience difference, right? Mako has quite literally done it all. He's won Worlds, he's won MSI, he's won all of these different kind of accomplishments. I need to see if he's going to be able to actually properly play the map, where Hung has, I think, unfortunately really taken a backseat, especially in his gameplay.
Yeah, and I gotta say that always comes into tandem, that conversation of who they were matching with, at least, as we take a look at where they have been placing in these last little bits, and especially towards the end of 2024 as well, where IG didn't qualify And that's where, you know, kind of the revamp coming into the year, the respect and the pride of the star on their chest, try to re-earn that respect for IG and things along those lines came into play. But it has been a bit of a different story for both organizations so far in 2025.
Top Esports started off really strong. We talk about even just their Split 1 coming in. You go into playoffs, they look by and far one of the best teams. Them and AL, I think either of them really could have gone to first stand. Unfortunately, that tournament was Mickey Mouse, so we're just not going to think about the results there. But IG were actually kind of impressive. I've been down on IG all year long, honestly.
I
didn't think that their solo lanes were going to be great. Gala and Mako have looked kind of piss poor, if we're being honest with ourselves, the last 6 months. But I think that their playoffs, unfortunately, they did lose to BLG. They've looked good. Like, Rookie's starting to play well. I think the Shy is like a top 3 top laner right now in the league. So he's playing so much better. And
he's got
Top
way more
Esports now,
consistent.
it's almost everything to prove.
Yeah. It's so funny to me. There's all the memes about the Shy getting caught in the side lane. There were a couple moments in the last split where they weaponized that, right? And if you can weaponize that kind of power, I mean, you've just unleashed Thanos. Like, I don't know what you do. Like, he is the king of dying in the side lane. How do you fight back against that? But I want to go back to some of the conversation we were having. You know, obviously the supportal impact, but there's a really key piece to the kind of duo of that, and it is the jungle matchup. And highlighting Way first and foremost, I mean, what version of this guy are we going to get, right? Like, you think about the trajectory, the story for this guy Way, where he comes into BLG, he upsets the mold there, kind of taking Shun's place, then gets re-subbed out for Shun. Then at the next year, or next split, he takes the job. Shun is gone. Shun goes to JDG. Now he has some really struggling performances, honestly. It wasn't looking like
BLG suck as a total, so it's not all his fault, man.
And now he's off BLG, and now he's on IG, fighting for his position on another team against another legend. Like, it is actually just insane to me, and I'm so curious at what version of this guy we're going to get.
And it does, I think, maybe call into question as to whether or not he's going to be able to prove himself. There are only so many games, and obviously when you have a 6-man, every bad performance suddenly says, okay, well, is my starting spot gone? Like, it does start to weigh on you. And for this player in particular, you know, there's some nice spots about this. He gets to reunite with Gala, right? There's a nice reunion between these two. Way does now have to prove himself against one of the best junglers in the league and one of our MVPs from Split number 2 versus Kanavi.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny. It reminded me of like the pressure moments. I just read the article from Spawn talking about the situation with the 6-man roster over there, and see, the quote that stood out to me the most is that pressure makes diamonds, but it also crushes rocks. I think it's really interesting at that duality of what it can have in the team atmosphere as well. And, you know, I guess now's the time to prove it more than ever. See what that kind of combination between the jungle supports are going to look like as we go into game 1 of our final series of the day. It's been a long day so far, and it's about to get a little bit longer. Poppy, Gwen, banned away by Top Esports, who are on that blue side, at least for the one, at least one V1 right here.
I think IG do need to be getting rid of the Rumble. We haven't seen too much Rumble from the Shy this year, at least not in really great spots, and 369 has been such a great top laner in there. See, the Talia does get banned away from Cream. What is Azir priority going to look like? Because
that's
Rookie, I think, has been leaning a little bit more on his specific champions, especially those control mages like the Orianna and Azir. And Azir is obviously a very big prio pick, especially with some of the changes coming in this patch.
I really like the Orianna ban here, just trying to take away some of those combinations that have been really rising in priority in the meta, that you can pair up the Orianna with, the shockwave delivery systems, things along those lines. Do you wonder, is the Azir going to have to be banned on that red side now?
Cream, he spammed a hell of a lot of Azir going into Split 2, which I think is fair. It's one of the most impactful mid lane champions across the years in terms of meta, almost near blindable. So let's see, Top Esports, are we going to be going for the Vi, which has really started to drop in priority? We're going to say, no, let's go ahead and pick up that Azir.
Nope, we're good. We're going to stick with fried chicken. I guess, I don't know why he's fried chicken, but I do like that they're going to go with this kind of more push-oriented as well as a little bit more aggressive team fighting aspect for them to try to pair up with that kind of carry performance that maybe we're going to try to look to get in those team fights from Jackie Love. I know that's something we talked a little bit about behind the scenes, but trying to have a situation where ADCs are just kind of irrelevant until you get to team fights, and we'll get the Annie answer into these here right now, at least from the side of IG.
I'll take that, though. We talked about, just briefly, Rookie does need to rely on some comfort, so I like this. Get him the Annie. I think he performed pretty well towards the end of the season when we saw this champion get introduced. And for Way, what kind of different champions are we going to see from the jungle? Because Kanavi obviously has played a very jungle resource-intensive style, and top esports tend to like to play towards that. IG, they're going to go ahead and say we're going to have really robust team fighting. Get a point-and-click stun, get ourselves the Wukong as well. So how else are we going to be able to plug and play? Are we going to be looking for the Shy's pick or get something from Mako?
And that's definitely a little bit of a throwback, definitely a little bit of a classic. For Way at least coming over, giving himself a little bit of something. We do get the Lovers duo, though. A lot of safety in that bot lane for Jackie Love and Hung, and also something that Hung can absolutely get on the map with.
Well, Top Esports, as soon as they lost in playoffs, there was already rumors about different supports coming on through. They've had some tryouts. It's been a long while since the end of playoffs and now. So maybe they're just saying, look, we may have gone some scrims. Let's just try to make it easy for our duos to play. Let's give them a very, very easy plug-and-play 2v2 and gives Hung the ability to not only play forward, but also gives him ways out in case his positioning isn't all that amazing. So we head into the second phase of draft. It's the Shy taking away this Rumble, and they can even start to get rid of some pretty nasty counter picks. I'm looking at that Galio in particular away from 369.
I just didn't know that IG had turned into a bunch of pyromaniacs between Split 2 and Split 3.
Yeah.
We do have the Rumble combination there, so a lot of team fighting responses there from their side. And now in the second phase of bans, we get that tank focus from IG as they ban away the Ornn.
I think it's got to be Ornn. I think the next one, if you're thinking about it, is either Galio or Sion. Maybe they're okay with the Galio after some changes. It's not a completely unwinnable matchup for Rumble, and he is still a very, very potent early game champion. Especially with those equalizers, so a lot of options here for IG. Could also look to get rid of a jungler here, especially for Kanavi. We'll see what exactly he goes for. There's still Xin Zhao available if he wants it. If not, he can go for some other looks. But especially for when we're looking at the bottom lane wave here, IG, what pairs are we going to get for Gala and Mako? Because they've been kind of the big pain point for this squad so far this year.
Yeah, they definitely have. I want to see them set up for success in a lot of cases. Now, Top Esports, they still have a very valuable piece to the puzzle that they need to be taking. I mean, Hung obviously going to be on the Rakan, but what version of Kanavi are we going to get as well? Is he going to go with something a little bit more carry-oriented, or now that he already has a lot of damage, if he's going to be looking to facilitate a little bit more for the team? The Rel is that focus for Top Esports, taking away some of those big engaged supports.
So, for later in the series, maybe they just try to go for an Alistar on 5. I don't think it's amazing into the Rel, but I think it's fine. Leona starts to get a lot of value here, especially alongside the Annie. It will mean that there is a lot of magic resist coming through this game. I think Murtroids gets a ton of value here. And IG are playing with a composition that has a lot of range. You have the Equalizer, you also now have the Jhin with this Deadly Flourish. He can assist from a little bit further away where you're not necessarily expecting it. So Top Esports, they need to be making sure that they're paying attention. They're putting a lot of bodies forward so that this Azir can just take over a fight.
Yeah, the Syod locked in for 369 into the Shy Rumble. It'll be very curious. Obviously, Sion can have a lot of big impacts in these fights, but now it's all about what Kanavi wants to grab to round out the composition here. Definitely needs some sort of engage tool, as the Rakan's going to be good for that, but you really want to be following that up on top of other things to see if it does end up being the Jarvan, and it's locked in.
That's really awesome. I mean, you're going into a Rumble, you're going into Jhin. I think this is great to be able to lock them up and stop them. So from the side of Top Esports, you're going to have priority in mid. I mean, Azir, especially on first item, is going to be really, really dangerous. I wonder what version of Annie we get this game. I know we've been seeing some different builds. We had the kind of like Leandri's Malignance burn version with the Rylai's. Does this mean we're going to get something a little bit different from Rookie here, especially with how this game is looking? Also, what version of like the spells or the keystones? Because Phase Rush versus Electrocute does change it up a little bit. But Top Esports, very robust team fight, front to back, about as classic as you can get, I think, right here to set up for this Xayah and this Azir.
And I'm really excited because we talked so much about the supports, and they're both going to be on superior comfort for themselves, at least giving themselves the best foot forward on this new season in split number 3. Obviously Hung in a new environment, but Mako going to be back on his classic Alistar, really wanting to have that impact. And we have seen his Alistar do dirty things here, so really looking at which version of these two guys we're going to get today.
Here for the side of IG, they need to play with their early lanes, make sure that we're getting some objectives. Getting early dragon stacking, I think, is going to make or break this game. You do not want to try to go late versus this Top Esports lineup right now. So I need to be able to see Mako and the rest of the squad actually play. You have so many tools to get things working. You have this Rumble and top side as well. I think a lot of potential here for IG to come out swinging in their first matchup here in Split 3.
It's the first time we're seeing both these teams in the ultimate split of the LPL in 2025. We have 4 spots for Worlds on the line. It might seem like a lot, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, 4 out of so many good teams is a little bit of a small amount. So we'll see if IG can live up to some of those expectations that maybe they haven't exactly hit just yet, and if Top Esports can get back to an era of dominance that felt like 2025 was theirs, and see if they can make good on some of those international performances. But it's only the first day, and it's only that first series for these guys. Let's see what happens.
There we go.
We got some
I've been missing it from the first 2 games of this split already.
Oh my god.
The EDG Ultra Prime game, you know, fair enough. Wasn't too many Jayos, if any.
Enough.
Series number 2, what we just saw, Waybo were getting some Jayos. The FPX fans were nowhere to be seen. And finally, last series of the day, obviously with Top Esports' Invictus, I knew it was going to deliver. So glad the fans are showing out.
Yeah, you know, they're getting warmed up in the season. They also have to be here for 52 days straight, you know?
No, they don't. No, they actually don't. They can stay home and watch the game.
That's not in the contract? Oh.
We have to be here for 52 days in a row.
Oh, yeah, I got it wrong. Sorry. I thought, you know.
It's okay. It's a long schedule. We know.
Yeah. So let's see how this bot lane 2v2 pans out. I do really like this angle that Top Esports are bringing, but the level 2 actually is really important because it's going to determine who kind of gets that first push and move.
And for right now, this should be in favor of Jackie Love and Hung, just by way of having the lovers duo. You have a little bit more spells that just sync up with each other, obviously. And I like how they're taking control of the brush, making it pretty difficult for Gala and Mako to get much done. Should be level 2 going over to them first, with junglers pathing to opposite sides of the map.
Just a little thing. Really good heads-up play from Jackie Love to back away from that dancing grenade. It was about to hit on the 4th hit from him. But just little things in these trades going back and forth. You see a little bit of pressure gained by IG down there as well. But we'll see both junglers starting the opposite sides of the map, so maybe a little bit of different focus for them in their early paths.
This also feels very strange because we came into this series literally saying that Kanavi is one of the most resource-intensive junglers. The way that Top Esports play is utilizing their solo lanes to make sure that Kanavi can kind of take control of the map and get himself in a really strong position on carry junglers. Jarvan is not that. Jarvan is a champion that typically plays on very low econ. He's has such a very robust kit, but doesn't have much more outside of that. So I want to see how Kanavi is actually able to pilot this one. I'm not saying he can't, but
he's gonna go
I think it's such a different style, especially for Top Esports.
He's going to go the lethality build, Yumu's first item, you know.
Bruh. Please don't do this to me.
Please, no, please, Kanavi, please. It's so funny, you know, talk about Kanavi, we talk so much about Way, as we see a 2v2 go in the way of IG. Nice blade caller right back, though. Mako's in trouble. Hung gonna get his way out. 4th shot ready to go, but Gala will not follow through on that one. Kanavi has made his trip. He finds the top side. He misses the flash Q, but it's okay. They still get the first blood for Top Esports.
That was incredibly close. If we get a replay of that, I want to see how close Kanavi came to getting the perfect flash predict, because he almost knocked him up there. It was super close between the Shy, but across the board, I think Top Esports are starting to slowly drain away some of these resources. They had to use double summoners on top side to get rid of the Shy, but for this Sion matchup, it does not get easier for him.
It does not, and we were talking a little bit in that draft about that wall that 369 can't be. Ooh, cheeky little play from Way. But Cream will not be jump scared. And we will end up getting the
we're doing it
trade.
again.
Hung getting out on the map here. We were talking about how early these supports can get active. Hung gonna make the first trip, and he finds topside. There's the EQ as well from Kanavi, and they might just be able to have enough damage here to take down the shot.
Oh my god, Jackie Love
flashes. They want to make a statement here in their first series.
Hell yeah, this is the aggressive top esports that we knew to come and love here in the LPL for Split 2. They're playing incredibly aggressive. Jackie Love is literally flashing at level 3 to secure that kill. And the Shy, who we had just brought up, we were building him up to be this huge weak side king that he's really upped his consistency. And top esports, they're here to knock that down straight up. And they have brought so much attention into his lane versus this Rumble.
See, they did the same research. They knew they needed to focus on the Shy. That feels really bad, though, for the Rumble to go down 0-2. Yes, the equalizers will always be there, but the impact will definitely be hampered there. Mako will make his way to help the Shy try to push this one in. A little bit of an awkward lane states going on the map right now.
I still think that this just objectively is better for top esports. Yes, you are securing the fact that this Rumble will be able to farm, but you're letting Sion versus Jin. And Jin's never going to move this guy out. So right now, it's up to IG to be able to generate leads. They've already lost a large portion of this early game. They're down 1,000 gold to start, while top esports,
God.
I mean, Kanavi has been active, and he's even in farm versus Way. This is a great spot for top esports.
And we talked in the draft, it's IG that need to push the envelope, need to push the pressure, need to find these kinds of little moments to build that lead and keep out in front of top esports. And now we're going to be getting level 6 marks, at least Cream and 369 have hit theirs. We're going to get those for the solo lanes. That maybe ups the ante a little bit for top esports as well in some of these fights. But what is that next look? What is that next move for IG?
Right now, it's just going to be controlling dragons. We said that one of the ways that IG can kind of get out in front of top esports is just getting all of these early dragons. Mako's moved down. Kanavi's, instead of finishing his top side, he's going to try and help Cream.
That was bold, rookie. He's waiting for it. He had flash.
What the?
That was a bit of an overextension. 369 finds himself in the middle of everybody here. Gonna unstoppable onslaught onto 3. EQ there onto him as well from Kanavi, as now he is just locked down, but he's still up. He's gonna go down finally to Way as they get the response. 369 gonna heal up a little bit from Hung, but IG end up claiming Kanavi's life. And now the Shy wants to chase down Jackie Love. That's a little bit tricky though.
If he actually gets one more minion, so you can kind of see the little minion the experience bar underneath the champion portraits. If one minion had died in the middle of the Shy trading versus Jackie Love, he actually gets his ultimate in the middle of that and potentially even kills him because Jackie Love doesn't have flash anymore, right? So uses the equalizer, cancels his recall, is also going to be able to get this wave under the turret. And that was an overextension there by top esports. They thought they had a little bit more damage. Cream was not in the area, also didn't have a ton of mana left over. So Rookie, by him summoning the Tibbers, made it a much better fight there for Invictus Gaming. So finally some leeway here in this game number 1.
I'm actually going to take a look back at how that all kicked off here. If you're wondering how 369 got in the midst of 3 members, and here you go.
That stuff, I mean, he moved immediately, which I think the idea of it is sound, just being able to stop Way. They were also trying to get Hung to teleport over. Just pulled the trigger a little too early, and that is maybe some of the more over-aggressive nature of top esports starting to bite back at them.
He giveth and he taketh. Now, we'll see what they can do with these little leads. We finally get everybody in their right places, but the Grubs are up here now. See what kind of focus we get there. Way is first and foremost up into the top side. You're going to have Kanavi coming over as he hovers through mid, though. Who do you prefer in this fight around the Grubs at 8 minutes?
Right now, it's going to be IG. Mako is very close to hitting level 6 on this Alistar, and Hung is not. Because he's been roaming so much, he's down half a level. So as long as Mako is in the area, or maybe he's able to tag up on one of these Grubs, this should be him getting his this unbreakable will. IG, though, they're leaving him to the wolves. They want to get right back into these waves. Waco should be able to hit level 6 off of this, and they're just going to trade this instead.
Oh, they might go in late. I mean, they have a way recircling around. Was Top Esports able to get one of the Groves back, so we're 1-1 right now. Rookie moving over. He's about to have stun. He still has flash. Kanavi going in fully onto Rookie, but they're re-split onto the fight. Rookie is the focus, though, and he gets taken down by Cream at the end. Now Gala
Hung
being
lives?
chased down by the team. Here, Gala left alone. He finally gets one of the kills, though. Hung is now in trouble as well. Gonna die to Mako. His counter on the other side. But Jackie Love now gonna try to take down Mako as well. They might end up getting him. The decimating smash will do just
Keep
that.
going.
And now Unstoppable Force Onslaught at least gonna be used into the top side, clear the wave. But that's a lot of blood being spilled, and Top Esports get the better of it.
The ultimates came on through. Mako wasn't able to use that unbreakable will in a good enough spot. And while Rookie gets cut off from the rest of his team, it just means that IG2 split before this fight. They were not able to consolidate their power. Their bottom lane was entering from the top side of the map. And, I mean, they just weren't able to connect. That's one of the very key issues when you have a control mage or someone that doesn't have a ton of mobility. Being able to escort them to an objective is so important. Look at where they're split. All of this onto Kanavi. And then this massive knockup from Hung actually prevents the rest of IG from getting right back into a position. I mean, Gala using his flash and then right into the waiting arms of Cream and Kanavi. This is not the spot that you wanted to be in. Cool you were able to trade, but IG just get completely punished in all of this fight.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, is that it just got so disconnected for a lot of the team, and Top Esports just made better and cleaner decisions during all of that. Now we take a look back. I mean, the first dragon of the game just got taken. It's 10.5 minutes in. Now Kanavi going to feel the heat on his back, but is able to get all the Krugs there from the Shy. Shy was thinking about following through, but the rest of Top Esports were on their way
guess
up
who's
there.
here?
Oh, he took the bait. He took the bait. Here comes Hung over the rope, and there you go. They're going to try to fight him. Jackie Love can't get the at least hits with the feathers. 369 waiting to pull the trigger on this one. They finally get him. 4 members strong will take down the Shy, who goes down 0-3 in the top lane.
Can we look at bottom lane wave? Thank you to our observers. They're picking up a little bit more plates. It's Rookie and Way. But remember, Top Esports, they have 2 grubs. How much more can they actually get on the top side of the map? There we go. We even get the split lane view.
Look at that.
They're bringing Gala on over. It's going to be close.
Okay. The grub difference really being felt right now, actually, as you see it coming down to the wire.
Should get
They
this.
are just going to commit to this. I haven't seen this in so long, but first turret will just go over to IG in the end. The 2 grubs were not fast enough.
Right. So now it comes down to the epic monster slaying feats. Top Esports have 1 thanks to them getting 2 of the grubs. IG get 1 for doing the dragon. So these next couple of objectives are going to be able to basically decide who gets the feats of strength. But right now, when you look at the game and kind of where both teams are at, Top Esports are in a very solid spot here in this game number 1. They're the team with the scaling advantage. You're going to have an Azir that's going to have a fully fed Scion just waiting to frontline. And I think especially with the introduction of Spellbook for supports kind of being the go-to now, it makes it so difficult to kind of deal with it. Because now they have access to heal and exhaust and potentially even a free Rookie flash while you're at it.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. You're at the buffet anyways. Able to take that one down. Now they are going to get the pressure on this bot side. And Cream does have a little bit of attack speed with that recurve bow, so they're able to get more plates down. And Top Esports just really handily putting pressure down on each side of the map respectively.
What I will say about Top Esports is when we have seen them play some of these Azir games, barring some massive failure in the mid-game, they have been so good about making sure Cream gets resources and he's getting gold for himself so that Azir can get to that 1 and 2 item power spike. So I've loved what they've done. Cream in Split 2 was one of the best mid laners when it came to gold differential at 15, and his individual gold leads have been unmatched in this league. So I'm loving what we've seen from Cream when he is in an advantage spot.
And he's just going to be really hard to deal with. I mean, as time goes on, his range is going to have a really big effect on how poke and prodding can work for Top Esports ahead of these objectives. I mean, The biggest difference that we talked a lot about in draft was kind of the approach that Top Esports are okay with taking this game a little bit later. That IG really wanted to kind of push that tempo here, and they weren't really able to in a lot of ways. And now Top Esports feel like they're coming online. And speaking of, Mako just feel like he's going offline, as they might just chase him down here. The TP is going to come out too. Top Esports, you are ruthless. They aren't able to get the cow, but Mako will be licking his chops and wounds as he walks away. That won't be any objective or anything. The TP going to be played, so actually IG coming out the better of it.
You say that, but Top Esports are going to get a turret, and this is going to go all to Cream here. Okay, so Soul Lanes are going to split it. 369 is like, look, dude, I just teleported for this. I got to get something for myself. And while Gala gets mid-wave or mid-turret damage, I just don't know how meaningful it is for IG. Right here, you lose out on some summoner spells, but Mako got forced out. You also had Rookie barely being able to escape by just stunning Hong repeatedly. So this still plays into that win condition here for Top Esports. Get gold onto Azir, let him carry the fight, and we're doing all of the right steps to get to that position. Now, which objective do they choose? The Herald that's spawning in 15 seconds, or the Dragon that's going to be spawning in 30?
It's a little bit of a tricky situation there. I mean, there could be a situation where we get the differentiation on both sides of, like, if both teams want to commit to one side and try to stop some of that, because I think the Rift Herald can really open things up for Top Esports, especially in that mid lane, get all the outers down, and that would be a very big boon, as Mako and Hung just hanging out together, clearing wards, getting vision. And it's going to be looking like opposite focuses. So IG going to hover up towards this top side as we have Top Esports. Their trio is going straight for that dragon. Maybe a little bit hesitant on that, though, Alk.
They don't even have to. They don't have to send everybody here. It could literally just be these two members, and it allows for Top Esports to still play in the mid wave.
IG are slow.
You can see right now, Sion's getting pinged out. They can call the unstoppable onslaught, and there's not much for IG to do. So instead of going for the Herald, basically they lose the dragon and they lose the mid wave. So they got nothing for it. Even better.
I'm so like it sucks too, because you see kind of the initial idea for IG. I mean, all four members were kind of hovering up towards that Rift Herald, but then they disperse and you lose some of that trajectory, and then Top Esports take advantage of that loophole. Really nice stuff, decision making across the map from Top Esports so far, and I would say that has been a bit of the bread and butter for Top Esports in a lot of cases on how strong they have been here in 2025, even with some of the lackluster performances last split. Although, let's see if IG can make their own iteration of a Top Esports play as they send 3 members top to take down the top laner, and the Shy gets himself on the board.
Nice, nice. Save the minion wave, guys. This is perfect. This lets the Shy hit the turret. It's tough here for IG because they need a clear numbers advantage on an objective for them to actually be able to take it, and that was just not the case, right? Like, you're almost never going to actually be able to deal enough damage versus the Herald to not at least have Top Esports look to contest afterwards. So after they find the pick on the 369, that gives them the window to actually start up this Herald. And no one really in the area as Cream is continuing to get solo golden experience on this bottom lane wave.
And that's the terrifying point, is we are hitting those kind of first and a half items, getting closer and closer to the second item. And the Nashor's Tooth is all good and well on Cream, and that is a scary point for the Azir, but it does not get any less scary as more items come through for this champion. And so I really want to see how Top Esports kind of leverage that, and I really like in the reservation that they're kind of okay sending Cream in the side lane and taking a back seat in a lot of these situations.
Cream has definitely been a little bit better. I think one of the things that we got to see from him, especially from his time playing at Top Esports last year, is the fact that he kind of has more agency. I'm going to hold that.
Yeah, well, hey, here's his agency. Maybe coming out from that side lane with all that gold. TP's coming in. Equalizer going to be used right into the middle of everyone. There's going to be the curtain call. A couple pop shots in. 4th shot's going to ring true on a 369, but here comes Hung. Tries to go get that engage. Kanavi finally coming to join the fight here, but they're split. Top Esports are a little bit caught up. Hung tries to get the escape, but gets smacked by the stick of Way. And now 369, the only one left in that fight. They're going to try to back away. Decimating
the
smack.
Shy, no.
They caught the Shy. He walked right into it. The unstoppable onslaught. And here comes the shove. Cream over the top. And now Cream is helping clean house. The Blade Caller going to help get a triple kill for Jackie Love.
There it is, and that fight was very sloppy. You could see that IG were looking to try to make an entrance in. The Shy overextends himself, thinking that he has more than enough HP bar to deal with it, but a Q comes on through from 369. That knockup provides enough time for the rest of his team to kind of go in, find the kills, and Cream finally gets that answer. We check it in the replay here. This starts off a little bit weird, but you can kind of see that they're trying to test out their limits. Way is trying to get this damage down, but who is ever marking Cream here? He is under 0 threat this entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a couple shots there, but then it feels like they lose track of where he is. There's so many other focuses, and especially the Shy coming in over the top with Rookie there with that big one. But they kind of split in that moment, right? They're a little bit worried to kind of follow through. And then it comes through a little bit late. The turn from Top Esports is beautiful.
And look at this. No one's able to target him. He's over this wall. This massive knockup from 369 into the Jarvan ult, which maybe doesn't quite land onto the right members there. But Jackie Love getting a triple kill there is probably the worst case scenario, if not for only the fact that, hey, Cream as well is able to pick up a lot of kills and gold there too. So this is Azir getting more and more accelerated. It is a 2,000 gold lead, and almost all of it is in the pocket of Cream.
And, you know, if there's something, an adaptation we've seen from Top Esports, they have been more willing to give Cream those resources. And I do really like to see him flexing with those muscles, right? He's already on 2 items now with that Rylai's, so it's going to be even harder to get away from him now. Little side note, Gala did almost as much damage as him on the Jhin. Shout out to all my Jhin mains, but I still think Cream's going to be in a better position, I'm not going to lie. So we'll see what these second items really do unlock for both these teams. And Way, he gets caught slipping, caught watching, and caught dead.
Well, guess what? You didn't clear the wards, so that just means great pick from Top Esports turns into an Otacon. And hey, there's a dragon in 4 seconds. They can still reset, let Way respawn, and they'll be in a great spot to be able to take this objective. Mako can't swap over to the Smite, so instead, they might just go for more. I mean, you have 2 grubs. Let's get some more gold for Cream, take control of this top side of the map, and get rid of all of these jungle camps.
I mean, they're even looking for a twofer. They're going to send 369 down mid lane as well. But this turret will be like paper to them. See how exactly they want to kind of push forward with this. I mean, it's extending the lead by so much. These side lane turrets worth so much gold. Almost 4,000 up now is top.
And it's so interesting to me when you think about Cream and some of the other like legendary mid laners of the LPL. Most notably, I think a more apt comparison is someone like Knight. Both of these guys have had a hard time picking up Azir. You think about their career and just generally where they are, but it's such a legendary champion that you just need to master as a mid laner. And I really feel like Cream, more so than his counterpart in Knight, has been putting in more reps to get better at this champion, especially to move away from that melee specialist that we knew him for when he was coming up all those years ago.
And, you know, there was a little side point we talked about earlier, Alec, and we'll bring it back into the fold now because it's paying off. We said, you know, the ADCs, they're not important until a certain moment. And now, I mean, you look at it, we talk so much about Cream. My boy Jackie Love is sitting there at 6-1 and 2 on the Xayah, almost 3 items in on a hyper carry.
Hey, he got 3 of those kills in that last fight, so, you know, he's at least doing good for himself. He's able to be that self-sufficient AD carry in this moment. And, hey, if Gala gets to 3 and 4 items, he does have a hell of a lot of damage. My problem is when is he ever punching through this Scion? It's going to take him a long time, and while that's happening, there's an Azir hitting him in the face. There's a Jarvan putting pressure alongside this Rakan, so very dangerous spot for IG to find themselves in.
Nothing. He's got the mosquito build now.
Oh, man. These guys are going to be jumping
like
forward at you. I don't see why we need an RFC. Oh, double teleports.
Okay. Mako with the unsealed spellbook. Rookie coming over. He's going to have the stun available. They really want Cream. Oh, my God. They just deliver him on a silver platter to Gala. Gets a 4th shot off. Gets the kill. Kanavi running for the hills. And now Jackie Love, he's ready and raring to go.
Okay.
Big blade collar back. He's trying to sidestep, but I think IG's might is just too much. Featherstorm going to be used. Blade collar across the team. And Jackie Love steps up, gets one of the kills, but IG will clean house on the rest of them. Gala gets engaged on by Kanavi. Almost take it down himself. Kanavi's going to flash away. Deadly Flourish going to go wide.
Oh, wait, one
call?
more.
No.
is not able to grab that one. Gala, unfortunate with the curtain call, is not going to grab it. Biggest win for me if you are IG right there is not only did you get the shutdown there, you were able to get multiple summoner spells out. Jackie Love, no flash, no cleanse. Same thing can be said for Kanavi and 369 coming into this fight. But if you're top esports, you are thankful there are no fights within the next 30 seconds that you need to be able to take, because now you look at this enemy team from IG, they invested a lot to get gold, and they wasted a hell of a lot of summoners here. As we take a look, this investment onto Cream, really great job. This is part of why this composition from IG was going to be so potent in the mid game, but they weren't able to find early fights. The 2v2 in bottom lane didn't go their way, and even in this one, this feels like a Pyrrhic victory for IG. Yes, they got the Cream, but they also lost a lot on this play.
They did. I gotta say, I do like the direction from Mako, right? We're wondering what IG's next ticket is. Where they're going to try to find a way into this one. They were down like almost 5,000 gold. And Mako just says, I'm taking this game by the horns, literally, and finds that engage. But like you said, now the repercussions. What can top esports get off the back of it? The buildings, the base of IG is in tatters. They've got to find a way to defend.
I mean, 10 seconds before the Baron spawns, and I look at IG, they've got no flashes. No one on this team has flashes. Mako instead said, I'll take Ghost and heal instead. And you're going to be playing into a Jarvan. Like, the rest of this top esports team now, all they can do is pressure on mid, walk with Kanavi and Hung into enemy jungle, clear out all of his vision, and then threaten to basically say, we're going to take Baron, and there's really nothing you could do about it in these instances.
And they do it so fast, right? Like, Cream is just going to melt it. Jackie Love's on 3 items now as well. But the IE Essence Reaver and Navori Flicker Blades, that's going to be a lot of damage from him as well. See what IG can do to wrestle some control of the vision from the map of top esports. They're going to start bringing the Shy over, even though he had TP. Okay, he's going to start walking back now. See if they want to go ahead and pull the TP. That's what top esports want the most.
Instead, the Shy's just going to walk over. All 369 has to do is just live. They don't have to start this fight. He has so much HP. 4,000 HP Scion here. They can play very safe. The Shy, you got to be so careful.
Well, Kanavi now needs to be a little bit careful. Gala's starting to do a little bit of damage. Might have hit that next spike as well. Top esports now going to just take what they were given. Now move back over and flood the position of the Dragon and stop some of that stacking that IG were getting.
And IG are getting led around the map right now. It is so tough for them. When they don't have these summoner spells, you lose that agency. It is so much easier for IG, or for top esports to engage on you than it is the vice versa. So IG probably going to be grabbing their flashes within the next 35 to a minute. So I think for now we're just going to see the game slow down a little bit while top esports re-prepare, go back onto the map, and get ready to potentially find a pick and start up this Baron.
And reshifting that focus back to what we really wanted to talk so much about in this series is that supportal focus. How much impact on the map are these guys going to have? And now is the most key moment ever, right? We just saw that play a little bit ago from Mako, just kind of saying, let's go get this play and making it happen. And these kinds of moments are going to be extremely important to kind of keep an eye out on here, especially for Hung on his new team. He's going to try to come hover over Kanavi. Kanavi decides he wants to go back in, only gets the clone though.
Way half HP is pretty dangerous. Again, we talked about how fast the Baron take here for top esports was. They're going to just right now jockey for position, make sure they can try to clear out any wards. If they can find a pick, that's great. Jackie Love is hitting now. They push in a wave, and Cream's going to move on over.
Okay, Mako trying to hover a little bit, trying to keep a little bit of this bodyguarding going. They were just trying to get the pull out, and they got the Shy. Equalizer's big, but it's not nearly enough. And here comes Hung to follow up. Double knockup with the devastating smash. Now into the hot pot, but there ain't no fire. It's just them cooking themselves alive. IG trying to fight back this front to back, but now Jackie Love steps up, steps forward, and takes him down. Rookie, his old teammate, as he takes the blood. He gets 2 kills, and now they're going to move back to the Baron.
What a great position, and I love the vision coverage coming in from top esports. They note that the Shy goes through a part of the map that he's not allowed to. They send the police out onto him, and Cream punishes Mako now.
Do it, Mako. Do it, Mako.
Do it. He has no flash. He can't get over.
No. I like
All right.
this, Mako, my king.
Well, guess what? That's a Baron, that's an ace, and that's Top Esports looking to put a pin in game number 1.
We're going to take a look back at that. How did the Cream found the angle? The Shy just unsuspecting. I mean, he's holding the weight. He's on vision.
Yeah, and then this engage from 369. Flash, ult, knock up right onto Gala, right onto Mako. And this choke point is just so deadly to play against. You have Azir, even now Jackie Love feels so empowered to step up. He rips through this fight alongside his other carries. In Top Esports, they've had some fumbles, but this game has looked so traditionally TES from this entire year.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. It's like, where are you going to try to rely on Jackie Love? Well, it's going to be in those team fights. The fact that he is walking into face-to-face with Rookie on an Annie as this AD carry, I mean, that is confidence, and it is oozing from Top Esports right now. And I think this kind of level of dominance is something we have come to assume Top Esports can pull out at any moment, because this team has been extremely dominant when they're in form.
When Top Esports and Split 2 were on their run during the regular season, this team looked so insane. Their win rate from ahead was 90%.
Dude, Jackie Love just put the hands on Rookie. My God,
Wait, he's dead.
Just absolutely destroyed his level of game. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. I would love a replay of that. I don't think we're going to get one because this game is about to be done and dusted. As Kanavi just goes for the ult with no teammates there. They find the corner of the decimating smash on the Mako. And it is just a Top Esports avalanche. Everything's turning red.
There it is. Well, let's see. Curtain call. Nothing happens. Baron powered minions. And probably the end of game number 1 here.
Yep, the Shy gets cooked once again. Gala gets knocked up by Hung. Hung finding a great entrance and a grand entrance into his Game 1 with Top Esports as they take a dominant Game 1 victory in this best of 3. One last little ditch effort from Way, the newbie on IG, but it is not nearly enough. Another double kill comes down for Jackie Love. 12, 2, and 7 Alk. JKL is back. The genius is cooking once again.
Hey, man, one game. It's one game, okay? If they win the series like this,
that's what we learned about
then
MSI.
we can... No. What happened in a lot of those games when the team won game 1? They lost the series. So let's look. We still haven't beat any of the LCK teams, okay? We gotta pipe down a little bit. Talk about internationals.
That Chewy's coming one day.
One day. Hopefully this year. Hopefully Worlds. But I mean, this was probably the most textbook Top Esports, but what I liked more about this game is I felt like Jackie Love was more of part of this team. Statistically speaking, last split, Jackie Love was a middle-of-the-pack AD carry. A lot of the ways that Top Esports played was a little bit away from him. They really relied on Crisp and Kanavi kind of just running around the map and kind of being terrorists, honestly. But this time around, I felt like Jackie Love felt empowered to just walk forward, attack, and just be the Jackie Love that we know and love. So hopefully there's more of that to come.
Yeah, I really hope so. And I don't know how much we want to, obviously we don't have comms and figure out exactly how the comms are working there, but like what impact Hung had in that. Because one of the big things that I really love about Top Esports is they had a very clear plan of where they were playing on the map and when, right? We saw all those plays towards top side. The entire team was sending visiting messages to the Shy in the early game. Then they moved down towards bot side. They moved to the objectives over and over again as a team. That synergy was so lost, I feel like, in some of those last moments we saw from Top Esports last split. And it's nice to see that right back and raring to go in game 1 of their first series of the split.
I want to really kind of hold my horses here because we've seen games like these so many times from Top Esports, especially in the regular season. They're one of our most dominant regular season teams we've seen so far in 2025. But the thing for me is I need to see them being able to consistently pull this off against multiple different teams. We've seen them struggle against teams like AL trying to pull this off. Even IG last split, they went 3-3 in total. They had a 1-1 record versus them in the regular season. And for Top Esports, the thing that is going to kind of make or break their season is if they can get Cream to a level where he is going to body 90% of mid laners here in the tournament. That is going to basically, essentially, whether or not they make top 2 in the league.
And I gotta say, from the IG perspective of this game number 1, feels a little bit bad. I mean, we kind of said it from the beginning, you need to be out in front of this top esports team, but there were a couple flubs of positioning, couple, like, you know, behind the ball moments from them where they're not really actively making those quick decisions. And that's something you really don't like to see, even though, you know, same perspective as top esports, take it with a grain of salt, but you really want to see those kind of proactive moments from IG, a team that has so much experience.
And Lennon, we can kind of get into this discussion now while we're waiting for MVP. I think as a broadcast for the fans, especially because this is a super team, what does success for IG actually mean? Because we can kind of be nebulous about it and be like, oh yeah, this is a world-bound team, but when you look at this roster and you kind of think about what this team is supposed to mean symbolically for the league, they're trying to put the LPL back on the map. They're trying to bring together the best of the best in terms of the names, some of the greatest legends of the LPL from the more recent history, and hopefully bring a title home. Because it's been a long time since we've won anything. So I hope for top esports, they need to, or for IG, they need to make it to Worlds. And there's 4
That's like
slots,
bare minimum.
there's 6 teams that are kind of vying for those spots.
Yeah, I just think that, like, when you look at that level, like, that is bare minimum. If it is not international, this team doesn't, if Rookie doesn't get to a damn international again, like, it's doomed. Like, this team should make it. This team should be there. But you have to be consistent all the way through, and that's where the gauntlet that is the LPL, the amount of games you have to play, the amount of consistency you have to have, that's that next level that we're always searching for IG.
I think I was very impressed with IG, the fact that they're able to get top 3. I had them making an early exit in Split 2 playoffs, but they kind of proved time and time again that even against some of their opponents, that they kind of had that stick-to-itiveness, the grit to be able to perform in some of these series where I kind of thought they lost some of that magic, especially from Split 1, but the meta changed. There's no lane swaps anymore, and it seems like this team is really starting to gel. It's only Way's first game. I don't think he did anything that would have been different from JJ. But, you know, there's a lot that still needs to be fixed for this, and I'm glad to see that at least Gala was able to have somewhat of a better performance here in their first game of the split.
Unfortunately, he's on a Jhin, and there's only a certain level, a certain ceiling.
Oh, now we're making fun of the Jhin. First it was, oh, my Jhin boys, you know,
I'm
like,
a
hey,
Jhin
come look,
man.
he's doing
I get
well.
to do that, all right? I get to go back and forth. I get to flip-flop. That's my right. I see 4 times the charm.
I didn't know we brought Raz onto the show.
Exactly. Hey, I'm trying to embody him, all right? I'm trying to embody him. It is a situation that top esports find a dominant game number 1 win. You have to think about the kind of side selects, but we'll obviously be getting to MVP now and figuring out who that influence is going to be. I expect Jackie Love to get it. I would say Pseudo, though. Like, I really liked Kanavi's direction on the map. I know it's a little bit less so, but Jackie Love's going to be the one that gets it anyways.
Fair. Honestly, I think Cream deserved it. He played so well on the map, and he's done this time and time again. He was so pivotal. Literally, that entire fight is him just finding Rumble and getting the pick. But still,
But
Jackie
that
Love.
damage, though.
Exactly. Look, Jackie Love is playing really aggressive League of Legends, and I think that's exactly what the league needs if they want to have any kind of faith. Be restored in top esports.
Exactly that. Well, we'll see if IG can restore their own faith in this series. After a short little break, we'll be getting to Game 2 between top esports and IG. Welcome back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. We are back in the thick of things here. We're in our third best of 3 of the night. You got that right. It's a lot of League of Legends on the first day of LPL Split number 3. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk, and we are into Game 2 of Top Esports versus IG.
I had to take a look at the schedule. The only super days we're going to have are on Saturdays.
Yep. Okay,
so every Saturday you're going to get 3 best of series, which I think is really cool because last time we had 2 days every week of double best of 3 best of 3s. Jesus Christ, that was a lot. But thankfully we've toned it down. There's a lot less teams. You know, we have at least 2 less teams. Group Ascend is 8 teams now. We got a lot of things to work on. For Top Esports though, kind of same message that we got from them in Split 1 and Split 2, which is full court press, laning phase dominance, and just really, really snap decisions. I love the version of Top Esports that we got at the end of Split 2. Unfortunately, that didn't translate to success in the playoffs, but if we get more of the same here, I think we're going to see more and more of that Top Esports that was so dominant for so long this year.
And again, our big tickets of that last game were just how clear their direction was, and then how synergistic a lot of their plays were together as 5. A lot of those moves around the map. You said it, but I said it multiple times, like they were just dragging IG around the map. And I think if you get another game like that, IG are going to sadly bow out of this best of 3 very quickly. But that's where you have to expect this experience really comes into line. I really want to focus on IG and a lot of the kind of fluctuation we talked about for them, some of that consistency, always searching for it. Game number 1 with Way, again, we don't necessarily give all the blame to Way, but you got to find out like what is going to work for this team, especially if they're going to be on blue side this time around.
I just don't know if the Annie pick was necessarily the answer. Obviously, it's about comfort there for Rookie. I do feel like the solo lanes kind of let the team down when we're looking at it from IG's perspective. The Shy got focused. There's just not much you can do in that situation. You get a level 3 gank on top side. Another one comes after with the support after you've already used your flash and your teleport to get back into the lane. 369 did a lot of great things in that game, but it's just unfortunate that IG weren't able to utilize the advantages that they got for themselves from draft.
Yeah, and that's going to have to, you know, figure out what they can do next up in terms of the game, but also with Fearless taking away some of those big crucial picks. I know we're talking about the Alistar for Mako, but that's where I want to kind of zone back into as well if we're looking at hyper-specific players to focus on, because it was about Hung's entrance into Top Esports and kind of what differentiation that's going to be from Crisp, and if it's going to lead to much. I think we saw some good moments from Hung as well, but it also left me wanting, if we're going to continue to talk about the IG side of things, from Mako.
Yeah, I think Mako, he got the champion that he would have wanted, right? Like, his Alistar was some of the reasons why we actually saw this IG roster start to find success in Split 2. But I think he just had a kind of a bad hand, right? Like, his solo laners are getting gapped.
Yeah, for sure.
Wei is not going to really do all that much on this Wukong, and even when he did basically no damage in this game. And he has a Jhin who has Mosquito build, right? Like, this guy is Zap.
No,
Zap,
IG
I'm hitting.
is crazy, man. Like,
yeah,
oh,
so
that's wild.
It's tough. I think it's a tough job for support to be able to get much done in that game, and especially when Top Esports are playing basically like blitzball in terms of the speed at which they were going at it. I think it's a tough ask. So here in game number 2, look, you got rid of Azir, which I think is still kind of a double-edged sword when you're talking about for Rookie again, but you now have some other options. You now will have access to that blue side especially.
Yeah, maybe bring out the Silas for Rookie. Give him an instant classic. I don't know. We'll see what kind of focus that's going to be, though. I still can't get over seeing Wade in an IG uniform, though. It's still so weird to me, but, you know, after all these years away from RNG, maybe it's not so much different, as he's had a lot of fluctuations and things like that with his rosters as well. But I also kind of want to see him given some resources in his own regard. I know he has been known as a carry player, even though in a lot of cases he played a lot of facilitation for his old teams, especially even on RNG. But IG will, in fact, be on that blue side for this game number 2, and we won't see very much differentiation in the bans, at least. The Poppy's still going to be there. That Gwen also going to be banned away.
Look, unreasonable take coming on through. If FPX can give their new jungler IYY Viego in their game 3, give it to the guy who won an entire MSI on this champion. So IG now on the blue side, they're going to be taking away the Poppy and the Mbessa. I wonder what other champions are going to be looking towards to take away from 369, because I feel like the Shy, I mean, he literally got his first ever competitive pentakill on the Mbessa just last split. So kind of interesting to see that they're not willing to prioritize it early.
Okay, they're actually going to ban away the Varus as well, so not willing to go with that on the B1 side of things. And a little bit more focus onto what Top Esports can be bringing out in that bot side. I really like the variability that Varus brings to the 2v2s, but as well as team fights. And what is that final focus going to be for Top Esports? They already banned away the Pantheon as well.
Just wondering whether or not we were going to see Vi. She's going to stay a consistent red side ban here, at least
The
for this
classic
series.
Way champ.
Talia with the first pick here, though. So, again, comfort here for Rookie. Exactly what we need to see. Let him have a champion that's going to dictate and control space around the rest of the map here. Top Esports, kind of a couple of answers you can still go for. I mean, the Ornn is always going to be something that's really great. I think Orianna is obviously something that we've seen pop up time and time again, but does get a little bit more difficult for her to deal with if ever get found out and get put onto on some unraveled earth.
Nocturne Orianna.
True.
Maybe. I feel like into the Talia that feels a little tricky. It is going to be the Lucian. So they are taking a lot of the things that they banned away on blue side in game number 1, already getting to kind of the draft strategies that Top Esports are willing to pull out.
And you don't know if this is necessarily going to be Lucian Nami, right? That is a very popular combo that we have seen, but I know that especially with the kind of moving towards the engaged supports, Leona, Braum, all champions that are still very popular and still available here in this draft for game number 2. So IG instead, they're going to blind the Trundle. I think the Pillar is great, especially against a champion like Orianna, but we need someone that's actually going to be able to maybe capitalize on this. Maybe we get a Gala Kaisa here, although the laning phase is going to be particularly difficult.
That would be tough for sure. I'm always curious about the Trundle when you pick it more blind. And we have seen a lot of teams willing to do that, though, here as of late and even in internationals. We'll see what IG want to round out their first phase with. It is the Jace for the Shy. So they will have a little bit more fighting strength from this top trio of IG.
Okay, so first 10 minutes of the game, I am expecting for IG to have a bit more priority from their lanes, especially with this Jace. Now, 369 will have his options in terms of counter pick, but think about the tanks that IG are going to try and get rid of. There's going to be the Ornn that I think is going to get really big focus coming out against 369, and maybe even something like a Jax eventually starts to come into question here. So that, the Renekton as well, just things that IG need to be taking into consideration as we go into second phase.
I'm still I'm stuck on the fact that 3 out of the 5 bans that Top Esports used last game is what they're picking for game number 2. I don't know why, but I find that so interesting and so cool. We'll see if they maybe try to round that out with the rest of it, but the Nautilus is going to be that focus towards that engaged support like you were talking about earlier.
Now, I know Top Esports, they're going to be focusing on just getting rid of support picks for Mako. Again, one of the big pain points for them coming out through this year. One of IG's best performances that we've seen from them was in a series versus WE in the back end of the split. We saw Ashe, Lulu come out from Gala and Mako, and it was pretty damn good. I'm pretty confident to say that if we get another situation where they find an angle, if they're able to play some more Ashe in this Lulu or one of these two champions in this pairing, I feel like it does a lot of wonders for Top Esports, who are still looking for some kind of front line so that they can prep up for this Orianna in the mid lane.
And it's so curious that they opted out of getting the Nocturne. Obviously, it gets banned in the second phase, but they definitely had room to pick it. But they decided not to go for that, so they have to have something that they really like to pair up with this Orianna, because you don't just draft Orianna for Orianna. You usually want things that can kind of pair up with her and synergize well with her. And so maybe now IG trying to focus on what else can be that kind of tie-in. But no, they're going to focus the Ornn that they did ban away in that game number 1 as well.
All right. Gragas going in. Okay, so going for some more poke. I do like this versus IG, though. You kind of see that they are pretty immobile with their solo lanes. And so a Gragas ultimate potentially kind of adds a bit more chaos for this team. IG, though, now, they're going to have to fully round out their bottom lane here. Don't necessarily love the Leona, but does give them spot crowd control against something like an Orianna.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. the go in and have no exit nature of it's really difficult for me to process in a lot of ways, but the Ezreal is going to be that final pick for IG. And Kanavi truly is king once again. He gets everything. He gets the R5 as a jungler. Even though the Trundle had been picked so long ago, we really want to see what they are willing to give Kanavi here in this game number 2. And it seems like they're going to lean on something maybe a little bit more carry-oriented.
The Lee Sin's going to be difficult. The Zed definitely gives them some more removal. There is not a traditional front line here for IG. It is just this Trundle and just this Leona. But when you look at what Top Esports are showing right now, no way. Are we playing? Okay. I thought 369 was going to pull out some spice. I thought we were going to get Zed in the solo lane. I'm sorry.
Really getting answered to, though. I got to say, they picked like no tank. 369 might even go like AP. So there's just going to be no targets for subjugation.
But think about how easy it is for Top Esports to actually find an engagement. I mean, just the Gragas alone is going to provide so much crowd control against IG. And with this Zed, without proper lockdown, he's going to be very slippery. We kind of saw some of the mechanical ceiling in the grand finals from Tarzan. Hoping that Kanavi can kind of perform here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of the dirtiest Zed play I've ever seen in that finals from him. His first time competitively playing it is actually crazy. But he's not here right now, and it's Kanavi that's going to be taking up the mantle for the time being. And I love this idea. I am just so in love with how Top Esports approached the draft. I mean, you have to set yourself up. We saw how important that was in MSI, and I love to see Top Esports kind of tackling those questions early.
Yeah. Top Esports, though, they have a very aggressive draft. We said that this was going to be a Lucian pairing that doesn't necessarily have to be stuck with Nami, and I want to see if they can continue their aggressive playstyle that we saw from them in game number 1. They've got all the tools to make it happen, and IG, they need to bounce back.
They do indeed. They got to find what works for them here. A little bit of comfort goes a long way, and we'll see if Way can keep his head above water against this assassin jungle from Kanavi. Game 2 kicking off now between IG and Top Esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎它。
Those Top Esports fans are still mad, bro. They're still mad. Honestly, fair. Fair play to them.
Absolutely fair. And that's why, you know, some of these dominant wins is like, it's cool. It's a drop in the bucket, though, Top Esports. You got to make good on what you did to us. No, just that's a little too far. But
Come
for
on,
Top
man.
Esports,
It's game 1 of the split, man.
Hey, I'm just saying they didn't. The thing that's funny, though, about the Top Esports story is they had that tragic performance, and then they were looking so good in Split 2. So you're like, okay, they're going to get a chance to make good on that, right? They're going to get a chance to immediately wipe away the bad stain that was left from first stand. Nope, they don't get to. And so now it's harbored here by the LPL. We'll see if they can do it in Split number 3. Hey, if they do it at Worlds, maybe that's all that really matters.
I mean, look, bro, I've sent a good Top Esports to MSI and Worlds multiple times now. I've been very sad, so I'm trying not to think about it. Kanavi, looks like we're going to get some vertical jungling here as Way immediately started in the top side of Kanavi's jungle. So he's going to seal away the red. He's going to get the Raptors as well. All the while, it's going to mean that right now, 369 does have to play a little careful here. This matchup is a bit more difficult since a couple of patches ago. They did take down some of Gragas's. Oh my god. Alright, well.
That's tough. He's just going to get fully poked down now. There will absolutely be a chance for Way to make something happen on this top side. But they do know. I mean, there's been a lot of vision gain from both junglers already. He's trying to get a nice little bit of poke back. Way wants to head over after the Krugs as he's just looking for an escape strategy.
Okay, he is also spotted on this ward, so he'll be seen going right back to his other side. 369 is saying, thank God, I did not want to get dove here. He is a Gragas, right? He would have hit level 3 under the turret and also still had the flash, so I can understand some of the trepidation there. But for Top Esports, I think you're okay with this, especially with Kanavi. He's going to finish all 6 of his camps, take a recall, get himself a Coalfields, and then, or a double longsword, and feeling very, very strong about his position in this game.
And I think besides some of the focuses that we put in game number 1 especially, I think there's a much more zoomed in focus on the jungle matchup in this one especially. if we're just looking at kind of the facts on the table here, Kanavi has so many options to deal with Way in these cases.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Kanavi can almost outright avoid Trundle at all instances. It forces Kanavi basically to, or for Way, he has to say, okay, Kanavi has to walk into me and also not have his W, and preferably also not have backup, because I probably can maybe win a 1v1 with my chomps, but I can't stay on top of him. Yeah. So there's some interesting dueling aspects. I think it's also why we see Way here with PTA instead of having the lethal tempo that we sometimes see. So Way trying to protect the top side here.
Oh my god, I don't know if he even wins that with the chops. Oh, we're getting the actual explanation right now as Way is just forced away. And Kanavi might be able to chase him. I mean, he still has flash.
We're getting teleports out, boys.
Go for it. That's the Scuttle Crab going to be the focus for Top Esports as that TP comes down. Now IG, they've surrounded Kanavi. They were going to try to bring over the Shy. That will end up being Kanavi getting away from now.
Man, that is so tough there for Way. Doesn't actually end up losing all that much, but I think right now, if you're Kanavi, this is going to be so good. You're going to get double Scuttle. They're going to protect his respawn Raptors, which I think is really important. I think Rookie does need to be at least a little careful here, as Kanavi's just going to just go right across.
I mean, they have a ward in that bush, though. He's just going to have to take the long way, but this kind of contradicts what we had set out in the draft early. I mean, we talked so much about the top trio, Alk, about how strong these lanes can be for IG. But so far, some of these different calls early feels like it's leaning the way of Top Esports, even though nothing's happened.
I think it's not that bad, Lennon. Like, top lane right now, 369 did kind of biff his laning phase, and so he's down about 10, 15 CS. Rookie, while he's not necessarily too far ahead, he's got a wave in front of his opponent, and I think this is fine right now, right? Like, yes, Kanavi has not been put down, but also there's no dragons that have been taken in this game. We haven't seen too much action. There was a little bit of sparring between the junglers, but again, there's still a lot of game here left to play for IG. So as soon as they get a lot of their ultimates, that's when I'm going to be really kind of keyed in as to where we get some of those results from the early game draft.
Some of those explosive moments that can really dictate the game. And the Dragon, not nearly the focus that we maybe set out to be in the start of this series, but at least looking at that objective focus, there is going to be the grubs coming up in about 2 minutes. The last game, we didn't get Dragon till like 10 minutes into the game for the first one, so I don't expect that to change too much here in this one as well.
Once Rookie has access to the Weaver's Wall, it does open up a few more options. If this bottom lane from Top Esports actually ends up over-aggressing, maybe that's a play. Tracking really where these junglers are, because that is going to be a bulk of where this action is right now. Seems like Way is going to help him across mid. Maybe they try to contest for early, or for this first dragon. But Kanavi is closer to level 6 than Way is right now, and he has his blue buff up. So once he finishes this, Kanavi's going to be a 1v9 machine, especially early on.
If he gets this, he hits it. He might just go straight in away. Doesn't see him. The Troll King coming around the corner now. That chomp difference is coming through. Mako goes for the flash. Gets to see the blade under turret. The flash chomp, and that's the first blood for IG. It goes to Mako, though, but they will go back to the blue buff.
Ah, but they get the summoner spell out from Kanavi. They do trade. Great job from Mako to punish. That looked very iffy. You can kind of see that IG were saying, okay, we have to get this now that we've just invested so much. It'll be the blue buff taken away by IG. They can't quite start up the dragon yet, but they have priority in mid. If they want to go for this, this might be their angle.
He's done putting the moves on the Shy up here. Looks for an angle.
Coming up.
The flash, goes for the play. Doesn't have the mana for the cast, goes back through, doesn't get the auto, and the Shy gets the outplay. 1v1 solo bolo for the Shy.
Gragas just did not have enough mana there, so loses out on the trade. 15 seconds before these grubs spawn into Shy, he saw a single control ward. Spots out Kanavi there. So it is just going to be the top side scuttle for him. Dragon not even completed there for Way. Instead, he moves away from the Dragon. He's going to go and protect his topside camp. And look at where IG are. They're resetting their bottom lane. They're moving straight into the topside to stop Kanavi. We need to think about what are they missing from this bottom lane. Jackie Love and Hung are going to try to slam this turret with another wave.
They're actually going to reset now as well, but the grubs are already getting started up by IG, so they're just going to take everything at this point in the top side of the map. So we get the first grub here with no contest. So that just means all three going the way of Invictus Gaming.
Okay. That's still gold, I think, in the back pocket of Top Esports. They're slowly starting to make an advantage out from this bottom lane. It's the only place where IG are actually behind in gold. It is Jackie Love being a wave ahead of his counterpart. And for right now, again, game is starting to look good for IG, but they're not out of the water yet. It's barely a 700 gold lead here for them. And there are still plenty of ways that Top Esports can explode. We still have not seen Cream and Kanavi really link up in this game as the Orianna and Zed.
Top Esports, we're looking for a play in mid lane. We're going to go to a replay of the solo up here. In 369, he just didn't have the mana for the cast.
I mean, yeah, he's just sitting there. So he uses his Drunken Rage, 80, and then he uses his 40 mana.
If he had mana for Q, it's easy, right? Like, that feels so bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally that's literally lethal if he has the barrel. So sucks for 369. So far, he has not played this Gragas very well, at least in this game, and does mean that it's going to be a bit of a tough ask here for Top Esports. And a bit of weird lane assignments. Jackie Love moves into the top side versus Rookie. It's a teleport up for this Talia. So unless Jackie Love is applying enough pressure onto Rookie, they're kind of getting trapped now in some of these laning allocations.
And look, that's the bot lane. Okay, that was the cast.
Just needed another replay. It's okay.
Yeah, we just needed a time filler. The Dragon is seemingly going to be started up by Top Esports here. They immediately moved back out of as soon as they saw that multiple members of IG were surrounded.
Right. Jackie Love is trying to keep Rookie under his turret. No Weaver's Wall available for the Talia. Oh, he got trapped in between the walls. Oh.
And he can't do anything. He literally can't move. Just goes straight for the ultimate. Does end up getting a big shockwave in as well. 369 has arrived. Gala getting a little bit low. Going to pop the barrier, but it instantly dies. Rookie comes over now as well, looking for a seismic toss, or at least seismic shove. Tries to get him. Does end up getting 369 in the end, and Rookie cleans up the kill too. IG now looking for the follow through onto Hung. Don't think they have the damage to take him out just yet.
The shy no.
Solo lanes maybe coming alive here. Cullen going to be used by Jackie Love. He goes a little bit wide up the flash from the shot.
Okay, but IG, they're making good on the promises here, making sure that they can try to find picks. They get 369 and Kanavi. Even though they might miss out on some of the ultimates there, it is a perfectly fine trade. Mako is going to reset. He's going to use the teleport from the unsealed spellbook, and they're going to get right back out of the map. Still a good spot here for Invictus Gaming. They're also going to have Weaver's Wall up and available. This Dragon is not able to be contested.
2 times Top Esports goes to the well. 2 times the bucket is empty. Mako extending a little bit, finds 369 there. Looking for a little bit of vision game. We'll end up seeing it go down, but the Dragon started up by IG. Way should be able to take this one down, and that'll be another mark towards those objectives and towards the feats of strength.
First Dragon at 12 minutes. That is crazy.
Dude, it's worse than last game, which is just so wild to me. 369 overextends, though, goes into the bush, phase checks it. Although Mako getting a little bit low, the flash going to come out. Now Hung here gets the double knockdown into the crackdown. PP coming in from Kareem. Here comes Kanavi. IG have overextended. They got their hand in the cookie jar, and that thing just sprouted teeth. It's a mimic. Run away, IG. They've lost one. They're going to get the shockwave back as well. The Shy getting a little bit low. Kanavi gets hammer slammed, and the Shy finds the kill back. Is still alive. Jackie Love gets taken down by Gala, though that will be instantly traded by Cream. Hung trying to come save Cream. Rookie can't get the auto attack. It's the flash out anyways. As now Top Esports licking their wounds as they run away. IG, they continuously find these fights, and Rookie is put on a masterclass.
Oh my god, there we go from IG. They finally are able to find that fight. 369 was sitting under his turret. He's like, guys, please stop sending resources to me. I do not need to be ganked a 5th time here. And there are some good moments there, but you can kind of see the top esports. They know that they're missing damage, and it is biting them right now. They are just barely able to slip away on the side of IG, not able to get those kills for top esports. This is turning into a soft slide here for top esports as they are continuing to kind of find themselves in more gold deficits. It's now become a 1,500 gold difference. And I thought this was fake. It's really tough to gank a Gragas even when he is this far behind. You can kind of see with just how many spells he's able to use.
Yeah, I mean, the approach was a little tough, but I really like some of the decision-making stuff from IG at this point. Just kind of the focuses from Gala and Rookie especially, and being able to kind of pick this one apart in such a weird position.
This is a great punish, I think, from Kanavi, or onto Kanavi, and Shy just barely getting out. Jackie Love thought he was going to be able to find that, and yes, it's Green getting the kill, but I just feel like everybody's trying to get there, you know, like, oh, I got mine, I got one, like, trying to make this play better than it really needs to be. At a certain point, you have to be able to cut your losses, and top esports is not willing to back down.
And we said in the draft, this is a composition for top esports that is definitely high level of execution. You can really snowball a lead. And it feels like they're getting sucked into a black hole here by IG where they're the favorites, because you're seeing a lot of these fights not go the way of top esports, but then they go right back into those fights and they go right back into IG consistently finding fight wins. And now the 369, there ain't no team to come save you this time. He is all by himself down here in a 1v3. It was hard to gank Gragas, but not anymore. The Shy picks up the kill and the turret.
Oh, wow, I was going to say, that's feats of strength now going over to IG in another turn, maybe an entire wave. They're TPing up to this top side with Hung. They want to maybe even try to contest for the Herald here.
Jackie Love trying to get that point-blank damage on the Rookie there. He had tier 2 as well with the 3 gloves. That's like massive gold stick. IG are up 3,000 gold down.
It's entirely onto the Shy here, and this Jace, he made a name for himself so far this year on this champion. I mean, even without the tank build, he has looked so good on this Jace. He is, I think, pushing the limits a little bit on this champion especially, but he got gifted a pretty free laning phase from 369 this game. So all eyes on the Shy here, the legendary carry top that inspired an entire generation of players. Gonna be able to do it again so far here in 2025 with this level of play.
Good so far. Here comes that Weaver's wall in. Gonna miss the side from Chubb, but here comes Kanavi with the big twirls as he gets 2 there in the end. Jackie Love is the focus now, though, and Jackie Love gets taken down, but Kanavi ending up finding more. The big cask on the Gala. Do they have the damage, though? That shattering strike was just enough. 369 able to follow through it. Kanavi has put on that crown we gave him at the beginning of the draft, and here it goes. He finds multiple kills back, and they chunk that lead that IG had.
That was a massive amount of gold. Jackie Love, I saw it, brother. I saw the flash under the wall. Happens, bro. Happens. There's a pillar right next to you. The slow, you thought maybe you have a little bit more movement speed to get closer to the wall. It's tough, but that is exactly the kind of fight that IG can't take if they want to be able to close this game out. You just closed up a pretty large portion of the gold lead. You gave over some summoner spells, and now you're giving time for top esports to get back into this game. And take a look at this replay. It starts off so well. You've sectioned them off, you've cornered them, but look at how Kanavi utilizes all of these shadows to be able to get around this. Jackie Love, it happens, bro. But
and
that is a lot of kills over the Zed.
Yeah, and like you're getting so much gold to a guy that felt like he was out for blood in split number 2. I mean, this guy was running maps. And Kanavi willing to pull out the Zed here. Gonna go for the 50-50, gets it, shows that he has that crown on his head like we said all those times. And Wade gonna be thrown to the wolves there. But really he's just thrown to Kanavi. Kanavi is running rampant on the back line. The death mark goes through, but it's not enough to kill him. Cream will end up falling. And back not gonna be completed by the Shy. He's gonna try to get away, but I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Give your gold to Rel or something, bro.
Yup. 369 says that's mine, baby.
Okay. Well, now Kanavi is 5-3-3 on the Zed, and in a short instance of time, IG went from 3.5, 4,000 gold lead to absolutely biffing it.
Yep.
And now, Top Esports are very competitive in this game. Jackie Love may not be the carry this time around, but Kanavi is out for blood, and he is running the table with this Zed.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be almost on 2 items. Jackie Love is on 2 items now, and he wins the 50-50. What a Chad.
It's really tough to win a smite fight versus Zed, right? Like, the passive gives you bonus damage against low HP targets, and it's extremely deadly versus jungle camps, so it's kind of tough for Way in that instance. Also able to finally get this kill onto the Shy is exactly what Top Esports needed here. So IG overextending in a lot of fights, trying to think that they can wallet diff their way. They had not even finished some of these tier items. I mean, look at Gala. He has a Trinity Force, yes, but Nirvana is absolutely nowhere near completed. That is now completed for the Shy, so maybe we can play around this Jace a little bit more, as he's the only member left with an outstanding gold lead.
Yeah, he's really the saving grace right now, and I got to say that kill from 369 felt personal after all the attacks he had gotten early on. But you say it, that 2 item spike is going to be really good for the Shy, but it's more so when and how he lands a lot of his poke and the follow through onto that. And right now, it just feels like Top Esports have a lot more, you know, decision-making tools in these fights. And speaking of, the decision from them is to go for this invade. Navi is getting a little bit close to dying, as he's going to have to use his shadow to get away, but he's just going to die. He goes back in with the death mark just to buy time. Solar Flare is going to be used. 369 finally comes over, going to use the cast to get everyone away. IG find a pick onto the crucial member of Kanavi.
Ooh, IG could see, they wanted to see if they could either go for more, maybe switch up which objective they were going to look at. Instead of the Otacon on the bottom side of the map, it is just going to be the Herald, and IG still have 3 grubs in their pocket, so very easy for them to suddenly knock down 2 top lane turrets here. They already did a lot of damage on this bottom lane wave, and it has been something that has, I think, been a bit of a pain point for IG. It is very tough for them to revisit the bottom side of this map because of the lane and how far out it can be pushed, especially with all of these outer turrets taken. So right now, Herald's going to be started up. It's gone for Way. Do they invest it now? Seems like that's not going to be the case. They're probably going to wait for that dragon in minute 40.
A little bit of the momentum slowed down from Top Esports. The lead seemingly grasped onto again by IG. About 1,000 gold up now. They will also have those 2 item spikes coming online, especially that Nirvana coming soon. But it is really about these next steps. You have about 1 minute and 20 seconds until that dragon, and it would be a step towards that soul, as one of these teams would go on to second dragon of the game for themselves.
You can see some of those pings right now. IG, they want to see if they can make a play on top side. Probably going to be waiting for that Weaver's Wall. Once that's up and available, then they can send Way kind of as a one-man wrecking crew at any member on a side lane here. And more particularly here for Rookie, probably also wanting to get that top lane tier 1, get some more gold, get closer to him finishing a second item, only with the Faded Ashes and an Amp Tome right now in his inventory. So they're lacking in the DPS department.
Yeah, I mean, once the Talia, it's sneaky how much damage Talia can start doing once you get a couple items, especially with the one-hit combos that you can see, and Rookie really going to want that online. But unfortunately, it's not going to be in time for this one. So IG going to use a bit of a distraction card effects here in the mid lane with this Rift Herald and pull Top Esports' ire. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. The pillar's already been used. They're going to get bunched up here together, but now IG have lost a lot of their tools.
What are we doing? IG, I mean, we split off the wave. This should have been around the dragon. It's not even up for another 10 seconds. Sure, you got the Herald to drop, and it was a wave top lane that gets missed.
Hung goes in. The big cask is there as well. He tried to get Mako, but he doesn't die now. Jackie Love gets pierced by Gala. Meanwhile, IG have a really strong fight here. The pillars are down, but Mako can reset, come back out, and Top Esports, they've permanently lost Hung in this fight.
Okay, Jackie Love, he's going to reset as well, so it is going to be a 4v5. Jackie Love barely doesn't get taken down by an accelerated shock blast. Gala is playing without fear. There was no explosive cast, so he's allowed to shift forward versus 369. IG playing incredibly aggressive now.
The evolution completed. It means go. Never go back. Always forward, apparently, for IG. And they're going to take this dragon. Will be that extra step towards those objective focuses that we talked so much about. And Kanavi tried to get it in the pit. Won't end up doing it. The Ocean Soul is the focus for both these two teams, and IG are going to be one more closer.
Just wondering, you saw the vision toggle there from the observers. Maybe there was an angle that Top Esports were looking at the Otacon, but instead they walk away, pushing another wave. It's going to get the teleport out from the Shy. Right now, Top Esports are starting to feel probably a little wary. They're getting pulled around the map right now. They're not winning trades. Maybe when Jackie Love finishes his third item and Cream finishes what looks to be a Leandri second, there is going to be an angle for Top Esports to actually properly deal damage versus their counterparts. But even with some sloppy engagements, sloppy setups around the objectives, IG now get the mid-tier 1, they get the top lane tier 1, and they grab the dragon. So a pretty nice influx of gold for them to get back into the lead.
It is indeed. The map state is so interesting and how the kind of teams are kind of pulling each other around. And right now, I mean, Top Esports really heavily focused around this bot side, but some of these item spikes really evening things up in my eyes on both sides of the ball. And I really am looking at these next big engages coming through. Look at IG. I mean, they're coming down towards bot side to answer some of this pressure. And really, there would be no response immediately from Top Esports if they just start this up, and they do. They're not even close.
Cream can teleport if he really needs to be here for this play. They do not have eyes on it quite yet, but it is already gone.
Oh man, Kanavi gonna miss out on 2 objectives in a row there. Mako goes back into the engage though. Top Esports locked down, double Kanavi. Kanavi is by himself, gets the death mark on Gala. That's all you need as the Zed. That is your job as Way goes in to clean him up. But Top Esports try to get a bit of a rebuttal from it. Way waiting for it. He has the pillar coming back up, and now he's fighting on a Cream. Cream flashes away from his team. Will end up turning back around, but the Weaver's Wall going to keep him away. And he has no flash. He has no exit. He's just going to try to get away with his movement speed, but the pillar comes through, hits him into the wall. Cream, what have you done, my son? Oh my gosh, the Shy gonna also play a little bit with Top Esports, but IG picking them clean.
If Gala had just lived during that fight, that might have just been the Baron, and so many summoner spells there. Top Esports just don't do enough damage. It is Kanavi having to use every single one of his spells plus more just to get the kill onto Gala. We can kind of see in this fight, I mean, honestly, Jackie Love just does nothing. Why are we trying to contest for this? Both of our carries are nowhere near this fight. Jackie Love even uses Cleanse to get out of the ultimate early, but the Cullings are doing nothing. The Lucian is absolutely useless in these fights, and we saw laning flubs come in from some parts of Top Esports. We're seeing now map setups where they are just playing way too fast, way too aggressive versus their opponents. And IG, they're just taking every bit of a donation that they can get from the TES lineup.
And the comp is so much easier to execute from the side of Vindictus Gaming. We said that from the beginning, and we're really seeing it unfold here. About 2.5k lead. Top Esports, they're trying to come over to the Baron. Kanavi has won the 50-50s if he's there, but it's been 2 objectives in a row that he's been too late to the fight. The Shy getting caught out now, and Kanavi gets locked out before he can get in the pit, and it's taken. It's already down. Kanavi not able to get there. Tries to go for the death mark there, trying to get some damage on the way, but Way is just chomping him to bits as Hung tries to stop that. But Gala now fighting up 369. Top Esports are so split. They don't know who they want to fight. Jackie Love finally gets some damage onto Mako. The shockwave doesn't hit onto anybody. And now Gala is just taking the pickings here. Jackie Love finds a lot back. Way, though, and Rookie combined to get a double kill for him and clean the rest of Top Esports up, make it a triple kill for Rookie and IG. They find that lengthy lead, almost 5,000 gold up now.
It takes way too long, and Top Esports, I don't know what's happening right now. They are just completely losing the plot in this game. They're smashing their keyboards, using every single spell. It looks sloppy from them. This is not the clean Top Esports that we came to see at the start of this season. Game 1 looks so incredible for them. More of that aggressive style. But even just going back into this team fight, look at this. The Shy just putting absolute aggro out onto the map. And a great setup from IG, where they're able to prevent Kanavi from getting in. Just what is going on here?
What is Kanavi doing? Oh man, yeah, there was some really questionable, but the thing is nobody made the decision, and that's where like we don't know the comms, we don't know who really is taking the lead. But in a lot of cases, it should be the jungle or the support, and in this case, it just felt like nobody was focusing on any target. Everybody just kind of was fending for themselves.
I mean, now for IG, they put themselves on soul point, and even if they want it, they don't have to do anything while they have their Baron. They can continue to push waves, then eventually answer for this objective. And so far, Way is doing a great job. You can kind of see it. Rookie and Way have really led this game from the front, and this Trundle is near unkillable right now versus Top Esports.
He's literally just like in a lot of these fights, just standing in the middle of everybody and just auto-attacking away because they can't kill him. He's just healing so much. And this is a stark contrast to the decision-making and that cleanliness that we saw from IG in game number 1. Some of the question marks that really came up. This has been a much better representation of IG, at least, in their first series of Split 3, as he is now just going to fight into Kanavi, who gets locked down. Weaver's Wall coming back across. Cream and 369 going to be the ones that are left out. Rookie tries to go for a seismic, but can't find it. Cream just by himself. I don't know how he got there. He probably doesn't either, as he dies in the middle of it. And Rookie tries to go for the flash, gets Jackie Love, his old teammate, a little bit of revenge from that game number 1. And 369 goes golden, but he will go golden into his death. The Midas touch has come for Top Esports as True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide, but that should just be the end. IG looking to even up the series.
Talia is coming on back. Teleports are through. 3 grubs, a Baron buff. You have to imagine, like you said, IG fighting back in this series.
Hung went for a little bit of a weird play there, and you know, he might have been paid just the amount he needed for that one, as he is paid in a death, and Jackie Love will also join his support there as IG even up against Top Esports in the first series for both these two teams of the split. And what a way to do it.
Took a little bit there for IG to really find their footing. You can kind of see they're still working out the kinks. Obviously, Way being brought into this lineup does mean that they kind of have to start back with some of those more of those fundamentals. But I think exciting stuff, especially, and this was the IG that we kind of saw coming out of the regular season from last split. An IG where the soul laners do actually end up get to kind of showcase their stuff, and the problem that I'm going to be looking for from IG is, can they actually get their setups to be right? Because in a lot of instances in this game, I think up until the 25-minute mark, we saw IG not have the best objective kind of looks. They came in from weird angles. They weren't all coordinated, but once they're able to kind of slow the game down, get the grandpas all kind of in the same line, they finally were able to do it right. Took a couple tries, though.
Yeah, it took a couple tries. They set out what they wanted to in the draft, though. I mean, we talked so much about the strength in the top trio, and that really came to fruition in this one. I think there was a lot to say between what was happening between Gala and Jackie Love, but this felt like a pretty tried and true strategy for IG. And it was also set up for Top Esports on the other side, where we said, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's a lot of execution, but if you get that lead, that snowball can be so immense. They didn't get the lead. They kept trying to get the lead, and that's unfortunately what just happens. And you have to wonder, you know, some of that red side selection, the at least not side selection, but being on the red side and now maybe changing back over to that blue side, what's going to be the differentiating factor between both teams. But this gave me a lot more confidence in IG moving forward, and it was nice to see, you know, Mako have a lot of key picks on the key members, especially just hunting down Kanavi in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, they did a great job there. I really want to give special flowers to the Shy. If he doesn't get the player of the game for this one, I feel like he kind of got robbed. 369 played terribly on this game. I've been one of 369's biggest advocates. I put him as my #1 top laner, and I got a couple of looks for that. But this guy, I think 99% of his games have been quite flawless so far in 2025. This game was one of the 1%. This is the 1% we try to forget for this guy. This was a 3 all around the board. He messed up the level 2 versus the Jace, and then was just getting gapped. He got a lot of attention, to be fair, similar to how 369 or Top kind of did to the Shy in game #1.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Shy ran away with a lead in this game, and he very rarely got caught. And if he did, it turned out to be a Baron for his team, or a really good situation for the rest of Invictus Gaming.
If we're getting gripes out of the way, then I'm gonna get mine out too.
Okay.
The Zed Orianna that I think got one Shockwave combo off, and it looked really good. And that was like that big comeback that they had in the beginning. I don't think we saw another really big Shockwave combo from them ever again. And it felt like they were so disconnected. And if you're drafting a comp like that has to be going well. And it just wasn't. So I'm really curious at if they just go back to stock standard for game number 3 for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. There were so many things wrong with this game.
This was the Shockwave. I was like, okay.
Yeah, this was a good one. Sure. I feel like Top Esports just got really uncomfortable in this game, and they did not know what the hell to do at a certain point. They're like, okay, the top lane counter pick that we picked for ourselves, that went bad, so what do we do now? Kanavi, I'm doing Cardinal Sin. I did go on Twitter real quick. I have a very special quote from the Laker. Kanavi is playing Zed like he's on 200 ping. I could feel that. That felt like that was kind of true. So
I could see that.
You know, we're getting some fan takes already coming on through for the show, but this just felt like all of Top Esports. I don't want to say they're protesting and like they hated the draft, but there was some silent things going on.
Cream was taking wild adventures, man. He was like walking off into no man's land and just like showing up a couple days later with a bunch of stuff in his hair.
He's like, guys, I can't. We all just have to. Everyone run. If we all run in different directions, only one of us dies.
Oh my god, it's just so funny. Just how it goes out, but it's also a really glorious moment for IG to kind of, again, come back from that game number 1 that did not look good from them whatsoever. Now we've seen the duality of man on both sides of each team, which, brings us to what is going to potentially be a very fun game number 3, especially with Fearless taking away a bunch of champions already going into that game.
And we get 8 games today.
True.
Yay!
Close.
I love 8 games for our first day. At least we didn't. Let me not say that. I'm going to wait until the end of the show.
Don't do it, because they already talked about it earlier.
Knew it was coming
they
too.
Literally talked about it earlier.
Don't. It's fine. It's fine. My producer is definitely not staring at me right now. It's fine. Yeah, I think especially with Fearless, it does open up a couple of different options here. There's no Trundle now for the rest of the series. I think especially for engaged supports, we are starting to get a little bit limited. The Rakan's already taken away. Leona, Rel now especially. So I wonder what else we're going to get. Nautilus, I think, becomes kind of primo pick when we're coming into game number 3.
Yeah. I go back. I know this is stupid to focus on, but I go back to draft. I'm like, oh, it's so interesting that Top Esports picked the things that they banned away in game number 1. They must have been saving. And then they just absolutely throw the game in the dumpster. And you're like, okay, what were you saving in that kind of moment? But I really want to see some comfort picks come out in game 3 for both sides. I really want to see kind of what the support matchup is going to look like moving forward now as well, with some of their key picks really taken off the table already. But do you think it's the Shy for the MVP of game number 2?
I think it has to be.
Really
I think...
No,
Okay.
because it's Way.
This was the other one that I was okay with. The top jungle, we get 2 votes. Don't be a fraud and say everybody on this team could have gotten it. But I mean, Way did definitely play well, so I'm glad to see that he got to do his little Trundle thing. There are certain spots where Trundle just becomes unkillable. He just walks around and he just has this huge stat stick that he just keeps beating you over the head with.
But you could see like the trajectory if Zed was ahead. Like that first skirmish they had where Kanavi just wins outright. But then it got to a point where he just was so tanky, he was just standing there while Kanavi was trying to kill him. And I think that's where you could see kind of that different focus for both teams and what they were trying to bring to the jungle. And Blind Trundle wins another game, which, I feel like has become a little bit of a trend because the champion does just have a lot of utility as you go through the games itself. But, man, I think it's interesting to see how these teams have panned out. I think Game 3 is going to be really interesting as well. I'm really excited to see what we get for that one. So we're going to be stepping away for a little break. We'll come to our last game of the day here for Day 1 of Split 3. We're here for LPL. Let's go! We're back with LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk, who just scarfed his food down because he's ready to go for the game. And we get to our ultimate game on the ultimate day here, the day 1 of split number 3. And I'm glad our last series gets to go all the way to 3.
Yeah, I was really worried with how Top Esports were showing us, but Top Esports proved me wrong. And they still showed that they're still same old beast coming on through.
You got to take the good with the bad, right? What's the saying? If you can't handle me at my worst, you can't have me at my best. It's like the saying of the LPL.
This is the great thing. I actually don't. I actually can just take you. I can just take all the good parts of you and not want you to suck and lose versus IG.
Yeah, you're just not a real fan, you know. That's all we're getting here. No, it was really interesting.
True.
I'm actually kind of glad we had that stark contrast between games to see the kind of benefit that both teams can have, the kind of strong side that both teams can represent in their first series. But now somebody's got to come away with a win, and it's got to be clean on one side of things. I would love for a kind of back and forth game, but both of those performances, they could be flukes, right? Like they could literally just be one-offs, and we get another dominant game.
I like the way that you framed this, was just that unfortunately someone does have to win tonight.
Yeah,
which
someone there have to win.
Someone is going to get hurt, whether it's the fans or ourselves watching what is going to be going on our screen. 'Cause we don't know what version of these teams we're going to be getting. It feels like every single day we log on to the broadcast, we get a different taste of different teams. I thought I was going to get a good Waybo. That I'm still waiting on to see. I thought I was going to get at least a variation of a clean Top Esports, and I think I can maybe check that off, but Game 2 is making me kind of doubt that one. And IG still look like grandpas right now, where they'll get their stuff together. It's just going to probably take a few series before we actually see that go on.
Yeah, they take time. All right, they take time. It's like, you know, those people, the old people. Shout out to old people. I love you. But old people, when they drive like on highways, I'm not even gonna say what I wanted because I don't want to implicate Kelsey Moser. So I'm just gonna stop. We're gonna move forward with IG versus Top Esports. Our big focus today was kind of the sub-ins, the last-second roster swaps, if you will, with Way coming in the jungle for IG, but also Hung going in and on the side of Top Esports, and what those differences were going to really pan out to be. Now that we're going in Game 3, where are you sitting, Alk? How are we feeling about the kind of different rosters?
I feel like this series has come down to top jungle, right? Like, Way has been playing, obviously, I think, 2 pretty decent games, although Game 1, I think, a little bit less his fault, but really has been dictated. When we talk about 369 in that first game, playing the Scion, just being a complete stalwart versus anything the Shy wanted to do. And the Shy ended up getting caught out a few times, led to that loss in Game number 1. Game number 2, the flip side of that ends up happening. The reverse, where 369 has a terrible laning phase and basically just gets soloed out for the rest of the game. Jesus Christ, brother.
That's insane.
He is yoked.
Get that guy on stage. I don't know what to do, but my God.
It's day 1. Put that away.
Crazy.
Dude,
that's wild. Anyways, continue.
They just let the gun show inside of the arena.
I didn't know they did that. That's kind of nuts. I thought security would stop them.
Maybe on the way out. Maybe they're like, hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be in with those. So we're getting into game number 3 draft. It is going to be Top Esports back on the blue side. Gwen, Poppy staying bans here for TES. And no access to Poppy, or no access to the Pantheon. They're probably also not going to get access to the Vi. I wonder if this is the time that we start to kind of break into more of those mage mids, and especially when we're talking about engaged supports, basically the top 4 are already gone.
Yeah, I'm just really curious at now, like, what some of these not off comfort picks are going to be, because when you're a pro player, you play so many games, I feel like you can say comfort about a lot of things, but what exactly some of these kind of star players are going to be on in an ultimate game of their first series, right? It's only first step in what will be a very long season for them, but you want to start with a win, especially with the track record that both these teams do have. So the Kaisa does get taken away from IG. There will be no inherent synergy between skins and organizations there, and we'll have to see what IG want to ban for their last one.
I just don't understand the Kaisa ban. Like, you know Varus is up.
Gala's Kaisa.
What
dude.
exactly are they, like, really afraid of here that they would want to get rid of the Kaisa? I know it's respect to Gala, but even Gala hasn't been actually playing all that well. You know, considering not only the series, but just holistically throughout 2025 so far. So they're going to get the only AD jungle that's kind of a big skirmisher in the Xin Zhao here for Kanavi.
That's kind of nuts. That's like, is there a real answer to Xin Zhao right now? I don't think so. You'll just have to find something that kind of keep up with it in a way. But I actually really like that priority from Top Esports. It will be the Victor on the other side. So very heavy scaling focus from IG.
Really strong kind of laning phases here, though. Corki, a big lane bully, especially with that Gatling gun early on. And Victor has enough abilities early to kind of push around most lanes. So going to have a big spike once they get to 2 and 3 for these two champions. But at least being able to lean on some of the good laning phases will open up not only Wei, but Mako to roam around the map, get some work done.
Yeah, I want to go back to that conversation once we see what they get, because I think that's going to be always what comes down to the wire in game number 3s and where your leadership is going to really lie. The Akali coming through for Top Esports goes back to a cream classic. We talked about Comfort. That is what he made his name on back over on the OMG days.
Ooh, and a Sivir coming out here.
Okay.
So I like this. This does allow for Jackie Love and Hung to still play a little aggressive. Yes, she is not going to be that same early game champion, but now we have to start thinking about what supports are going to be coming on through. Again, all of the premier top level engaged supports are gone thanks to Fearless. And immediately IG snapping up strong solo lanes here with the Victor and the Mbessa and the Corki here. Now it is all about jungle and support. Who are they going to be giving counter pick over to? Expect it to be support, but especially with the Xin Zhao already taken here from Kanavi, they're just trying to play with a pretty low range composition, but you have the Sivir to really enhance that.
And here we want to see if Braum bans are going to come through, if Nautilus bans are going to come through, if those are going to be left open as options for the supports to go to. The Renekton is the first ban by IG. Instantly banned is the Nico in the second phase by Top Esports.
So what else are they trying to get? So they're getting rid of Nico. They just want to make sure that there's not a super strong like 2v2 that they want to deal with, especially with the Sivir later on. I wonder if IG just straight up take the Nautilus here. If it doesn't get banned, right? Like you take away the only like top level support, and then you, in terms of engage, what else do Top Esports actually get access to? Maybe you play Braum, but I don't know if that's really going to be the most fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to take away maybe one of them and try to grab. Okay, the Skarner ban is going to be there, so trying to take away some of Wei's engagement tools. And now we're just wondering what exactly we're going to get here for these final picks. Who is going to get the counter pick for IG that we were talking about so much? Obviously can't pick that one there. But really looking for something that's going to fight up against or be able to handle the Xin Zhao on the other side.
Sejuani, I think, adds a lot of potential here. It will mean that in terms of damage, in terms of early skirmishing, IG are not necessarily going to be as potent as maybe we wanted them to be. But when you look at what these champions are able to do, depending on what Wei actually itemizes for, I think it's a very easy situation where IG have strong early lanes. They can bully and pick fights as to which lanes they want to fight for and which objectives they can go and contest. Whereas Top Esports, I mean, yes, you'll have some windows, especially with the Xin Zhao and Akali. This 2v2 can be quite deadly, especially for a no-flash Victor. But what is 369 going to be going for? I mean, this composition, I feel like, completely hinges around this Sivir.
I mean, it really does. You're going to have some bridge building available if a big lead comes out for the Akali. Obviously, that's huge, but it really is going to be about Jackie Love. But we said it from the very beginning. At the very beginning of the day, we're like, Jackie Love, we're not the focus. But when we get to team fights, that spotlight starts to shift a little bit. We saw that actually in game number 1 where he had 12 kills on the Xayah or whatever he had. Now this Sivir going to be that big piece to the puzzle. The Cassante is the choice from 369.
I like this draft from IG. I cannot lie, guys. Like, this Top Esports draft it is so predicated on them being able to actually scale into the game, that they're not going to outright lose. I feel like it also kind of plays a little bit away from some of the strengths from Top Esports, which is making sure that JackeyLove can be in a position to really carry these games. You've given comfort to a lot of your players now. Hung is on Nautilus. You have Akali and Cassante as your solo laners for Cream and 369. But when you look across from them, I think you've given Thashai one of his best champions all throughout this season. You also now have a Braum who is going to not only win you the 2v2, but also is going to do so well into this dive that Top Esports really want to try to accentuate into. And they can just slow roll team fights. This is actually probably going to be one of those rare games where I want to see like Grasp of the Undying, Rod of Ages Victor with Bloodletter's Curse. Just give him a hell of a lot of HP, and he literally becomes an unkillable machine.
We definitely changed the draft strategies a little bit. At least the focus is on win conditions going through this series, but this one's an important one nonetheless, because it would be a first win or a first loss for either team on the season, starting off in heaven or starting off in hell, I guess, in that way. But it really is a lot about how these kind of compositions pan out, how we can see that bridge building for Top Esports that needs to be there to set themselves out in front of the ball, to keep ahead of IG, because IG have drafted themselves, it feels like a steel fortress, and maybe Mbessa would like that one, but it is going to be a game 3 that we're wondering if IG can take the momentum from game 2 and crash that into a victory in their first game of the split here against Top Esports. Game 3 kicking off now.
Now this is the part of the Gyos where I would have said, some of the Top Esports fans left. But when we saw in game number 1, there weren't very many of them. So after I think they lost game 2, the rest of them just went home.
Oh no. Hey, it's not fair. Like you might have a lot of names that are really well known. You might have JackeyLove on there, but it's not fair when you've got the Shy and Rookie and Mako over on the other side.
Okay.
It's just
The one part of Top Esports that was incredibly popular for them at the very beginning of this year was the fact that their bottom lane, quite literally, was JackeyLove Crisp. Now, I think it's fair to say JackeyLove and Crisp, two good-looking dudes, especially Crisp. Crisp gets a lot of love from the community, especially for his hair. So I'm kind of sad that they broke that up. They broke up the pretty boy duo.
It's like magnets, man. They repelled each other. There was too much in that bot lane.
Now he has to go play with Waybo.
I don't know who got the magnet over there, but we're gonna see how that pans out. God, that swap is so weird to me. Yep. But here we are. And Hung gets a nice little early trade into Mako early. But we'll see if this lane presence is going to be there. I love that you called out kind of that pressure that the Corki can have in the lane, but the Sivir now keeping the pressure up on IG. And it's going to force them completely off the wave here.
And this is not going at all how I expected. With the Braum versus the Nautilus matchup, typically you're able to be really, really potent and deal with this 2v2, but I mean, we're right now been seeing Sivers throughout the day, honestly, do a lot of work early on. So a good trade. I mean, Sivir has been getting a few buffs early on to some of her spells, so I think it does make sense in that case. But good to see that Top Esports are playing a little bit more aggressive. Junglers are starting on opposite sides, so already Way in this bottom side going towards his Grump and his blue, while Kanavi already on the top side and kind of doing these same camps.
And does give some windows to gank, especially with the pressure and push that the Sivir will have with the ricochets. Keeps the lane pressure up, which gives them a little bit of a window for IG to find a gank if they can from Way, but it could also just be that clear coming through and just matching each other from both junglers. And something we've talked about kind of all series long is the impact that both supports not only have in their lane, but out on the map. And now that map coming down to bot lane for IG, where Way will just initiate his back. I think he'll stop it if Top Esports overextend too much, but he does end up giving it a little bit of time.
We're doing it. We're doing it. Go for Hung.
Okay, they're committing, but he is Spider-Man. Maybe he makes it out alive as well as he gets the flash there. That will be the flash down. He has Hex Flash, though, and the heal burn.
Yeah, both supports actually going for the heal there, so ends up being a single summoner spell up on the trade there. And still not too bad. If this game does go late, I think there are reasonable expectations here for Top Esports that they actually can contest as this game goes later. But you're going to have a short-range Sivir walking into a Victor and an Mbessa. I think this is really problematic, especially with the support tools that they have around them in the Braum and Sejuani.
I could definitely see that. I'm just curious at where it kind of bursts open at this point. Now, I'll just say, not to curse it, but we've had later and later Dragon #1s in this series. The first one was like 10.5 minutes. The next one was like 12.5 minutes. Does that priority change here at all?
I mean, possibly. We do see that they are back out on the map already towards this bottom side, and JackieLove is going to be able to push this next wave, so they'll have priority for it. But I think that jungle camps are just a little too steroided right now. So,
so you're telling me it's going to be a 14.5 minute Dragon?
No,
right,
no, no. Let's not push the game that far.
That's what. Yeah.
No, but if there was a team that could go for it, I do think it is IG. I think when you have a Braum and a Corki very early, just a Braum and a Sejuani, honestly, these two champions will melt, especially with the permafrost and the concussive blows dealing max HP damage.
See which team turns their eye to those early. Now, Cream has been keeping some pressure up on Rookie. He will also be level 6 now over Rookie. So Rookie should be joining him very soon as the next minion does fall. Does the level 6 mark really change anything at the map state, or are we kind of just rocking in the boat? We're just chilling.
I mean, Rookie is like, damn, I'm half HP and I'm almost out of mana, and Cream's like, cool, man. So I have D-Shield, Second Wind. You are never shoving me out of this lane, which is, I think, a really cool application of some of the Sivir tech, or some of the Akali tech that we've gotten. Seeing this now from Rookie, he's going to just have to use the Arcane Storm to push him out.
They don't have the flash this time to get hung out of there as well. He'll get the concussive blows hit onto him. Now, Mako is the focus, though, from Top Esports. They start backing away, but they got the first blood already for IG. Mako might be the next to fall. Kanavi can't follow through. The Boomerang Blade not going to be enough from JackieLove. Gets the flash out of Mako.
Right there, that should just be the Dragon being started here. Top Esports, though, as per usual, they want to go for more. Hung is teleporting back into this play. They stopped Mako, and here comes the dive.
Okay, 4v3. They get the lockdown. They get the CC. They get the chaining going, too. And Way's going to fall as well under the turret. Beautifully executed. No! It was beautiful until it wasn't, just like an abstract painting. JackieLove is down.
All right, that's a bit of shutdown gold going over to Gala, but it's the feat of warfare being completed there by Top Esports. Cream actually almost died to the turret, too. He was real close getting taken down there. Mako?
No way. Cream is 3 levels up on Mako. Mako loses almost 3/4 of his health. We'll be able to hold the wave here, though. They are going to get the redeploy back out towards bot side.
So they got the feat of warfare, but, I mean, what else actually ends up being missed there? Because while this happens, Cream drops an entire wave in mid, so Rookie's able to grab that. JackieLove ends up dying anyway, and while Gala maybe misses out on the wave, I still think that IG are perfectly fine with where they were actually able to get. Most of the gold that actually comes out of that play is because of them grabbing 2 or 3 kills, so it's a bit unfortunate there. They could have instead gone for the Dragon. I mean, look what's happening just across the map here. First kill goes over to Hung. Not best, and now Cream is like, oh damn, maybe I just end up going down here. The turret's just so heated up.
Yeah.
And it's not even that much of a minion wave. It was split between 4 people, so
like half his health with the one shot just because it was so warmed up there. But yeah, I mean, you just have to always be worrisome of those kinds of moments, as we see Cream up against Gala now on the bot side, as we've had some more of those weird lane adaptations, as JackieLove is going to be in the mid lane now as Top Esports startup Grubs.
IG instead, as a response, are going to go for the Dragon. I think it's fine to put Cream in this lane. As soon as he gets ultimate, it does make it a little hard. Gala does need to be a bit careful. He does have his flash. 369.
Oh, the all out. Okay. Got the Shy trying to dodge and weave his way away from 369.
Uh-oh.
Might be looking to go back in. If the Dragon does end up going the way of IG, it will be the 3 grubs going to top esports, and now they want to try to get a dive on the Shy. We said how crucial top lane has been in this series.
And with 3 grubs as well, this turret is going to get melted. Should be at least 2 plates going over to top esports. And now that that lane is, or these lanes are kind of back to normal here, Rookie in a side lane versus this Akali. One of the hard things about playing any kind of mage into Akali is just the fact that because she is a less resource intense champion, specifically because of the fact that she uses energy, if you are a mana champion, she very quickly will drain you of your resources, and you cannot actually trade with her for an extended period of time. So kind of interesting to see, and we'll kind of want to track how Cream does versus Rookie.
And you have to remember, I mean, this is, I teased it in the draft, but this is what Cream made his name on OMG. I think you can say that about a lot of really high-key mid laners in the LPL, but truly he dominated on this pick. And every time we've seen it, we've had some moments where he doesn't really shine on it, but there's been more often the case moments that he can just find the angles. So really have to be respectful of the Cream Akali as well.
All right, well, time being right now, we are seeing a bit of a split map. A lot of focus from top esports onto this top side right now, and Way does have the wraparound on Akali. So if Cream overextends, feels like he could maybe take a fight. Rookie doesn't have a ton of mana right now, so if there was a time for him to win a 1v2, it is here, but the amount of HP that Rookie has access to, I think it's a bit tough, especially with the swinging wave.
Trying to play the minion wave as best as possible. The next thing on the docket here is first items. Starting to get them completed across the table here. Thornmail was obviously first for 369, so we can kind of tip of the cap to him there. But the Unipulse is completed for Jackie Love, so we'll start stacking that one up, and that's going to feel really good for the Sivir. And we were talking about kind of item spikes, what we're looking to get to for both these sides, and you know, the faster you can get to those 2-3 item spikes, the better these fights are going to start looking.
Way actually goes for the heart steal. I mean, you're into a pretty low range composition. 369.
Oh.
Get it this time.
Oh, he went on the wrong side because of the wall there. He wasn't able to get around, but 369 gets locked down by Way, forced to flash away. Wait, just hit him. The flail finally comes through, takes down 369. Meanwhile, Cream has shown up on bot side. Kanavi was getting attacked here by IG as he tried to come in for a gank. Looks like a lot of ultimates burned, a couple summoner spells, at least the heal from Mako. And the flash coming out of Rookie. We will see them try to stick around now, though.
Overall, a win here for IG. Not only with the turret being taken, or sorry, a plate being taken here for the Shy. They even get the teleport out from Cream. He knows he's probably dead here in this instance. But nothing really happened on the bottom lane. You did get the flash out from Way, the Shy, and from Rookie. Oh my god. All right, well, even the Shy's like, dude, what the hell is going on? What is this guy doing? Well, so I still think IG came out like bandits in this trade.
That just feels really bad.
Let it out, man. Let it out.
I get why, though. But, like, I see why, right? Like, I know, you know, if I solo queue, I would absolutely flash for that. But here, you know, not having a flash on Akali for 5 minutes in kind of the deciding moments in this cresting into kind of the mid-game moments, that's going to be tough to deal with. We'll see how they go about it. But, hey, you got your wish, by the way, talking about the builds. Rod of Age is going to be there for Rookie, so we're just scaling, baby. IG,
yeah,
they're feeling fine.
If there's a champion that I'm okay with not having flash on, Akali has to definitely be one of them, man. He has Proto Belt and Shuriken Flip and his ultimate. This guy doesn't need another flash, I promise you that. So we're just going to watch the Shy do this. Did he see the teleport moving through? No, he just intuited that there's someone was there. Okay, cool, I guess. I mean, this is fine, right? Like, honestly, like, it's a fast death. He knows that someone's probably going to be coming for him anyway. I think it's whatever. local experience, I think, maybe goes over to Cream. I couldn't quite check if maybe Cream got a little bit of XP from that, but either way, the important part here for IG is the fact that the game is relatively close for them. They're on pretty good item spikes right now, especially for Gala and for Way, but right now, Top Esports are going to have to first clear out and move the rest of their team in. We haven't seen them really be super cohesive outside of some early game dives.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is we've been looking for consistency all series long. Hung's going to miss the dredge line there onto a Gala who's by himself. Gala probably dies there, but not able to connect it. It's all in terms of setups for this Dragon, though. Would be second Dragon for IG to go towards that objective focus.
Top Esports are now trying to get some vision, poke and prod into the enemy jungle and see what else they can. Kanavi, you are far up, brother. You do not know Mako is
They
there.
have no vision. He's on the wrong side of the rift, and he's just going in blind, but he's not playing Lee Sin. He just goes for the fight anyways. The Sundered Sky tries to heal up as much as possible. Now here comes Cream, trying to clean house. Is he going to have the Mr. Clean outfit, or is he going to be fired from his janitorial services? Tries to get one, can't get it. Cream just going to die here. Gets the kill at the last second. He's still alive. Oh my god. Okay, here comes the shot to try to clean house. Mako goes in, sacrificing his body to try to get the Shy online. Picking up one, picking up two. Go ahead and give him the 3 for here as he's trying to take down Jackie Love. 369 is able to get that one back as well. Jackie Love falls to the triple kill to the Shy. Gala cleans up the last kill, and that is a complete and total wipe of Top Esports.
And really well played there by IG, but why, as Top Esports, are we skipping steps? We didn't check the brush. We had zero vision of Mako there, and hey, you're trying to stop Way from getting his jungle camps, but guess what? Rookie is just right there, putting down a gravity field. We're playing into the chokes of Invictus Gaming. The Dragon's going to be taken from them. This is a single ward. They do not know that Rookie's there. They're thinking he's under the turret. And look at this. I mean, like, Kanavi only just barely... Remember, when we came into draft, what did we say? This draft is hinging on Jackie Love on this Sivir. What exactly are we doing? This is more of what we saw in game number 2, where we are overextending, where we are trying so desperately to get at least one kill to really fix this fight. And that is not at all what we needed. Now what we've given them is multiple summoner spells and all of these kills for the Shy. He just got a triple kill in this for free.
And then the fact that Gala comes in the end and also just gets one off the back is so crazy. And there was a big thing we talked about coming into this game 3 is about how much influence the top lane truly has had in this series. And now the Shy can just bust it wide open.
Hell yeah. I mean, this is one of the best champions that he's gotten for the season entirely. He's played so well. He got his first pentakill on this champion, Cream.
Oh my gosh. Not able to get in there. Not able to get out. Way swings the flail one more time, and Cream on his comfort is cut down.
Well, at least for Top Esports, they got the mid-tier 1, but losing more gold, giving all of this to Rookie. You can maybe take solace in the fact that he no longer has any summoner spells, but we have not seen Top Esports look coordinated enough to actually punish this. Multiple members coming topside now. They want the Shy, and he is going to get out scot clean. That is the ultimate being used, and another turret now falling for Invictus Gaming.
And I hate to harp on it a little bit more because obviously like IG are playing really well, really concisely together in a lot of these fights, but where did the Top Esports from game 1 go? That was some of the cleanest League of Legends I've seen since MSI, right? And obviously there's not been a lot. I'm just saying, even the games at MSI, like that was some clean macro League of Legends, and these last 2 games have been stark contrast to that.
I'm gonna be honest, Lennon, this feels like more of the same from Top Esports. Like,
it does.
One of the reasons why statistically this team was so good is because when they got a lead, they just ran you over with it. They just constantly kept finding fights, kept trying to find kills, kept trying to run you over. And we saw that in game number 1. And I think we even got to see that going into split number 1 when they won the championship. It was just such an aggressive playstyle And I think part of that was the meta, right? Like, you had an objective every 3 minutes. You had double set of grubs. You had Herald. You had the smaller Otacon as well. You had fights every single moment in the game, and Top Esports relished in that when they could be able to hands diff you from minute 1. Now, when the game is a little bit slower and there are a lot more ways you can kind of come back into the game, and obviously teams are just getting better as the year goes on, Top Esports are live and dying by this sword. I think is kind of similar to a team like BLG.
Yeah, it truly is. It's really interesting to watch. But IG definitely piloting it very well here as the Shy just goes all in. He's got all that damage now that he's got 2 items, and Cream just getting undertowered by the Shy. He's not going to go down just yet. That will end up being the flash pulled out. TP's going to come through, and that's the beauty of the new TP. You don't got to wait for the whole thing to go through.
There he goes. He is out. That's another wave topside now being collected here, and that was the investment from 369. So, hey, the Shy may have lost his flash, but he's able to trade for teleports, and it is just a constant assault of all of these just minor advantages now starting to build up in favor of IG. It's a wave here, it's a wave there, it's a summoner spell that they're able to trade here and there. It's the fact that they've gone two dragons as well. IG are just slowing down this game, and while Top Esports are tripping over themselves to get advantages, IG are welcoming the free gold.
And you know what? I mean, this is obviously one thing. Cream overestimating his hand against a very fed Ambessa now after getting a triple kill in that last fight. Does end up missing the Q flash, but doesn't matter. It kind of does though, but gets out anyway, so that's why it doesn't matter. But in the end, it really is kind of that fluctuation of the picks itself. But I got to talk about Way's impact, man. He's looking like when he first came back into BLG, and a lot of the facilitation, but the map movements that he was able to bring to the table. I like to see that adaptation coming through in this series, because in game number 1, it was like non-existent. Game 2, better. Game 3, it's feeling like old RNG Way.
Hell yeah. I will say, while JJ had some of the better carry performances for this team, I do think that the way that he was playing, especially for this team, wasn't necessarily the best style or maybe compositional fit for this kind of squad. Way has been, I think, more consistent, and you can kind of see that just from his level of play, and I think the body of work he has put so far in 2025, even back on BLG. So while he has been a bit more consistent for this team, I want to see what this actual 6-man lineup does end up turning into, whether or not that's actually going to be something more flexible for them as the season goes on, once JJ is reincorporated and back in with the rest of the squad.
I'm just wondering, how much has Way played in this year since the Beichuan trade over as well, and how rusty was he coming into this, and how is he healed himself so well now as well with the setups that he's had. And we'll see if that culmination does come out in a positive light for IG. They're fixing themselves up. Oh, a little sidestep there around the dredge line. Now 369 just wanders in. He's going to get the Glacial Prison out of Way. He has to go a little bit wide there. The Dragon is the big focus here, because this would be sole point for IG, and 369 needs to man mark the Shy. Big double knock up in there. Mako now in a lot of trouble as well. Jackie Love trying to get the ricochets in the middle of the fight. The Shy, though, he is waiting like a wolf circling their prey. He's finding more. The Chaos Storm helping him. It's wolves. It's magic. It might just be make-believe. IG finding everything in that fight as the Shy trying to chase down 369 won't find the end of it, but the Dragon goes the same.
And do they actually just go for more here? 25 seconds before Cream is up, and he still has his teleport. Kanavi is now walking. He is on vision. I think with that being said, knowing that he is nearby, they're not going to go for the Otacon right after, but they have to imagine if all of them reset and they're not able to get back onto the map, Top Esports, they're going to try and flip this and look for this objective.
So they can just start it up, burn it down. The back is going to be stopped. Valkyrie gets stopped in the way as well. Hung finds the angle, and Kanavi is not going to get the kill in the end. It actually goes the way of Jaguar, which I would much prefer, as a 2-item Sivir comes out, starts up the Atacon, and Top Esports have just turned the table on its head.
Gala tried to Valkyrie over the wall, and he failed it, so gets punished there. It's now a 4v5, teleport from behind, and no ultimates available here for IG.
They're going to try to stop him from getting into the pit. It's going to go the way of Kanavi. He cleans it up. Now the Shy on the back line, still going through, dodging everything, going through Hung, trying to get the kills, but the Shy gets taken down by Cream. Cream trying to follow through now as well. Mako going low. Chaos is not going to be there as Rookie finally tries to get some damage down. He didn't have his ulti for 2 more seconds, gets 1 kill back. That's all they got, though, as Top Esports. They take the lead for the first time in feels like forever.
And the gold lead completely evaporates here, like you were just mentioning. The Otacon giving them so many blood petals, giving them a lot of experience and the adaptive force to maybe get back into this game. I don't know about this one, Lennon. As much as the Thornbound Otacon has been great, it doesn't have the same oomph as we saw from the 2 Otacons earlier on in the year with the Ruinous and the Voracious. We get to take a look back at this fight. It's IG on sole point, but what exactly are we looking for? I mean, Cream just never gets to apply real pressure onto this backline. He gets exhausted. Great mark coming out from Mako. And then the Shy with this public execution. They're just completely ripped apart in this fight. Gala before this, his Muramana was completely stacked and had transformed. So this was a huge spike here for IG.
And we come back to the play where
Don't look at the Valkyrie.
Hung found him.
Oh.
Got him in the middle of the Valkyrie.
There's also just a really short Valkyrie as well. I think he
Yeah.
just was not in range for it. So it's tough. Great, I think, movement here from Cream to be right out of vision. They're able to focus out Mako. And afterwards, kind of keeping control of the map. TES, they're able to come out on top of that objective, but the job is not done. As much goodwill as that may have done to kind of even up the game, IG are still in a very commanding position in this game.
And you're right on the cusp of those 3 item spikes we were talking about. Gala's already at 2.5, already has the BF sword as well. You have the Haunting Guys there for Rookie for his next item, and so that's going to be really that breaking point that IG's composition fully comes online.
Taking a deep breath here. It is only day number 1, and in double round robin, you're going to play 17 different, you're going to play against each team twice, 7 other teams, 14 best of 3s. A best of 3 loss right here, especially for 2 teams that we're expecting to potentially have bids going into Worlds. You need to win games like this. Top Esports, they split the difference last split. They went 1-1 versus IG. I think especially for a top level team like TES, you do not want games like that. You do not want to be splitting games with IG. You need to be looking at top of the table versus something like in anyone's Legend. That's really going to be where your competition is.
And that goes back to the conversation of expectations that we set at the beginning of the series, and really like looking at what IG's expectations should be, and that should be internationals, but what version of them will make internationals, and Top Esports making good on not finding that finish to split 2 that they maybe wanted after being so dominant in the regular season. And this is just the start of a very long season, but you have to keep those moments and those questions in perspective.
So right now, IG control of mid wave first, which is kind of interesting, especially because Sivir, known for her wave clear, the fact that Gala was able to get that down first, especially with this mid tier 1 being taken away, I think that right there is keeping TES at least a little bit more competitive. They can lean on this turret to help them provide some kind of pressure in mid lane. And
Rookie's on 3
test
items.
for this. Yep, there we go. He's going to come out onto the map.
Man, that's the big spike. I mean, Jankilib does have his on the other side. Unfortunately, Cream just has the Seeker's arm guard. We're getting ahead of this dragon fight. 10 seconds till it spawns. Top Esports do not want to give a Hex Tech Soul over to IG.
Taking control of this bush. Good vision toggle from our observers. This is exactly what I wanted to see. That one ward betraying Invictus Gaming. Maybe they make a pick on the Hong here.
Oh, they try to pull in. Dredgeline goes through, though. They try to focus on a Mako. Cream trying to find the backline now. Goes on to Gala. He's in the backline by himself. Finds Mako in the end with Jackie Love's help. And now they have a front to back. Cream looking at the backline. Goes golden. That Seeker's arm guard coming out big. The Shy. He can't get the damage down. IG are losing their bodies. They're losing their front line. It's a 4v2 now as they go to the Dragon.
And this is crazy right here. Has Top Esports been able to stall enough for this game to be in a position for them to win? We spent the last 22 minutes talking about how IG looked incredibly dominant, how they have ways of being able to play this game out if it does go late, but we're seeing them start to crumble here. It is only a single dragon, and IG will at least have another 4 attempts to be able to stop them, Top Esports and get themselves the soul. But we're seeing more and more of these fights start to go in favor, and it all started around that Otacon.
The decisive decisions really making the difference in the stressful moments. And we saw that be the case time and time again at MSI. And now we're seeing Top Esports rear their beastly head in good and bad. And now finding those little minute outplays in these team fights. We have hit 3 items from majority members now as we take a look back at this fight.
This is just beautifully played, I think, between Hung and Cream. The rest of the Top Esports are just kind of sitting around, keeping the members engaged, just helping out. And with Cream right in the back line, this is exactly what we needed to see from this player. You're now on Comfort. You had an embarrassing game on the Orianna, but hey, got to be able to bounce back. And he is performing and getting right into the back line, taking care of Gala, and opening up space for Top Esports to potentially find their footing in game number 3.
Coaching staff knowing how important this first win can be for the motivation, the mental. I'm really excited about that last fight, especially with the way things have been going the last couple now. Still in the lead by just a smidgen is Top Esports. And unfortunately, the scaling nature doesn't get any easier. Both sides do have some scaling options for sure. As Rookie and Gala continue to build items, it's going to get scarier and scarier. So it's crazy. I want to talk a little bit more about like those late scaling. Do you have a benefit or a side that kind of benefits more from extra late, like 45 minutes?
I really do want to say that like Rookie and Gala should be able to be better than their counterparts. Sivir though, 5 items is really tough to beat, and with an Otacon and the boots upgrade, it does make it a little harder. The theoretical max cap of a champion like Corki with crit and the true damage that he has access to, even with Rookie. We'll have to see though.
Kanavi fully baiting out IG there. Mako now trying to get out, but the Shy is now here getting locked down himself. He might be the focus. IG trying to move away from this fight, likely to just bow down to Top Esports as they move up some vision.
And right now for Rookie, he is waiting on getting that 4th item. I know it kind of sounds a little weird, but if he can get some more AP, I think the nerfs to Leandri's a couple patches ago where they made it 60, then you look at the rest of his items, he does not have a ton of actual ability power. Once he gets his 5th and 6th item, I think he's going to start to hit like a truck, especially with that Arcane Storm ultimate coming on through. Right now, he just has a ton of HP, is just to make sure that he survives. He has almost 4,000 health points right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And it also is a situation where both our mid laners have Dark Seals that are stacking 8 and 9 respectively, which is not too bad. But the biggest thing is now we're going to start getting 3rd items for kind of the side members, the facilitators, if you will, as we did just get the Thorn Mail for Way. It's at almost 200 stacks now on the Heartsteel. We're getting closer and closer to that, but we have about a minute and a half until the dragon spawns and another chance for IG to get that soul.
Right. We're waiting here. These two teams have been notoriously pretty slow. I know we saw Top Esports absolutely blitz them in game number 1, but the series so far has trended towards the games slowing down a little bit here, especially in game number 3 in these last 2 series. Gala has about a pretty large lead over his opponent, is getting closer to that last whisper, but right now it is Top Esports jockeying for position early around this dragon. They do not care about the Baron that is already up and available. What they want right now, fight for mid priority, get control of this bottom side river, and get ready for that dragon that you have marked. It is sole point here for IG every single time this objective comes up.
And man, the vision is barren. There is literally just the entrance.
No, that's
into
the top
river,
side objective,
little...
Lennon. I know it's late.
But they just have nothing to go off of for Top Esports. Now they will get the last of their vision snuffed out. They have to do this the hard way. They're going to back their solo laners off. 369 doesn't have TP, so he would just have to walk here. But IG not going to start it up just yet.
I think it's fine though. You have 10 seconds, and more importantly, it's these Hex Tech rifts that are so important. It lets you get right back onto the map. So they're here. They are losing the mid control. They're going to give up this wave, and Cream trying to find a flank.
Well, the slows, you got to be careful. The slows can come down as well from the Hex Tech Dragon. Cream still on the flank. Will be marked out though. Can be followed through on. Jackie Love losing a ton of his health. Cream in no vision. 3-man stun there. Cream looking for his angle. Goes in on the back line. Trying to find the perfect execution, but he's by himself. Navi tries to go forward as well. The Shy getting soloed out on the side as well. Chaos Storm starting to come alive. IG trying to reform ranks, but they're losing bodies. The Atacon really starting to come online with some of these explosions. And Rookie now finds himself in the same place of Cream last game.
So much HP.
He's all by himself. He's trying to take down one last kill, but he's going to get a little bit of help from Mako on the back end. Rookie trying to put on a superstar performance, but gets locked down. They still have damage. You have to respect it. Rookie goes down in a flame of glory as Top Esports. They won't even start the Dragon, but they took the fight.
Wait, if Way just lets them recall here, do not interrupt them right now. Go towards the Dragon. Maybe even get kill 369. Oh, this is tough. You can see right there, he does not want to move forward. 369 does have teleport, and we're going to get right back into a similar style of play here. We get right back into this replay. So much aggro tanked up by Cream on the side lane here. Not at all marked in this play. Hung immediately goes in, and he knows his job. It is just to put down this ultimate, and look at how split this fight is. Great draw from 369 to get the Shy away, and Cream just rips apart this backline and just delays so much time. This is exactly what the Akali needs to be getting done here.
And the fact that Kanavi's just walking around cleaning up the scraps here on all these fights, and Rookie does a great job. I mean, he literally shows off why this Victor can be so strong. But when you have so much CC, so much healing from the Sundered Skies as well, it's just so difficult.
That was really close. I feel like if Rookie had that Rabadon's death cap already done, that guy glides on him and he one-shots all of them. But he doesn't have a ton of actual magic resist shred. The Bloodletter's Curse doesn't actually like just give you percentage pen. It just reduces magic resist up to 35%, which is great, but doesn't have that same oomph as like a Void Staff or even a Crypt Bloom. So helps him give a lot of HP, gives him a lot of ability haste as well. So it'll be interesting to see what else we get. Top Esports.
Okay, they just said let's go front to back. They take a decent amount of 369's big health bar off, but that was also your Glacial Prison down. See if it actually matters in the end. I think things will calm down for the next little bit. Again, Top Esports have stopped IG from claiming their soul twice in a row now.
There's that sinking feeling, you know, where you're like, oh crap, are we gonna lose this game? We were in such a good spot here. You have so many veterans that I doubt this is something that they are kind of having to deal with, but always something to be considering, especially as a spectator. Just adds to the drama.
Oh, no
IG.
Hey, they pull the trigger. They try to get Kanavi. He goes down even through the Crescent Guard. Now the Shy trying to find Cream. They're going to turn back. There's no jungler. For a 50-second Baron, just going to go the way of IG.
Oh, and this is perfect for IG. Them being able to find that pick onto Kanavi does mean, look at the timer in the top right of the screen there. 3 minutes till Dragon. 3 minutes until this Baron now falls. So the perfect time to elapse. And IG should be looking to use this now. They have none of the grubs, but they need to be able to get turrets, push these waves deep, and then look to retreat into the Dragon and finally get themselves the soul.
And this is the golden bridge opportunity to get to those 5th item spikes for them. I mean, it's a little far away for the like of Gala, but not even that far away for Rookie. And this Victor would be pumping with that final item locked in as well, and so much survivability. They were able to get a little bit of damage done in these lanes. They will back off to get the resets after they get the tier 2 in mid lane. Way gonna make his way away as well as the Shy. Get ready for that dragon setup. That the dance is going to be tense.
Man, that was so cool. I mean, we got to see the one of the graphics there. Rookie doing almost 40% of his team's damage.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff here on the Victor. And this could be the game-deciding fight here. Again, 2 minutes before the dragon spawns, and it is the perfect sync-up with this Baron. They have such great ways of being able to clear these minion waves, but look at top esports right now. That minion advantage that we saw for Gala starting to shrink as Jackie Love is ripping apart these minion waves. Now has the Navori Flicker Blades alongside the upgraded Gunmetal Greaves. He has so much movement speed and the ability to have basically permanent uptime on his Ricochet and even that Spell Shield.
It's going to be about one big decisive moment. Either a pick before the fight or during the fight, who gets locked down. We did just get 4th item completed for the Shy, as he will have that Spell Shield available to him now, so maybe easier access into the backline itself. But IG trying to use this Baron buff, squeeze as much juice out of the lemon as possible.
Oh my god, top esports, squeeze!
Oh no, they get the lock. That's a 4-man Glacial Fissure as well. The Cream, he's on the back line. Gala's in trouble, gets out over the side, but he gets publicly executed. No, it's the perfect execution, rather. Which version of execution do you want, IG? Because you can take your pick. Top esports are coming for that head anyways. Way, the last one here is Rookie trying to kite out Konami, but it has turned into disaster for Invictus Gaming and Top Esports by dominance. 40 minutes in.
Are they gonna win the game here? I mean, okay, nearest death timer, 30 seconds on Mako, 32 on Tashai. They have 3 grubs. This might be it. Top Esports, from the jaws of defeat, will somehow find a win against IG 40 minutes into this game.
No way. A scaling comp that you could dream of. We talked about it in draft. IG's level is the late game, but Top Esports, they do as Top Esports does. They win team fight after team fight, and they will rise above IG. They will take a first series win in 2-1 fashion.
They can't keep getting away with this, Ledin. They can't keep doing this.
LPL,
Dude,
baby.
put those smiles away.
LPL,
Don't smile about that game.
LPL.
No smiles. No smiles. We are getting back into the locker room. Homie is bringing out the belt, and we are going over that game. No way do we win this. I don't know what's worse. The fact that TES win that, or we get denied a Mako interview because somehow IG lose that game. I hate
You have to remind
whatever,
me,
man.
Why did you have to remind me? Just a little behind the scenes, you know. We never get lucky. That's all I'm saying. we never get lucky. It's fine. The craziest part, wasn't that just a Top Esports series? Like, if we're thinking back to some of the fluctuations that this roster has had, an incredibly one-sided stomp into the curb in game number 1, into what is happening with our team, where are we, is this League of Legends, into the most crazy kind of flop-a-rooney back and forth game number 3. I mean, that feels like a lot of the essence that we've seen from Top Esports and why that Split 2 didn't end the way they wanted it.
And most of this, I think, also comes down to some of the champions that we saw were very comfortable. In particular, Cream on this Akali. That is a level of expertise that comes with being a specialist, right? And having these champions in your back pocket for a Fearless. They were probably knowing, okay, there might be an Akali angle here, and we saw for most part of the game, it actually wasn't very effective. But as the game started to get a little bit closer, as Top Esports really kind of got in their bag, they found one of the few angles to actually win themselves the game. It starts around the Otacon. It starts with constantly Cream getting into the backline and just being a nuisance.
Every time. And it was just about nobody really man-marking him in a lot of ways. They had some vision occasionally, but there was nobody on the side of IG that was like willing and ready just to step up and try to body block him, because either he was going to go straight through them or find a way around it. And I think it's so difficult to keep tabs on that when you need kind of that fortress that I was talking about, where you have these two very strong carries, but they need sustained time. They need damage time, and not able to do that, kind of getting ruffled feathers, I guess, in a lot of those fights. It just made the line of IG kind of break apart.
And part of this, I will say, is you have this Braum who is supposed to be able to stop things like Kanavi getting into the back line, but who is ever actually applying damage onto the Sivir? I think this becomes a situation where it becomes a two-pronged attack. You have, like we saw, and we'll probably see this in some of the replays, Akali is just full-on aggro checking 4 people, and there's nothing that the enemy team can do. And while all this is happening, again, the team fight that was hinging on Jackie Love, he is kind of the sneaky second death that you're going to be experiencing as Invictus Gaming here. Back to the drawing board for them. That is the LPL gold graph of all time. I hope our socials people can take a look at that, because that is a freebie of all time if I've ever seen one. That's tough, man.
A wild gold
that
graph,
is
man.
so tough. Like this fight, Jackie Love, we're hitting, and now Cream is right into the back line. And you see this combo time and time again, them alongside having Hung, throwing down the ultimates onto Gala.
Yeah, it's just about the entrances in a lot of these fights, and like you can see some of the ideas back from IG and like where their focus was, but then a couple overextensions, a couple missed plays, missed opportunities. This opportunity here really being a very contentious one, but ended up really leaning in the way of top esports.
The only way, Dig, I'm going to get in this series, JJ wouldn't have missed those, but that's just me. It's true.
Why,
do you remember
why?
Split 1, the
Why,
Baron,
man?
the Elder Steel?
I do.
That was good. Split 2, he had a couple of them as well around Baron. Like, this guy was good.
You
This
think
guy could press a mean
JJ's
smite
sitting
key.
at home, just evil laughing.
It's
to
okay.
himself.
Way will just start in a couple days and it'll be fine.
I do want to go back to that conversation before we get to MVP and stuff like that. Our check-ins of our new subs, right? Like, these are two pivotal positions for top teams across the LPL. We had Way come in for IG in their jungle. We had Hung switch over to top esports and support and be paired up with Jackie Love. So, you want to give him a grade on the day?
I'll give Hung like a C. I think his first game was pretty good, but we saw him pretty lost in game number 2, and then game 3. That felt like a real Hung playing a hook champion game.
It did, yeah.
He was missing quite a fair few of those dredge lines. And for Way, I think that was probably like an A or a B.
Okay.
The Wukong game is pretty miserable to watch. Some part of it is, you're playing Wukong in that composition. It's not great. But he played most of the game fine. I think it's hard to look really spectacular when the jungle games you are playing is like Trundle and Sejuani. And those games are... The Trundle game is obviously really spectacular, but you are just playing Trundle, right? Like, I don't think there's particularly much interesting to do on the champion, just me personally. So I'll probably give him a B. He played fine. Again, JJ wouldn't have missed those smites on the objectives, but...
You had to go back. I actually agree with the assessment. I think it's really interesting at what these rosters are going to look like with more time, obviously, and like figuring out what and how they're going to be kind of operating, and especially for IG, which one of them is going to be starting more so. But I think for top esports, you could choose a couple MVPs for this game number 3. I think we could talk a little bit about the Shy and 369's combat going on throughout the entire series itself. But if you had to give an MVP for game 3, who would you give it to?
I has to be Cream, bro. This guy really kind of leveled himself up and made sure that his team actually got across the finish line.
Yeah.
Almost all of those highlights that we saw, in some part or some way, is Cream doing something, being
Honest
the Akali
champion.
guy that we know. And it is games like this and the Azir game that make it really hard to doubt this guy, but there are just too many games, I think, from Cream where, yes, you are a newer player than I think some of the established mid lanes of the LPL this year, but you had all of last year to learn alongside so many veterans. You need to pay it back to the club. You got them a championship in Split 1. That's great. You beat a lot of legendary mids to do it. Split 2, I think you were still fine, but you were missing that edge at the very end of playoffs. We need to see it again, and I need to see Cream kind of be he needs to activate a next level. I don't know where that's going to come from, but if he is going to advance himself and be that next face of the LPL like I think he was meant to be, there's got to be something more here.
Yeah, and I think it comes down a lot to some of the inconsistent performances we've seen, but you have to remember, like, him and Jackie Love are like two core pieces to top esports now, that having been there for so long, and them trying to build around this kind of dual carry system. So I'm very curious to see what the Split 3 will have in store for top esports, but they were able to right the ship in the end, find some crazy top esports fights, and end up taking the series itself. Now, before we get kind of tying thoughts on day number 1, got to give a huge and special thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast on a daily basis. I mean, we wouldn't have all the upgrades, all the interviews, all the content we're able to do without the support of our Elite Coffee supporters. If you want to support us, please go check out our coffee. You can support in any way you want to, but huge shout out to those three for being legendary supporters for us over this entire year.
Coffee is the best way to support us. If you want, there's
is.
also YouTube memberships, but Coffee is literally the best way to directly give us money. You don't even have to subscribe. There's actually just a straight up donate feature. So if you don't want like a reoccurring bill, that also works. Again, you don't even have to throw money at us. It's great, but just being here in the stream is enough. Viewers like you make this show literally possible for us volunteers. So big shout out to everybody who's ever watched the stream, if it's even for one moment or you've watched every top esports game, unfortunately. So thank you everybody at home.
Absolutely, thank you. And I'm so happy to be here for another split. I'm so happy we get to do what we do. Last little hurrah, last little thoughts on day number 1. We went to 8 games. Alk, it's not the legendary 9 yet. We'll get there eventually. We only have Saturdays to do it. It's gonna happen. But at this point, how did you feel about day 1?
Look, I'm glad we got a group Nirvana game. I'm really sad I had to watch Ultra Prime get absolutely bodied and lose game 1.
Are you
that was
really
pretty disgusting.
happy about that?
Yes, I'm glad it was a 2-0 for everybody's sake. Waybo, still disappointing. And so far, the opening of LPL, pretty smooth for the most part.
Yeah, pretty smooth. And, you know, we got the most LPL game to set the standard. That gold graph, like, that might be one of the most LPL gold graphs. I say that all the time, but that was actually wild. We'll have to get screenshots. Go check it out on socials for sure. But that is going to do it for us on day number 1. Again, this was the 3 best of 3 day. We'll be going to 2 best of 3s throughout until next week as well. But got to give a huge shout out to Graves, who had come in earlier, Alk, you as well, and Kai, who's sitting there as our producer and sick. I really hope you feel better. Please get some rest. And it's been a hell of a day number 1. And here's to a lot more fun here in the LPL. We'll see you tomorrow.